Good morning. I'm Myrna Roche. I'm going to be your special magistrate today. Welcome to our code enforcement hearing. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, which means it's like court, but the rules are less formal. Everybody that is here for a case will get the opportunity to be heard. Today we have special circumstances because of COVID. We haven't had a hearing in a while. Do we have microphones for the respondents?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, for those who are going to be providing testimony, including those of you who are waiting outside, I'll ask you that you please stand up for the taking of the oath. Anybody who's going to be providing testimony? You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I will ask the town to please call the first case.
Madam Magistrate, we are going to, and first of all, we're going to probably have to swear in people as they come in.
Okay.
Because, with social distancing, we're limited as to how many people we can have in here. We are going to move the agenda around kind of regarding how many people we have for that case. So the agenda order, and then plus like we normally do with attorneys and things like that. So the agenda order is going to be a little messed up, if you just bear with me with that. So the first case that we are going to call is going to be, let me see, on your agenda, it's going to be number 55, I believe, which is going to be Key Estero, Ops. You can go over there. Yeah, that's where the homeowners and the property owners will be.
Got that case file?
Special Magistrate, as you may have overheard the conversation, this case is before you for imposition of lien. In your file, you will see your previous order of finding the property owner in violation of the code. As well as the affidavit of non-compliance. The property is and continues to be in violation of the Special Magistrate's order. We have a code enforcement officer here if you wish to hear his testimony, but I believe his affidavit of non-compliance is in the file as well. As a result of the, you'll see the calculation of the amount of the fine. It's been, your order was to bring the property into compliance on March 1st, 2020. Not a fine of $200 a day. That's the administrative fee. As of today, there's a property's been in non-compliance for 173 days. At $200 a day, that's a total of $34,400 plus the 75 administrative fee. Totals an amount of $34,475. We'd ask that Your Honor authorize staff to record a order to that effect, and that order, once recorded, will constitute a lien against the property. Again, the enforcement officer is here to testify as to the issue of non-compliance if you wish to hear from him on that matter.
It looks like I'm going to have to hear his testimony. I don't seem to have the affidavit, so if he can go ahead and testify regarding the last time he inspected.
Officer Lee, can you please state your full name for the record?
Eli Lee.
And are you employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach?
I am.
In what capacity?
Enforcement officer.
Are you familiar with this particular case?
Yes.
Have you inspected the property to determine whether or not the property has been brought into compliance with the special magistrate's order? I think the date of the hearing. It was CE 19-0026, Special Magistrate. The hearing took place on January 30th, 2020. So we're now over 8 months, which the property owners had to bring the property into compliance. Is the property in compliance as of this date, Mr. Lee?
No, it's not.
Did you last inspect the property?
I inspected the property yesterday. What yesterday did for yesterday, I charged for parking.
And did you take photographs of the property since the showing the violation?
I took pictures of the property with the help of some of the base officers as well as some of the staff. I didn't put the newer photos in the newer pictures in the folder, but I have pictures dated back from the last hearing all the way up to August.
Does those photographs accurately reflect the condition of the property on the dates you took them?
Correct.
Do they accurately reflect the condition of the property when you inspected it yesterday?
Correct.
Anything further?
Okay. Could you give me the dates again that the property's out of compliance and the amounts that the city's requesting, the town's
Yes,
requesting?
Your Honor. The hearing was on January 20th. You ordered compliance on or before March 1st. As of today, that's 173 days. On compliance at $200 a day for a total of $34,400, plus the administrative fee of $75.
Am I going to be
Good to
allowed?
hear back
Thank you.
from the respondent.
For the record, my name is Robert Baran. I'm an attorney, have been for several years, also live on the beach. I'd like to inquire of this witness.
You can go ahead and question him. Admitted to the purposes of what we're here for.
Familiar with the order that was signed back in, this is 6th day of February 2020?
I believe I do, yes.
You are, you believe you are?
I'm familiar with
You are.
it. Yes.
He was cited for an illegal parking lot, correct?
Correct.
Anything else cited for?
Just illegal use of the parking lot.
Can't hear you.
Illegal use of the parking lot.
And what was the remedy that he was supposed to seek?
He was supposed to obtain a use permit in order for the,
And what, to the best of your knowledge, if you know, has he done to obtain the permit?
I have to repeat that.
Tap?
The phone.
You don't know what he's done to obtain a
I'll
permit?
repeat the question.
What has he done to obtain the use permit?
I have
No.
not seen anything in our system that shows that he made progress on getting the property into compliance.
So he's made progress in obtaining a permit?
But he has not.
How do you know that?
Through checking the system, obviously, of obtaining the use permit, which he has not obtained.
If I told you that the town attorney told me he applied to the LPA, you would dispute that?
I would just only, in regards to the order you discussed, you just,
You don't know what he's done as far as obtaining a permit is, do you?
no, I do.
You have no idea.
I do.
Does. His statement is no, he does.
He
The
does.
it's going to be very simple. Is there a permit or is there no permit?
Well, that's my first question, was I just got retained. I was going to ask for a continuance of this hearing, but your order only gives them one way out, obtain a use permit. It doesn't, if the city says no to that permit, it's an impossibility. So I need some time to investigate what remedies or other remedies he has. Like I said, I just got retained last week.
Unfortunately, this case has been going on for a while, and especially with the pandemic, it was actually delayed until now that it's August. I'm not inclined to be providing any continuances unless you have something to present that he came into compliance in some other way, which is viable pursuant to the town's codes or Florida law. Then we got something, but otherwise, it's a violation of my order, which I said obtain a permit.
Simple answer to your question is, yes, he can just stop parking. That eliminates the illegal parking lot. That wasn't given to him as an option.
Did he stop using the parking?
I doubt it. I don't know for sure.
Yes.
They said he had pictures of him, so.
Correct.
I assume he is, but not based on my advice, but you didn't give him that option. You said obtain a use permit, and it's irrelevant as to what he's done to obtain that permit. I just asked, I tried to call this gentleman yesterday to try and get some background. He didn't return my call. I'm just trying to get this resolved. I would just ask for continuance. The fine is accumulating at $200 a day, I assume, so another week or two isn't going to hurt anybody.
So the request for continuance is again denied. Once I enter the order, it's out of my hands. You still have remedies. You can take it up to the commissioners, and they can go ahead and see what else they can do for your client. But when it comes to my hearing today and failure to comply with my order, the facts are undisputed that it was not complied with. Based on that, I'm ready to go ahead and enter my order. Hereby find that the magistrate's order dated February 6th of 2020 was not complied with, that 173 days have passed since March 1st, the date of my date of compliance. Means that the amounts in fines accrued to date are $34,400, in addition to the administrative fee of $75. I hereby find that since the order was not complied with, I hereby certified said order, which by doing so will become a lien against the property in the amount of the $34,400 plus the $75 in fees and cost.
Plus any additional accrual until compliance
Yeah,
is
because
achieved.
because there's no compliance, it continues to accrue. And this shall be recorded in the county records of Lee County by virtue of it becoming a lien.
Thank you.
You still have the remedy to go
Yeah,
ahead
I
and see
assume
about
this is
appealing
being
it, and
recorded.
definitely keep working with them, because just because I certified it as a lien, you have other remedies.
But I assume this is being recorded, not
Yes,
you.
it is becoming a lien today.
Thank you.
Madam Magistrate, at this time, we'd like to call agenda item number 1 under base cases to be heard. This is for Aaron Kochheiser with the base officer Harry Lee presenting the case.
Officer Lee, you've been sworn in? Yes. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Harry Lee.
And are you employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach?
I am.
And what capacity?
I'm beach and street enforcement.
And in that capacity, is it your responsibility to enforce the town's parking regulations?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are you familiar with case number 709-51123, Aaron Kochheiser, I believe?
I am.
Can you please tell the special magistrate your familiarity with this case?
On doing my normal patrolling procedures, I believe it was on May the 25th, patrolling Old San Carlos Boulevard, checking the parking areas for vehicles that have paid or not paid. Upon arriving at meter number 45, I showed no payment, and the vehicle was sitting at that time in that parking space. That's when I proceeded to issue the citation, which is what we have here today.
Photographs of the violation?
We did. We do have photographs. We got the time that the meter was paid and the time the ticket was issued.
You provide this information to the owner of the vehicle in question based upon a search of the public records?
I did not personally. I believe Mr. Malloy did.
The town.
The town did, yes.
Is that information reflected in the file that has been provided to the special magistrate?
Yes.
The car owner asked for a hearing?
To my knowledge, he did.
What's the amount of the fine that the town is requesting?
We're asking $35 administrative fee of $175.
Anything further?
Documents that are on my file, they do reflect that there were some payments made. I'm checking to see what time you issued the citation.
On this space, there's a payment made at 4/24 till 5/24, and the citation was actually written at 1739.
There it is. Anything further from the town? We have some respondent?
Michelle.
Okay, so we're just trying to get the, out, okay. What is the city requesting? Town requesting?
The imposition of $35 fine and an administrative fee of $175. Magistrate.
All right, I hereby find that based on the evidence presented, violation as stated in the citation number 70951123 did exist, and that the meter there was no payment on that meter at the time the citation was issued. Hereby, I'm imposing the fine of $35 and assessing $75 in fees and cost as incurred by the town in bringing this matter before the magistrate.
Madam Magistrate, this time, we'd like to call number 2 on the agenda under base cases to be heard. Violator is Deborah Dorbad, with Base Officer Mark Pergoli presenting the case.
I'm going to be standing in for Mark Pagoli, Officer Mark Pagoli. He's not in the area.
Please state your name for the record again.
Harry Lee?
Mr. Lee, you are employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach, that's correct, as a base officer?
Yes, sir.
In that capacity, it's part of your responsibility enforcing the town's parking regulations?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with case number, reference, citation number 736-05350?
Yes.
Please tell the special magistrate familiarity with this case based upon your review of the file and your conversations with Officer Pergoli?
Yes. The reason of the ticketing it's on, again, Mark was patrolling traffic issues.
Bless you.
Bless you. And going into Mango Street. The vehicle in question here was ticketed for taking up 2 parking spaces, partially in space number 23 and partially in space number 24. So a citation was written at that time for 2 spaces. 2 spaces.
There are photographs taken of the alleged violation at the time that the citation was issued?
Yes, there
We
are.
got it all set up, so.
The license number and the shows a space number 24. The front end of the vehicle is in space 23. Therefore, we have a double case, which is a violation of city ordinance.
Was notice sent to the car owner regarding this violation?
Yes, it was by the city.
Mr. Corbett asked for a hearing? Okay.
I'm assuming he did. I'm sorry.
Have anything further you wish to inform the special magistrate about?
Yes, sir.
What is the fine that the town is asking for?
We're asking for a $50 fine, administrative fee of $175.
Anything further?
We have a respondent for this one. Please come up, state your name and relationship to the case.
My name is Deborah Dorbad.
Tell me what happened.
I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach, a handicap sticker, and on Mango Street, a 1 handicap spot. And when I did approach the beach that particular day, I pulled in and that was taken. Then I pulled around and there were 2 cars there and I pulled in appropriately in that particular spot. As handicap, we do not pay for the parking. And when I did approach that, I do have a picture. When I came back, I did have a ticket on there, and I was in between. They had 2 hash marks, old hash marks, which were red, and I was in between those particular lines. I have a couple other pictures too, that in the past couple months that people have parked in those lines, not approaching, not filing the lines with the meter. And just last week, they have appropriately moved the hash marks on the to appropriately onto the
You said you had pictures?
Yes, ma'am,
Could you
I
please
do.
go ahead and show them over to the town attorney before showing them to me, please?
Sorry,
Go ahead, to Mr. Herron over there.
I could ask a question.
Let me go ahead, let
Yeah,
the attorney go
let's-
ahead and documents.
I just want to thank them for
When were the first two pictures taken, especially this first one?
I tried to, that was, I believe, the day of the violation. So when I pulled in there, I mean, because the handicap spot was taken, I immediately pulled in the closest spot to the beach access, and I pulled right in between the two cars that were there. I didn't, because I've never paid, I just pulled right in, and then I got caught because they left, and obviously it was in the middle, the picture showed that I was in violation of. Apologize.
Trying to reconcile this picture, because in that picture, this is your car, and this is the line right there. And do you see that picture? There's the picture I'm referencing.
That, this isn't, what I think that most people will say. This is parallel parking, obviously, and so the car passed the line for the next space.
I understand that to the extent that it did go over a little bit. You can barely even see that line.
It's been fixed now, though.
I have a question, if I may.
Is it for the witness, or?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Do you have your handicap placard showing, hanging
Yes, I
in front of
did.
your mirror? Well, if that was the case, then the ticket should have never been issued.
Have a,
looking at the one of the photographs that's in the packet, Magistrate, and it does not show the placard. The first one shows the front of the car.
The same thing.
shield.
Is it hanging from the rear view mirror?
This is the one I'm talking about, Special Magistrate.
That's the one.
You can't see the placard. hanging.
I saw the one with the license plate also, there's no indication in the license plate that it's... Be able to find anything? Be able to find?
What was the date of the violation?
May 2nd? I think the town attorney is correct. There's another one in the packet that you provided that does not. Oh, no, it's a different car.
I always have my,
Maybe one additional question of the officer might help explain. Officer Lee, when all base officers approach a vehicle like this that's potentially in violation of one of the town's parking regulations, does the police officer make an inspection of the vehicle, 360 degrees, they go around it, check to see whether or not either the license plate on the back or there's potentially a handicap placard in the front?
We do. We check specifically for handicap placards. We check for license plates to make sure there's not or possibly a handicap plate. And the town has permits. We also check for the permits. Lower right-hand corner of the windshield. Check the month, date, and expiration year on those permits. We actually issue a citation at that point.
wouldn't I have gotten the violation have been for not a fee? Not for the violation was for for paying for it.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
The violation is for 2 parking spaces,
Yes,
not for paying, not for not paying.
2 parking spaces, yes.
I wouldn't have, the violation have been for, I mean, I had my handicap sticker in there. I mean, I always do, I mean.
The citation is, as you can see in the video, is if you got a vehicle that's partially in one spot, there are posts out there with the numbers of the spaces on them, and you move back from the front of your vehicle from that post, which goes back to the next post, which is the next parking space.
I do see that, but I've never really looked at that because I've been, handicapped, and I've never had to pay for that. Wouldn't I have gotten a violation for not paying for parking?
I actually misspoke before when I said if you had a handicap, you wouldn't have been ticketed. Due to the situation here with 2 spaces, you would have been ticketed. The handicap doesn't give you freedom, if you will, to park in double space or to park in a space that's not a legal space. You're taking up 2 different spaces here, so the city can't be paid for one of the spaces, either front or rear, because you have taken up 2.
And when I came there and I pulled in, there were 2 cars there, and I was right between those.
I'm ready to go ahead and issue my ruling. I hereby find that the violation as stated in citation number 73605350 did exist, but I'm finding the fine is going to be reduced to $25. No fees, administrative fees or cost.
Okay, moving forward, Your Honor, we're calling number 3 on the agenda. Violator is Staples Kritzer, which is going to be, I'm sorry,
Page documents.
presented by Base Officer Harry Lee.
Ask outside. Sorry.
I'm sorry, we're going to number 3 on your agenda item, Staples Kritzer. Mary Lee is going to be presenting the case for Mark Pergoli.
Officer Lee, you've previously been sworn, correct?
Yes, sir.
You are a base officer for the town of Fort Myers Beach, correct?
Yes, sir.
In that capacity, you are responsible for enforcing the town's parking regulations.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with case citation 736-04366?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the file and spoken to the officer who issued the citation, Mr. Pergoli?
Yes, sir.
Tell the special magistrate the circumstances surrounding this particular citation and case.
On March the 11th, base officer Mark Pergoli was patrolling, and at the end of Connecticut Street, there was a vehicle. The truck in question here was parked in the right-of-way. There's a sign there that says it's basically illegal to park in the road right-of-way in the city. At that point, Mr. Pergoli issued a ticket for prohibited by sign, and the sign is very visible there. You have pictures of that, Your Honor. At that point, he issued the citation for prohibited by sign on that parking.
Do we have a respondent on that one?
Oh, ma'am.
What is the city request, what the town requesting? Oh, yeah, we finished service.
Yeah, so
Right.
the town is asking for a fine of $75 and an administrative fee of $175. Is that correct, Officer Lee?
Yes, sir. This is from March the 11th.
The citation was provided to the respondent?
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, notice of hearing was provided to the respondent, correct?
Photographs were taken on the date that the citation was issued?
Yes, sir.
Notice of hearing was provided to the respondent?
Yes.
I hereby find that based on the evidence presented, in regards to citation number 7360436, I hereby find that the violation did exist, and I'm imposing the one-time fine of $75 and assessing fees and costs in the amount of $70 as incurred by the town in bringing this matter before the magistrate. For our next case.
Okay, Madam Magistrate, this time we're moving to number 4 on the agenda. Under base enforcement, the violator is Kirkland Stage, which will be presented by Base Officer Jim Blackwood. This time, we have no violator. Nobody showed, yes. Mr. Blackwood?
Officer, have you been sworn in?
Have not.
Right hand. Affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, yes.
Officer, can you please state your full name for the record?
James Blackwood.
Are you a base officer of the town of Fort Myers Beach?
Yes, I am.
In that capacity, you're responsible for enforcing the town's parking regulations.
Sir.
Are you familiar with citation number 706-07132?
Yes.
Please tell the special magistrate how you're familiar with this particular citation and whether or not you took photographs of the violation on the date that you observed it.
I was patrolling the Mount House, came back out and came around by the fire department. I noticed this particular vehicle parked along the edge of the road, right on the edge, right where the fire trucks come in and out.
Is that a no parking area?
It is, you got to be 10 feet from the edge.
Issue a citation to the vehicle for violation of the town code.
First, I went to the fire department and make sure it wasn't a fireman who was in a hurry, if he had a call. I didn't get an answer there, and then is anybody there, and it came out, and then
The photographs accurately reflect the condition of the vehicle at the time that you issued citation?
yes, sir.
Do you have any contact with the car owner?
I did not.
Was notice sent out to the car owner of today's hearing?
I believe it was, and they also had conversation.
You did?
I did not.
Okay. But but staff did?
Yes,
And and the owner asked for a hearing?
he did.
And what is the amount of the fine that the town is looking for?
Normally, they're $50 tickets.
Or administrative fee is associated with this as well?
That I don't know. I don't get involved in that. $175.
Anything further?
Okay, and then based on the fact that we have no respondent with the evidence presented, I hereby find that as to citation number 7060712, that the evidence presented, based on the evidence presented, the violation therein did exist, and I'm imposing a one-time fine of $50 and fees and costs in the amount of $75 as incurred by the town in bringing this matter before the magistrate.
You need this?
Okay, Your Honor, this time we'd like to call number 27 on your agenda. That's going to be SJVI LLC. This case is going to be presented by our environmental officer, Chad Coots.
Have you been sworn in?
Sir,
Please state your full name for the record.
Daniel Schutz,
And are you employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach? In what capacity are you employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach?
environmental project manager and code officer.
And in your capacity as an employee of the town of Fort Myers Beach, did you have an opportunity to inspect the property in question, which is 3431 Pine Ridge Road?
Sir,
I'm sorry, that's the incorrect address. Sorry. 61 Flamingo Street.
no,
Am I have the right file? No, I don't. Sorry. Apologize. Sorry. 5894 Sierra Boulevard.
yes, sir.
What did you observe?
There was considerable amount of damage to the vegetation. It appeared that a skid steer type vehicle had plowed a path from the across the frontal dune and also out to the access, as well as had backed into several areas into dune vegetation to the house.
There's a photograph, an aerial photograph on the screen. Does that accurately reflect where the location of the property is from an aerial perspective? Best of your knowledge.
Yeah, this is a 2020 aerial from the Lee County property appraiser prior to the
Okay, and what does, from your perspective, or what does that photograph reflect?
the existing or prior state prior to the incident.
Okay, and that this alleged violation is damage or destruction to dune vegetation. Can you describe what is reflected in that photograph as it relates to the alleged violation?
So if we start close to that triple CL 1978 line and go towards the path. Appeared several sea grapes had been cut and back into the dune. It appeared that a heavy machinery had backed into both the east and west side of that path. And then, as you can see, it moved sand, graded sand, excavated sand towards the frontal dune. Also had moved graded sand and damaged vegetation towards the access.
And these are photographs of the condition of the property as you observed it?
Yes, sir.
On what date did you take those photographs?
May 27th, 2020.
And, I mean, this is obvious, but what do you, in the sand, what is shown along the edges of where that area was clear?
The point, this is a judicial proceeding. I'm going to object as leading.
I'm going to have him testify to the pictures. We're going to enter them into
Tell them what to
evidence.
say.
Is there mechanical equipment evident in those photographs?
Sir, as I stated before, it appeared that heavy machinery had graded sand, excavated sand, and pushed it along the edges of the path and into the dune vegetation.
Was any of this work done with the benefit of a permit issued by either the town or any other regulatory agency that you're aware of?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Did you verify? Did you check to see?
Yes, sir. I checked the FDP information portal where state records exist, and such permits appeared to have been applied for or granted or authorized, and there was nothing in the town permitting system indicating such authorization was given.
Would that be required before any such activity would be allowed in this location?
Such activity would not be allowed at this time because it's the typical nesting season, and yes, at any other time it would be required a dune reconfiguration.
Do you have any opportunity to speak to the property owner regarding what you observed on your site visit?
I believe I spoke to a woman who identified herself as the sister of the property owner.
And what were those communications?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
For the record, I realize that hearsay can be admitted, but it has to be admitted based on some sort of pre-evidentiary fact in the record. There's nothing in the record to support this hearsay other than pure hearsay.
Overruled.
I indicated that this activity was not allowed, and she identified herself as the of the owner, indicated she would be happy to hear.
Did you, subsequent to this, to making your inspection, did you issue a notice of violation to the property owner?
Sir?
Prior to his inspection?
After the inspection.
Oh, after.
Sir, after the inspection, I issued a irreparable, irreversible violation citation.
And did you provide notice of that, copy of that citation to the property owner at the address provided on the Lee County Property Appraiser's website?
Town staff did, yes, sir.
You also close to the property by chance?
Town staff did, yes, sir.
File that's been submitted to the special magistrate, or there's evidence of that posting and the mailing of that notice, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
We're clear with respect to the violation. Can you link to the specific section that's a violation of the code of this activity?
The code prohibits destruction and harming dune, and also prohibits removing dune vegetation. Also to not allowing vehicles to drive over the frontal dune.
What happened here?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further for rebuttal.
Okay.
The code speaks to certain things. You cited her for violation of Land Development Code, Article 1 of Chapter 14, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further, this witness.
Have any other,
I
any other
can
witnesses?
proffer her testimony, or she can tell you to save time, I can proffer.
Very informal, so whichever, you're the attorney, you're the one who decides how to
proffer
present,
and
so.
then Retained a landscaping company to pull some weeds in the path and to do some trimming around the front of the property, not on the beach side, but on the other side. She noticed what he was doing. Now, she did, he was supposed to just pull some weeds on the path. She noticed what he was doing. She terminated him, told him to get off the property. So he left the property, sent her a huge bill. She got him off the property. So she didn't allow it. She didn't do it. So she's not responsible for the damage. The landscaper's responsible for the damage. Sent an affidavit to the town manager indicating that, with the understanding that the case would be dismissed against her and it would go forward against the landscaper. And I see him on the agenda, but she didn't allow this. She stopped it as soon as she saw what was happening, and she certainly didn't do it. Now, do you have any questions, Mr. Herron, for her?
You engaged the landscaper? Yes. On the property?
Yes.
And you have control of all of your property, is that correct? Yes.
Just by way of closing? I don't have anything further. I assume Mr. Herron doesn't have anything further. Is that correct?
Point? No. I'm sorry, just for the record, with regard to, I think we all can agree and stipulate that a notice of hearing was sent out, and that we're here today on the case, and clearly the property owners received notice of today's hearing, so that's in the file, and we'd be moving into evidence the photographs, the notice of violation, and the...
Sir, I do have other thing, Your Honor. I apologize. You have some photographs. This stuff grows back like weeds. You have some photographs of what it looks like today.
Okay,
It's almost back to where it was. So can I present these to you?
yes, absolutely. Show them to Mr. Herron first,
and then show the
and,
magistrate.
What do you want me to swipe?
and Counsel, I don't know, I'm sure you were aware that there was an affidavit signed by your client, basically attesting to the same thing.
Walking down.
Outlining that
There's looking
she retained somebody
sideways.
else to do work other than what he did.
So
Wanted to make sure that you did know that I had that before me.
just looking at my.
You really need to show them as to
This
their
is-
sets.
They're growing back.
So town staff hasn't received any,
I just took the picture.
town staff hasn't received any restoration plan, and I wouldn't be able to see in regards to grading, changes in topography to the dune, to the heavy machinery.
I was exactly going to go to what the inspector said. Sometimes this might be a little bit more complicated than the respondent realizes because of. Okay, I'm speaking.
Can you show her the photographs?
Even if they have grown back, it's not going to be as clean cut as a lot of people think it is because of the species of what was cut and the dunes. Now, a lot of times when we have these environmental cases, there tends to be a requirement, at least at the municipality level, sometimes even at the state level, for intervention from the Florida Department of Environmental Resources. which means that they would require the receipt of a plan for the dune restoration, determination of what was damaged, and it gets a little bit more outside, which is, I think, what the code enforcement officer was starting to tell you, that because of the dune damage, that has to be some type of restoration plan, that there's a couple of hoops that have to be run. I agree with council's concern regarding the landscaper, but obviously pursuant to the town's ordinance, the buck stops with the homeowner. So they're always going to look at the homeowner. Even if you had purchased a property that had never had a permit in it, you buy it, you inherit it. So unfortunately, it's something that is going to have to be dealt with. My inclination at this time is to go ahead and provide probably even a 60-day extension with no fines accruing, to the extent that within 60 days, I'd like to have the parties come back and give me a plan for the restoration portion of it, which might require you guys to, again, we hire an expert and present something to the town regarding what's going to happen with these dunes restoration. It might be something simple. It might not be, the damage might not be so extensive, and it might be fixable, but it's going to be some working together.
I appreciate your thought on that, and like I said, I reached out to him to try and get some communication going to get this resolved. She's wanting me to be here. She was cited under section, and that's why I asked him, she was cited under Code Article 1 of Chapter 14. That's the wrong section. For the purpose of technicalities, this case should be dismissed based on that alone. Second of all, she wrote him for irreparable and irreversible violation. There's absolutely no evidence as we stand here today that this was irreparable or irreversible damage. I'm not sure, but I doubt that he can even testify as to that. Like you just said, that would be something the DEP engineer would be involved in. So as we stand here today, based on those two technicalities, the case should be dismissed. I have a copy of the land development code.
Yeah,
you wanna see
if you
it.
could, because normally I'm provided with a copy of the code,
Approach?
and yes.
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Looks like the section that is quoted on the citation is just chapter 14.
Section 1, Article 1 of
Oh,
Chapter.
I see where you say Article 1, yeah.
I'd like to make a suggestion. Number 37 is the actual landscaper that did the damage. Perhaps you offer him the 60-day extension and get him to come into compliance.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly. Like you just heard me say that at the end of the day, the property owner is the one who's gonna be responsible, so.
If I may respond briefly, to the extent that there's an allegation or an assertion that the town did not provide proper notice to the property owner what the nature of the violation was, because it was cited as Article 1 of Chapter 14, and specifically look at the violation citation, it very specifically states, "It is unlawful and prohibited for any person to do, conduct, or permit any of the following on a beach, on a dune, or in the water adjacent to a beach: destroy or harm a dune or remove dune vegetation," and that is directly from Section 14-3 of the town code that is in your packet.
And
Not
are
14-1.
I don't have I concur with the town in terms of the propriety of the citation. What was handed to me is the Article 1 beach and dune management section. He didn't cite Section 14-1. They cited Article 1, which is inclusive of Section 14-1, 14-2, 14-3. So to that extent, the motion to dismiss is denied.
And, you know, these dune systems sometimes take hundreds of years to.
Objection, Your Honor. That's
And I agree, I'm not going to
It'll take
entertain
months to
the,
grow back. You can see by the photographs, it's grown
yeah,
back already.
Not the
neither, I'm
vegetation.
not hearing, anybody here is qualified to testify as an expert as to how long it would take for the dunes and the greenery to naturally go back to its natural state.
That's their
Based-
burden,
Based
not
on,
mine.
based on that, I am going to go ahead and issue my ruling, that based on the evidence that has been presented, I'm going to go ahead and provide a 60-day extension. I mean, we can do it one of two ways. I can continue it, or I can go ahead and issue a ruling and give the property owner 60 days to come into compliance with the ability to go ahead and request extensions. Right now, I am highly concerned about, listen, I'm trying to bend over backwards for your client. I'm going to be very frank, because the violation
burden's
is
on the
there.
town, not
But
on
I
the
also
client.
understand that we're here to go ahead and bring properties into compliance, and especially when it comes to environmental. I'm hesitant, because I understand that she didn't intend for this to happen, and by no means anybody's accusing her of that. But the fact is that it happened, and it has to be fixed, which is going to likely involve the involvement of Florida DP. There's no escaping that either way. Somehow it's going to come back, regardless. So I want to go ahead and get a status, either continue it until for the 60 days, or I can enter my ruling and give you 60 days to come into compliance.
I point out that 14.3 specifically says, it is unlawful and prohibited for any person to do, conduct, or permit any of the following. She did none of those.
Okay.
Did absolutely none of those.
I'm going to go ahead and issue my ruling. I hereby find that based on the evidence presented, violations as stated in the notice of violation of irreparable harm, a reversible violation citation, did exist and continue to exist. I'm hereby ordering the property owner to come into compliance within 60 days. Otherwise, the fine of the $5,000 will be imposed.
You can't, Your Honor, you can't do that. You need to read 162. You have to find,
Counsel, I'm issuing my ruling.
Well, you
Time
need
for
to read
argument
the
has
law.
passed. I gave you the opportunity to go ahead and have it done in such a way that it wouldn't have such an impact on your client, but you left me no choice. Your motion to dismiss has been denied, and I'm
you need to
issuing
read
my
the case
ruling.
law, and
I'm issuing my ruling.
$5,000 is not
$5,000. And it shall continue to accrue at the rate of $250 per day until the violation is corrected.
You're finding $5,000 plus $250 a day?
Violation is not corrected, yes.
That's totally outside 162.
Feel me.
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Magistrate, this time we'd like to call number 37 on your agenda, which is the contractor for this issue, Dodd Field Services. No one is present for Dodd Field Services, as far as I know. This is going to be presented by Code Officer Chad Schutz.
Mr. Schutz, you've been previously sworn, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are employed by the Fort Myers Beach, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Capacity.
Environmental project manager and code officer.
In that regard, are you responsible for reviewing and enforcing the town's environmental regulations? Have any particular educational expertise in this area? What is your educational background?
I have a BS in biology from Emory University and a master's of tropical marine biology from James Cook University in Australia.
And in your capacity as the environmental officer for the town, are you familiar with the town's regulations regarding or intended to protect the town's dune vegetation?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with property that we just heard, 5890, 5894 Sierra Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Is the testimony that you provided in the case immediately preceding this one, case 27-0386, Actually, the same testimony you're going to provide in this, that you would provide in this case.
I would have a few things to add, but yes, sir.
Please add them.
In addition to the dune destruction and destruction of dune vegetation, I was notified by Public Works that there was damage to the adjacent beach access, which is town property, which appeared to have been caused by the same heavy equipment that damaged the dune.
Is the violation that was issued to this particular entity, which is Oddfield Services, Inc., different than the one that was issued to the property owner?
Yes, sir.
Please explain how they're different.
So in addition to Article 1 of Chapter 14, we also cited the contractor for violation of Article 2 of Chapter 18 for damaging town property.
With regard to the violation of Article 1, Chapter 14, is the subsection in question 14-3? Tell us the subsection of Article 2 of Chapter 18 that was cited.
A person shall willfully mark, soil, deface, or injure in any way, or deplace, remove, or tamper with any park, building, bridge, public restroom, and restroom facility, table, bench, fireplace, other cooking facility, railing, paving, or paving material, water line, or other public utility parts or appurtenances thereof, or equipment thereon, park sign, notice, or placard, the temporary or permanent monument, stake post, or other boundary marker, or other structure or equipment, facility, or park property, or appurtenance whatsoever, either real or personal.
And did you take photographs of the alleged violations, both with respect to the dune area that was improperly or excavated or modified without a permit, as well as with the damage to town property?
I photo documented the damages to the dune. Public Works staff photo documented damages to the park property.
Is that in the file?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if notice of violation was issued to, or citation was issued to the violator in this particular instance?
Yes, sir, it was.
Were they issued a notice of hearing
Yes, sir.
in the file?
I believe so.
One last question. With respect to the name of the corporate entity, who provided that information to the town?
Mr. Brandt?
The counsel for the property owner.
Yes, sir.
You then followed up through the state public records to determine who the principals of that corporation were and who the registered agent was?
Yes, sir.
That's where the notice of violation was sent, the notice of hearing?
Yes, sir.
Further.
All right, then we do not have anybody here for the... There's nobody here on behalf of the respondent?
No. Oh, one last question, if I may. Mr. Schutz, in your experiences as an individual who is responsible for dune vegetation enforcement based upon your educational background, can you provide an opinion with regard to how long it takes, not to restore the vegetation, but how long does it take for a dune system to, for lack of a better description, repair itself?
It's a very dynamic system. It would depend on storms coming through and different variables with regards to wind and fluctuations, but I would venture to say on the order of decades.
Anything further?
Is there, in the citation, I see that there's a request for the $5,000 irreparable harm amounts. And Chapter 18, one for regarding Chapter 18, how much is the request? or that if it's separated from the. Yeah, I was gonna ask, do we have an amount of how much it would cost to repair?
Yeah. We would ask for, on the second violation, of a irreparable fine of $500.
Hereby find that based on the evidence presented, that the violation as stated therein did exist and continues to exist. I'm imposing a one-time fine of the $5,000 as a result of the irreparable harm done to the dune. And I'm also assessing a cost of $500 based on the town's representation that it will cost about $500 to repair the property, the town's property damaged by the landscaper. Assuming that's a request.
We'd ask that the special magistrate order the payment within 30 days.
We'll do the payment within 30 days of the $500, then $75 in fees and cost.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Okay, Madam Magistrate, we next are going to numbers 14, 15, 16, and 17. This is going to be the Bus and Marty Family LLC on your agenda.
14 through
14, 15, 16, and 17. This is going to be presented by our short-term rental coordinator, Kristen Schumacher.
Good morning, Your Honor.
morning.
My name is Jorge Montero on behalf of the Bus and Marty Family LLC. I've removed my mask as I am more than 6 feet away from you.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, the town attorney's, your name again?
John Heron. John.
Aaron, John? Pleasure to meet you.
Okay, you can proceed with your presentation.
Schumacher, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Please state your full name.
Kristen Schumacher.
Work for the town of Fort Myers Beach.
Yes.
In what capacity?
Term rental court.
And in that capacity, is it your responsibility to process and keep records of short vacation rentals in the town of Fort Myers Beach and enforce those regulations that the town has?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the property located at 235, 237 Nature View Court, which is the subject of the cases that were here, 14, 15, 16, and 17?
Objection,
Two
Your Honor.
different addresses.
Sorry.
Cases?
Yes, the 235, 234 is only here for 2 violations. The other 2 are for another separate property for this LLC.
Okay.
That is correct. I'm correct. I stand corrected. 16 and 17 are for separate properties, so we'll just deal with saving some time, unless council has an objection, that we'll present 14 and 15 together and then 16 and 17 separately.
Also?
I actually wanted to do it a different way. I'd like to see if we can address it per violation. One is each property has a violation, one for noise disturbance and the other one for rentals for less than 1 week.
I agree. Let's go
I
ahead and
think
do it
that's a
separately.
wiser way to attack it.
Okay. I think that for establishing the we'll go with 15 first.
Okay.
Are you familiar with KCE 20-0394, number 15 on the agenda?
Yes.
Are you so familiar?
Rentals for less than 1 week. I a complaint that they're renting for less than a week. Through research, I discovered they are. In my packets, I have rental calendars. I have daily pictures starting in June. Sorry. I have a lot of stuff. I also have the rental ads included. A lot of things that are, these show that they've rented less than a week.
Your Honor, if I may, and I apologize, counsel, if I may have copies of what is being demonstrated on the screens, because some of them I can't really
You
make
can
out.
have, yeah, you can have.
And is this packet towards 235, 237
This is-
nature view?
Right now, it's just 235. You want my 245 as well? You can have it.
Let's do one at a time.
The record is clear. We are just here on case number 15 on the agenda.
15. I'm good.
235, 237 Nature View Court, case number CE 200394. So you checked the third-party website to determine that the property was running for less than a week?
Yes. And I found rental calendars showing days and then I have our code officer, Bill Stout, and police officer Nello Cernoia taking daily pictures of cars in the driveway. So I have a picture of every day of cars change over or no cars in the driveways.
Those photographs and those changeovers coincided with the different dates on the calendars?
For the most part, I can't keep up with calendars as they change daily. People rent from day to day.
But that is, in fact, the evidence that the photographs indicate, or that there, as well as the calendars, that there were rentals taking place for less than a week.
Yes.
Why is that significant?
They are zoned where they can only rent for a minimum of 1 week, 7 days. So if anything less than 7 days is a violation of the town's code, section 34-23.
So to be clear, it is legal to have short-term or vacation rentals in this location as long as the rentals are for a week or more.
Yes.
Explain briefly to the special magistrate how the calendar works, that to the best of your knowledge, based upon your experience and responsibilities as the town's term rental or vacation rental clerk.
Calendar.
What it depicts, what does it show? When you go online to look at it, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for any blocked off dates that show less than 7 days in this particular situation. And
Can you tell us which of the ones that tell the special magistrate how you reached the conclusion that
can we stop that, Eva? Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor, if I may interject, the aid that's being used, rental calendars, You can see darked out dates on that monitor. However, this monitor, no way of determining that.
I'm going off the printout that I have, and you have the same thing, correct?
Can we
I
tell
give
me
you
a
my
page?
packet. Page does it say at the bottom?
Looks like it starts at 16.
16? And if I may show you my page 16. Bear with me. Oh, thank you for numbering it. Okay, now I can see. I'm sorry, counsel, proceed.
What are those, what are pages 16, 17? Show.
Show my updated calendars. It shows how some days you'll see 3 days blacked out, and as more time goes on, it'll show the whole week, so you could have 2 rentals by there, so that's the importance of showing the changeover in cars as well. 3 different cars, you can see they squeezed in 2 rentals in that entire week, where it essentially shows an entire week blocked off as well.
So even though the calendar may show an entire week being rented, base inspections that are reflected in the photographs show that in some of those weeks it was actually 2 or more rentals.
Yes.
Have any communications with any of the neighbors regarding the activities taking place in this property?
Yes.
What was that?
For weekly communications, they're very upset with the daily turnover. They send me complaints, pictures, saying what's going on, what is the town doing to stop this. It's disrupting their lives. They were planning on being here, but I don't have anybody here right now. I'm assuming due to COVID right now.
Are there any emails that were sent to you with regard to that particular issue?
Yes, actually, there was one sent to the mayor. I have that in there as well.
They're part of the packet.
They're part of the packet.
Can we identify what page?
Page 28.
Bear with me.
Page 31.
See page 28, but I don't have a, oh, there it is, okay.
And then they have pictures that were in addition to staff's pictures. Page 34. Following pages. Schumacher, based upon all the information that was provided to you and the inspections and your own search, what conclusion did you reach?
They are renting for less than 1 week and are still in violation of the town's code.
Was a notice of violation issued to the property owner?
Yes.
Go ahead.
On June 9th, one was sent.
Did you have any subsequent contact from the property owner?
No.
When you
I-
say since
so-
then, what?
Well,
Explain
not
yourself.
partic-
It's now
on
time.
Delmar, pertaining to Delmar, I explained the code to the property owner.
Okay, so you have had contact with the property owner, but in a different context. There's an individual out in the audience that's waving her hand.
Okay.
We would want you to, the special magistrate, hear from the neighbors after Ms. Schumacher.
Public hearing, they're
is
entitled to
finished.
it.
Well, this is Nature View.
We'll determine whether or not they're here to testify to Nature View or Delmar. And subsequent and point, after the issuance of the notice of violation, Did you do an inspection to determine whether or not the property had been brought into compliance?
Sorry, repeat that?
When the notice of violation is issued and indicates to the property owner that that they're in violation of the code and gives them time to stop the violation and avoid a notice of hearing, correct?
Correct.
They stop.
No.
The notice of hearing, for today's hearing, issued to the property owner.
It was issued as a combo. Notice of violation, notice of hearing.
At this point in time, is the property still in violation of the town's code, to the best of your knowledge? Anything further?
Hey, Counsel.
Reserve for rebuttal. Reserve for rebuttal.
Ms. Schumacher, this particular calendar which you've printed out,
Yes. That is not the complete one, it's the screenshot of that particular one for that day. I tried going 2 months or 4 months out. I have to look at the URL on top to see which.
I see, so you printed out the calendar for September, but you printed out more than one.
Yeah, I try keeping the calendars updated to show the change in
Because
bookings.
this is for Nature View, and Nature View involves 2 actual houses. That's why it's 234, 235, I believe. Is that
I
correct?
think that's why there's so many of the different ones. One's for one unit and the other one's for the other unit.
You know when Bus and Marty Family LLC purchased the property?
This year.
Do you know when this year?
I want to say February, but I don't pay much attention to that.
Okay. I may walk around a bit here. No, this property when it was purchased.
Question relevance?
Yeah.
Do you know if the property is in need of any repair work since they
Action.
purchased it?
Same basis.
Sustained.
Your Honor, we're here on Ms. Schumacher is presenting evidence in the form of a calendar, which she is looking at from a third party. And she is using this third-party information and joining it with vehicles and pictures of vehicles, a lot of pictures of vehicles, which she's taken, stating that they're renting for less than a week. Is that correct, Ms. Schumacher?
No.
Yes. Sorry.
Is there the distinct possibility, Ms. Schumacher, that maybe other vehicles are from repair vehicles for individuals who are there to do work on the property?
Action calls for speculation.
Are you saying that that's what it was?
I believe so,
Do
Your
you
Honor.
have do you have a witness to testify to
I
to
do,
that
Your
extent?
Honor. I have Mr. Joel Coleman here. He's a managing member. He also runs the for the property, Your Honor. And they've been working on the property to rehabilitate it. And that could be the issue why you see different vehicles there. You want to swear in Mr. Schulman?
Let's go ahead and swear him in.
Mr. Coleman, sorry.
If you want to go ahead and call it.
I was the one that.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Coleman, are you related to the Bus and Marty Family LLC? And you have a policy where you rent for less than a week. Your Honor, if I may, I have a document here.
I think that
On Nature View.
Heron and enemy?
Rental, although Mr. Schulman. Mr. Coleman, although it may show that there are rates for less than a week on Airbnb, rent for less than a week?
Let me say this. I manage the books. Our policy is not to also explain why some days might.
Okay, then let's.
Magistrate, and I apologize. I've been informed by our IT individuals that the further away, obviously, they get from the speaker that's right in front of them,
Okay, yeah, they can't hear.
are getting picked up. So I understand the social distancing issue, but in order to be able to, for it to be picked up, the green light needs to be turning on in front of you.
Miss, I was just explaining that I don't actually run the Airbnb site. Somebody else, one of the other owners does that. But I did draft the 7-day minimum weekly calendar, and I did upload the 7-day weekly minimum calendar directly to the Airbnb site, and that when somebody logs in, that's under the rules and policies. And I can also verify that all the dates that are darkened are not just like prospective guests. Some of the days are, well, one, we have my two brothers own the property with me, and I have family members that live on Fort Myers Beach, or live in this area. So there are a couple days in here that are 2 or 3 days that we had to have a new pool filter put in, so we couldn't have people rent. We had found a guy that could work 3 consecutive days with making sure the safety latches on the doors were operable, a lot of things, but so we couldn't rent on those days. I'm also personally aware that I've been down here 4 times since we purchased the property. This will be the first time that I've been down here for a full week. Those days are blocked off, and it's blocked off so nobody can book it.
Happen to have any, like a receipt from the pool guy?
I'm sure, yes, I'm sure I do. And it's just, this is my lack of familiarity with how this process worked. I was prepared to come on the noise ordinance violations today. I have been in contact with Schumacher and somebody else in the office named Daphne to get all this information to prepare for today. Some of this information I did get through a public records request, but it was to prepare it for the noise ordinance violation. We received the case number 15, and it was posted on the door, which made me make the 7-day contract and post it more clearly on Airbnb right after we received that.
I'm sorry, I was going to ask you, when was it that you uploaded that into Airbnb?
I think we got this on June, I think we got a notice on like June 5th, which I must say that, so we got a notice on June 5th. I'm an attorney in Ohio, so I just drafted the contract, and I uploaded it to the site itself under the rules and policies section of Airbnb. And then so it was right after we received that June 5th notice. I would also say that June 5th, we looked, and again, I'm not the one that does the bookings, but I do keep the records of when we get paid, and we didn't receive any payment for any guests on June 5th. So, I will admit to, I should have probably taken the notice a little bit more seriously and ironed all of this out with my brother who does all the bookings, but didn't appear at the time that we didn't even have a guest there, to my knowledge, on June 5th when we received the notice. So in any case, yes, there are days that we block out. So three of the times it would have been less than a week, it would have been me blocking it out. One of my brothers has been down here twice, and his girlfriend is scheduled to be here in September. And I guess another question I have is, I think it said on the notice that we have 30 days to bring it into compliance. So like, we discussed this as a family. I don't know when these calendars were printed, I guess, either. I think we would have at least until July 5th to
I mean, so, in short, Your Honor, if evidence that's being used is the calendar on Airbnb, they could have been blocked out for dates at repair work or individuals coming in to do repair work. As my client stated, they live in Ohio, they fly down, and they do repair work sometimes, correct?
Yeah. Do repair work, and we visit family members on the beach. That's why we bought a house, so we could use it, visit family members, and to rent it out and try to get it to pay the bills.
Do you have any bookings coming up for the next 30 days?
I know that my brother's girlfriend will be here in early September, and I know my sister-in-law will be here in late September for their anniversary. I don't have an intimate knowledge of who is booking and who's paying. Those people are not paying anything. This is what I don't know if that's still within the. I would have to admit that they're probably staying for less than a week, but I'm not getting any money for that.
Do you have any questions? I'm assuming that Mr. Herron's going to want to cross you. I don't know if he's done with direct.
I'd ask if council is finished, and I don't want to interrupt.
Not a problem. Give me a second. Let me gather myself after that one. Sure thing. Right now, nothing further unless I have to go after town attorney. Mr. Herron, sorry, it took me a while.
That's okay. Sir, you testified that you didn't upload, I'm incorrect, please correct me, this minimum 7-day stay until after you received notice from the town that anything less than a week was not permitted. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. You have in front of you that's been provided to you for the special magistrate. Can you please take a look at what's marked as page 2? See that?
Yes, sir.
You see the heading on I think this is the Airbnb.
Actually, the page that establishes property.
Okay, it's provided by host compliance.
Yeah.
Do you see page 2, the heading information provided on listing?
Yes.
Third line down, minimum stay, number of nights.
Yes.
How many days the minimum stay is under this listing?
I can, but this is not the same property.
At 235, 237 on page 1.
At page 1 does look to be right, but the contact name for 235 and 237 on Airbnb is Corey, not Kay.
What does that page 2 state as the minimum number of nights someone can stay at this listed property based on?
Objection, this document speaks for itself.
I'm asking, there's a question as to whether or not the prior to the issuance of the citation by the town as to whether or not weekly rentals or less than weekly rentals were taking place, and there's been contradictory testimony. So I would like the property owner to state, since he said that they don't have rentals for less than 3 days, what the minimum stay is as specified on the online documentation that the town has been able to obtain.
I'm going to allow it for impeachment.
So you want me to answer? I guess first I would say I think this is from Delmar, the Delmar property, which is in case 16 and 17. And the reason I think that is because we have a different contact person and different person that keeps track of bookings on each of the properties. And this one says contact name K. And the 235, 237 nature view is A is not the contact, Corey is. But having said that, 235, 237 may very well still say minimum night stay number 3, but it may, I don't know, but I have been on the side of a conversation that I could explain why they do 3 instead of 7 there. If you'd like me to, I mean.
I'll refer you to page 7 of the materials.
I think your council's going to want to redirect shortly after.
Odd pages.
Yes, I see it, if you're waiting for me to say that.
Where it says in the middle of the page, pool, private island, steps from beach.
Yes.
Last entry there, read it, number of minimum stay.
I assume it says minimum stay 3 nights. It's hardly legible, but yes.
Just have a question for Schumacher in rebuttal to the testimony that's been presented regarding, I'm sorry, one additional question, sir. Do you have any copy of any building permits that you could provide the special magistrate, or for that matter, the town, with regard to the work that's being done on the property?
I didn't pull them. We had, if the pool people, I mean, it's pinch a penny pool. I would provide anything to the town that they requested, but at this point, the town hasn't requested anything of me. And also the gentleman that does the work, his name is Frederick, and it's my understanding that he does pull permits when they're necessary, but I don't have a knowledge of when permits are not allowed.
You testified that you're the one who kind of, I guess, reconciles the books, what the number of rentals. Do you have that information with you that you could provide or enter into the record?
I don't, but I didn't, I mean, nobody asked it of me. I personally asked for discovery prior to coming here today, and I had to do a public records request to get the information. Nobody provided me anything. Nobody ever asked me of anything. I would happily provide it, and I would have provided before coming today.
I understand. There is no discovery, but to the extent that you've testified this to these issues, you're asking us to take your statements valid.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, because the city has brought evidence to support its testimony.
Okay, let's go. Oh, we're
I'm trying to explain.
I just
straying a
simply,
little
do you
bit
have
away
any-
from where we're supposed to be at.
Do you have any building permits here with you today to support your testimony that contractors are in and out of the property doing work on the property?
No.
Further.
If I may?
Yes.
I do have one question of Officer Schumacher after.
Okay, so let's go ahead and finish with this witness.
Amicable to that. Go ahead and explain this 3-day thing that you were about to explain.
So the reason that my brother lists it as 3-day instead of 7 is because when people search for their, I don't do this. I'm just repeating my understanding of it because we had, like I said, we had a discussion of how to make sure that we're in compliance and not get in trouble, which I've also voiced to Ms. Schumacher emails, with Daphne in emails. It's because when people search, you don't know if they're searching for 7 days or 5 days or whatever it is. But if somebody is searching for a 5-day and you have it as 7, your rental won't come up as an option for them. So if somebody's searching for 5 days, my understanding is that my brother then will reach out to them and say, hey, this is a 7-day minimum, see the contract, but we'll give you a reduced rate for the last 2 days to get you. And so that's part of the way that he gets, he fills up the books.
So in essence, it's a marketing, I guess, a way of marketing the property, but you don't rent it out for less than 7 days, correct?
Not as far as I know, no, correct.
Any follow-up?
Not of this witness. I have one clarification for Officer Schumacher. Mr. Schumacher, in the file that's been presented to the special magistrate and that you previously testified, there are a series, as opposing counsel has stated, many photographs of cars, correct?
Yes.
And as part of that photograph process, does staff look at and take down the records of the license plates? And once you, with that information, that license plate information, what do you do and why do you take down that information?
For example, page 89. I'm sure you're familiar with the car in the driveway. Or Anita's.
Does that photograph show?
It's a picture of the car, and then on page 90, it's Anita K. Kuhlman's car that's been in the driveway this week. So we run plates on cars to establish if it's the owner, if it's
If it's the
workers.
property owner or worker and things of that nature. On these photographs where there's multiple cars, the suggestion has been that, well, those may be workers. What is your, with respect to multiple cars being in the driveway, is when staff and you checked, is that confirmed that those are workers or the renters?
A lot of times, it appears that it's renters when we take those pictures and run the plates, but we can establish when it's the cleaning lady, when it's workers and company vehicles. And
Generally, those are marked.
yeah.
Okay. Nothing further.
If I may, Your Honor? Quick.
One last, and that's it, and we're done.
Can't really know the renters. Can you?
You can determine when they're out-of-state plates. You can't 100% determine it, but you can get a good idea whether it's a rental or a worker.
Is that a no?
The question again?
Can't really determine if they're renters.
Like comparing data.
What data did you compare? Did you run each tag?
I don't run every tag. When I have properties in question and who it is, I run tags then.
Taking into question the testimony that you've heard today, that sometimes this home is visited by family members as well, not individuals who are renting, per se. That put a kind of a crink into that theory of yours?
No. I established that we did find the car and established that belonged to a family member.
This particular vehicle is the one you're referring to, the caravan? Dodge van?
Yeah, I believe it's been parked at 235 Del Mar.
Your Honor, I know that there's very informal here. I know the family, so I know that this vehicle is used for transportation to and from, and is kept here. So, are you saying that? What is it exactly are you establishing with the use of this vehicle?
But it's not a rental.
Okay. We've agreed on that, correct?
Yeah, that's not right.
Okay, so it's not a rental. I have one follow-up question for Mr. Coleman.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Out of the family members that come down to visit, do they always use the van?
So there would have been a Mercedes in the driveway yesterday. I don't know. I've got a family, so I use the van.
All right, thank you.
Ready? Anything? Not ready.
No, I would ask to defer to Ms. Schumacher and to the residents in the audience whether or not they're here to speak to this particular case as opposed to
Before I close it out, I want to see if there's anybody here.
the next one.
Your Honor,
Other one.
my apologies. There are cups here, but there's no water, and I am dying.
Can't help you.
There's a Nothing further. At this time, based upon the evidence testimony this afternoon or this morning, we'd ask that the special magistrate find the property to be in violation of the sections of the code cited in the notice of violation and notice of hearing. I'll defer to the special magistrate because I know the special magistrate has a particular way of dealing with time for compliance in these cases.
Do we have anybody here from the audience regarding this particular case, this property? Okay.
Your Honor, and I just have one quick follow-up question, and I apologize.
We're done, we're done. We're done.
Okay, all right.
Okay? All right, I hereby find that the violation, as stated in the notice of violation, did exist. Imposing a one-time fine of $200. Fees, no cost. Also ordering the property owner to come into compliance within 30 days, which should be very easy if you're already in compliance. But just in case, I want to give you the 30 days to go ahead and purge anything you might be having running through the calendar. But after those 30 days, next time it's going to be, you're going to be a repeat, and it's going to be a lot higher. We've had a situation like this before. Some of these sites have a method for you to put a code or something in there that allows the city to know or communicate with the town to let them know when the property is actually being visited by family members, so that she knows that whatever cars she finds there are related to family and not to renters. Same thing with the contractors. Normally on a situation like this, I would have required for you to have provided evidence of the contractors working, but I'm being a little bit more flexible just because you just bought the property. And for that reason, I'm comfortable with the ruling I just issued, okay? I think the town's gonna want me to say, payable within 30 days.
Days to pay.
Okay?
Days to pay the fine.
And, pay the fine within 30 days, yeah.
Payable, with 30 days, $200. We have, that's right, still have 3 more.
We were addressing the cases per issue. I
Yes,
guess
so we're
if
done
we
with this one.
Yes. Next issue would be for the Delmar property.
Let's
Wait,
deal with
let me see.
this property, case 14,
14.
special
14,
magistrate, so we can, deal
Close
with.
out that property, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Oh, we're going by property? Okay.
Let's do that property.
So the next matter would be item number 14 on the agenda, case CE 20-0541. Schumacher will be presenting for the town. Ms. Schumacher, you've been previously sworn, correct?
Yes,
Employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach, correct?
yes,
As the vacation rental clerk?
short-term rental coordinator.
Thank you, short-term rental coordinator. And in that capacity, it's your responsibility to review and follow up on and enforce the town's regulations regarding short-term rentals?
Yes,
Are you familiar with this particular piece of property for this particular violation?
yes.
Can you please state to the special magistrate how you are familiar with this particular property and this particular violation?
When I returned to work on Monday, July 27th, there was an email stating that there was a loud party at 11:30 p.m. And I was to issue an irreparable and irreversible citation for $5,000. And that is what I did due to the disturbance on the neighbors.
With regard to that, did you communicate or verify that on date in question that there was a visit to the property for a violation of the noise ordinance by the sheriff's office town staff?
Sorry, could you repeat?
No,
Received a complaint from Ms. Dwyer?
yes,
Ms. Dwyer,
no,
undertake any independent investigation or evaluation of veracity of Ms. Dwyer's complaint?
No.
Draw this case, Special Magistrate.
Your Honor, if my client may say something in regards to this case?
It's just withdrawn. Just one on it.
We'd like to excuse a witness that we had for this particular case, Your Honor.
For this case, yeah, but it's withdrawn. You're done with that. We're done with that case.
Thank you, Vicky. Appreciate it, though.
Move on to the next, unless,
Oh, we can proceed with the next one. The Delmar.
yes. Case 6, give me a moment. Special Magistrate, I just for purposes of symmetry, we'll do 17 first, like we did the other one, the rentals for less than 1 week. Schumacher, you've been previously sworn, that's correct?
Yes.
And you are employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach, correct?
Yes.
How are you so employed?
Term rental coordinator.
And in that capacity, you're responsible for enforcing and keeping track of the short-term rentals and enforcement of the town's rental regulations?
Yes.
Are you familiar with case CE 20-0378 that we're here right now on?
Yes.
Please tell the Special Magistrate how you are familiar.
Received a complaint that they were renting less than 1 week. So just quickly sent a warning notice to the property owner, and it happened again, so I sent them. This was $529.
It's the warning, correct?
That was the warning. And then, again, another rental was in. I received another complaint on 6/29. I just issued a notice of violation and a notice of hearing. Since then, there have not been any rentals in there. I believe I've had communications with Kay Kuhlman. I assume that was the property owner. That's the 24-hour contact with the short-term rentals. And I explained to her she has to rent a minimum of 1 week. I believe that they were coming into compliance, but they have not had a rental in there since.
Schumacher, as a result of your investigation, did you issue a notice of violation, notice of hearing to the property owner with regard to the violation you just testified?
Yes.
Those notice of violation and notice of notice of violation, notice of hearing in the file?
Yes.
You post the property as well?
Yes.
Unless council wishes to stipulate to the underlying facts that are substantially the same as that were presented with regards to Elmar, the difference being here is that staff has stated and for the record that the property is currently in compliance, so all we're asking for is a finding of violation and assessment of fine for the time period that the violation did take place. If there's an objection to that, we can go through the file as we did in the previous hearing.
In 1 week, stumbled into this issue as well. Still not clear as to when the violation was sent. I received timely
I think we received all the notices timely. When is I guess, when were we in violation? Or when is,
The warning notice was issued on 5/29/2020. Magistrate, that's on page 48.
See a warning notice on page 43. Is that what we were referencing?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
It was your rental on the 22nd of May, where they came in for the weekend.
yeah,
Notice-
I
so-
guess the question is, did we violate it after that? is
The
my
notice of
question.
violation was not issued until June 9.
Well, and I got another complaint for less than a week after then.
Honor, my client is saying that, go ahead and, if he may properly.
Yeah, of course.
We got an email from one of the neighbors.
Okay.
Maybe Kristen provided me the email, and that, she referenced that short-term date. So I asked you're gonna see, this is a person that, Jennifer Fonseca, she's helps us with rental property. I asked her to just, not a paying guest or anything, so there's email on.
Mr. Herron first.
Yes.
I do have her phone number too. She said she'd be happy to talk to the town or whoever wants to talk to her. I didn't want to submit that with the letter. I didn't.
Further from their side?
Madam Special Magistrate and Ms. Schumacher, did you have contact with the rental agent or the person who's identified to you as taking care of this property?
Yes.
Did you speak to her or communicate with her via email?
Yes.
That email exchange in the packet?
Yes. Page 10.
And so,
I'll find page 10.
who is that person you made contact with?
That is Kate Coolman. She's listed as a 24-hour contact for Bus and Marty.
And you explained to her that there were rentals for less than 1 week taking place?
Yes.
And her response, did she specifically say, how do I keep people there for less than a week if they don't want to?
Your Honor, this particular correspondence is before the warning dated May 22nd.
Yes.
Did you have communication from the neighbors after that date regarding other rentals for less than, or people occupying the structure for less than a week?
Yes.
And did they provide you with photographs?
I believe so. That's June. There's something on page 13 too. Friday, June 5th. 13,
Those
Page
license
15.
plates are from where?
Georgia.
Previous testimony of the Ms. Fonseca is that those were from Ohio, correct? The property owner testified that
Yes.
they had, okay.
Sorry, counsel, I'm having difficulty finding page 13. Do you have it readily available? So I can reference it?
This information is served as the basis for the subsequent notices of violation.
Yes.
Anything further?
This picture, I'm addressing my client here, Mr. Coleman. This picture on page 14, the vehicle, identify that vehicle at all?
I know this was Jen, I mean, this is what Jen was saying here, this is the car that Jen was driving. She lives in Bowling Green, not her normal car, I have no idea why she was with somebody maybe, I don't know, but I think though, my understanding though, that the neighbors actually walked over and talked to Jen to find out how long she was staying, to make sure that we were in.
Is this the same Jennifer Fonseca who submitted the correspondence reviewed dated July 22nd?
Yeah.
The page number for
That's the
that?
car she was traveling in. I don't know if it was her car. I know she has a different car than that.
Again, Your Honor, we will proffer to previous testimony on the other property instead of taking up the court's time or town's time, my apologies, that, again, these properties sometimes are used by family members, not individuals who are renters.
Okay, I think I'm ready to go ahead and issue my ruling. I'm gonna make a find, okay. Hereby find that the notice of violation, that based on the evidence presented, that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist. However, I'm imposing no fine and no fees. So if it, make sure that you're in compliance. Oh, I think that's about gonna be did you want to call the witnesses, John?
Yeah, the witnesses are also to testify as to number 16, but if they also want to testify as to the ongoing rental issue, they're certainly,
That's fine. I thought they were here
Yeah.
just for the noise.
yeah, that's the primary purpose for their attendance, but
Morning.
Were you sworn in when you came
My
in?
name is Dr. Wayne Edson.
Were you sworn in?
Doctor, were you sworn in?
Yes, I
Okay.
was. Sworn in initially.
Okay.
We live across the street from the property. It started out in May when we were basically, as all of you will remember, on lockdown. And we were not allowing people from Miami or New York come here. And there were people over there. And I was out walking and saw one nice young lady coming out, packing her car to leave, who'd been there for 2 days. And we struck up a conversation. Well, there were 3 musicians staying there. And the reason they were staying is, according to this young woman, just finished their residencies in the COVID ward in Miami. You never should have allowed anybody to come here from Miami. We were on lockdown. But they were on their way back home to New Jersey, and they wanted to get some beach time in before they left Florida, because the beaches of Miami were closed and the beaches in New Jersey were closed. They went on the internet and found this place to rent for 2 days. Okay, and they were leaving. So they were here for 3 days and 2 nights. A couple weeks later, we had the person from Georgia came in and again, never said, oh, I'm a friend of the owners or work. It was a matter of, hey, you get it on Airbnb, you find it. And they only require you 3-day rentals. Well, I knew that was incorrect. The next operation was later on, which is going to be addressed mostly in the other case, street dance. There, a bunch of guys from Fort Myers and Lehigh Acres wanted to have a party. And they couldn't do it in Fort Myers because the Fort Myers Police Department enforces no large groups. And so does Lehigh. So they called and talked to, according to them, the owner, who said, oh yeah, 2-day rental is fine, come on down, you can have your party. They came over and closed off the street, set up a sound system, had loud music going until 3 a.m. The sheriff was called, and the Lee County Sheriff doesn't enforce local ordinances.
Action, Your Honor.
So
Sounds like Mr. Edson, my apologies, Mr. Edson.
I apologize for calling me Mr. My son is Mr.
Doctor.
Dr. Edson, my apologies, Dr. Edson. Sounds like he's preferring or is stating something maybe relevant to the noise issue.
I think
And
there's a
not-
crossover, and I agree with you to the extent that he's addressing the noise issue, but it is also relevant to the statement that he said that they were there for 2 days. So I'm interested in knowing what the date of that was.
I'm now up to the third case where they rented for 2 nights. First night, we called the sheriff on him. The sheriff reluctantly came over and said, I don't enforce local ordinances. What do you want me to do? And left.
Do we have a
And the
date?
music went till 3 a.m.
Do we have a date of when that happened?
What's the date of the noise ordinance violation?
But I want the date.
May 21st.
May 20.
May 21st, okay, so it was still before the notice of violation.
Oh. Next morning, all the cars were gone. And I thought, well, great, they only rented it for 1 night. Well, at 5 o'clock that afternoon, the cars started showing up again. We called the sheriff again, because at that point in the evening, we had at least 17 cars and at least 50 people on the street. And the sheriff again came over and said, what do you want me to do? I
That's
said,
now May 22nd, that's the next day?
That's the
We're
next
still in
day.
May.
And then they left. So most people were there for 2 days. And that all speaks to the fact that in the interim, starting with the three ladies that came first part of May from the COVID ward, you were notified by the residents that we didn't appreciate having these people that have spent the last 4 months working in a COVID ward when we were on lockdown being on our street. Number one. And number two, it's a 1 week minimum rental, not 2 days or 3 days. You were advised of that, and yet you continued to rent it out for 2 to 3 days at a time. Now, if you have a question or an objection, I'll entertain it.
Right, Dr.
That's,
Hudson?
but you don't have any, that was still in May, correct?
In June, a combination of all these times.
So, I'm going to go ahead and forward with my ruling. I hereby find that based on the evidence presented, the violation did exist. However, I'm imposing no fines and no fees and cost. 30 days to go ahead and purge whatever you have on the calendar. This makes you, if you come back again on this, it's going to be a repeat offense, which is very, very high. Okay? This one, because I'm finding that all those violations did happen before the notice of violation was issued. I'm doing the finding of fact that there was a violation, but imposing no fines.
And I know this may be a little out of order, Your Honor, but Dr. Edson, if you would like to give us your phone number, I think the clients would be more than happy to be in contact with you or any other neighbor so that you can better coordinate this and so they can be in better contact. Is
It's
there
always
any
a good
objection to
suggestion.
that?
Neighbors helping out and talking to each other is always welcome. Okay, let's go on to the next case, which is the noise.
$16, Magistrate. CE 20-0376, citation 0993. Officer Schumacher, you've been previously sworn, that's correct?
Yes.
What is you're employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach?
Yes.
What capacity?
Short-term rental coordinator.
That capacity, what are your responsibilities?
Sorry.
Your responsibilities.
Monitor short-term rentals and enforce the code
To
for
this,
short-term rentals.
with respect to this case, how are you so familiar with this property and this violation that we're here for today?
I received several complaints regarding this property. It started actually on 20th. They called me and said there was a wild loud party. I told them I need more evidence. If there's really an issue, they need to call the police. So they called our hotline number the next night when there was a wild party 5 times.
Verify any of the attacks either with the sheriff or with the residents?
Yes.
What contact?
With the residents, we verified. They did call the police as well, but I do have an affidavit. I sent Police Officer Todd Sears over to speak with with the neighbors. So he has an incident information report on page 15,
That's part of the packet.
and it is part of the packet.
What was the outcome of that?
I issued a irreparable or reversible citation for violation of the code of conduct.
Counsel, if I may, I don't see 15 here, or I have
The last page.
Incident information report.
Okay. In front of me. Thank you.
Notice of hearing issued for this case.
Yes. Patient.
And that is why we're here today.
Yes.
Based upon the evidence and testimony that we're able to obtain from the neighbors and from Officer Sears, is it your determination that a violation of the town code, section 34-2393, took place on that date?
Yes.
What is the request of staff with regard to that violation?
$5,000 fine.
A fee of $75?
Yes.
Why the $5,000?
Due to the nature of the violation, the disturbances, neighbors weren't able to sleep. They were up the entire night.
I guess once the noise takes place,
You can't reverse it.
you can't reverse it. That's, did you have contact with any of the neighbors?
Yes.
Are any of the neighbors in the audience here today?
Dr. Edson is here and Mrs. Edson.
You call Mrs. Edison now?
Yes.
The street was left as a disaster.
Name?
Linda Edson.
Sworn in.
Yes, I have.
Your name for the record.
Linda Mary Edson.
Where do you reside?
242 Delmar,
Relationship to this particular piece of property, where do you live?
across the street.
Across the street. And you're here to testify with regard to the noise violation that took place on the date that was testified to by Officer Schumacher, and that's set forth in the notice of violation citation?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
They started parking the cars all over. We had the police come. Police weren't particularly helpful. They can't enforce town laws. They said that the person who had rented the house for the 2 days wanted to speak to me and 2 other neighbors that were with me. I said, sure. So he came over. He was a huge, huge 500-pound man. And he said, you know, we've been kept inside all this time and we just want to have a little let loose and have a party. And we talked to the woman and she said it was fine. And we said, you know what, you can have the party inside the house. And he said, well, there's too many people to be inside the house. He says, not my problem. And so the police said, well, they don't want to compromise. Wanted to compromise and have the party go until 2 in the morning. No. When we got up the next morning, both mornings afterwards, there were red Solo cups and garbage all over the street, all over our yards. We had to pick it up ourselves. They are not good neighbors. They do not rent to reputable people. And I believe and the man said he had spoken to what she told him she was the owner, somebody named Kay, that it was fine to rent for 2 nights. And you could have a party in the street.
Honor, objection, hearsay.
Ruled. Anything further from the?
Yeah, no, I was going to, the gentleman say his name to you?
No.
But he did say that he was renting the house for?
This was the name that he gave us, that had the rental.
Had the rental, and it was for less than a week.
It was for 2 nights.
And they were carrying on and had a loud party to the point that, what effect did it have upon you and your household?
We could not sleep. I have a husband who's recovering from an illness, a serious illness. Our house, when they had the music playing, was vibrating. You could feel it. They had music on in their cars. The police finally made them move their cars. I don't know where they put them, and then they walked back. Town is supposed to have a 24-hour hotline number that you can call, and someone is supposed to respond. A number of us called. Do you want to know where the calls are directed to? San Francisco, an answering service in San Francisco. She said, all we do is take down your information, and on the next business day, we'll refer it to the town. Thought there was supposed to be somebody within an hour who would take care of problems like this.
That's outside of,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
the magistrate's scope.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing further for this witness. I do have some questions for Ms. Schumacher, though.
Yeah.
Ms. Edson?
Do any other residents wish to testify?
Marker, was there a police report generated as a result of the alleged incident?
He emailed me stating there was one and gave me the police report number.
I have a copy of that.
It is number 8 in the packet.
Can you hand that to me, Counsel?
Yes. Yes.
County Sheriff's responsibility to enforce the ordinances, Ms. Schumacher?
Action asked for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking in regards to,
I can answer that question, is that the...
actually, I don't want your testimony,
Okay, well,
Mr. Herring.
well,
I am actually seeking a reference to a citation which client, section 60 in chapter 96 Ms. Schumacher. In 60, have reference to that, or do you have knowledge of that?
Of what I cited? Can you repeat the question again?
Cited section 96.
I cited 342393.
Uh,
Your Honor, if I may approach counsel and then you with?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Never a proper sound test nuisance violated this ordinance.
Action. Counsel has not introduced into evidence the entire ordinance.
Record.
and I agree with that.
The point being, Your Honor, is that there are multiple sections to that noise ordinance, including the section, in addition to the section cited by counsel, that provides for multiple manners of enforcement. If Your Honor wants, I can print out the entire section of the code with regard to noise ordinance, in addition to the specific section of the code that his client was cited for, which is not that ordinance.
So that particular section 60 has nothing to do with the ordinance that was cited?
Look at the citation. You'll see the section of the code which your client was cited for.
We have the section of the code that was cited in the citation.
Provide both of them to you, Your Honor. Give me a moment. Take a 5-minute recess.
Sure, then why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break?
Your Honor. Is there a place I can find more water?
I couldn't tell you, I brought my own.
Right, thank you.
by opposing counsel.
You back on? You may proceed.
Section of the code that the property owner has been cited for special magistrate is section 34-2393 of the town code, which creates or establishes a code of conduct for short-term rentals, which has a provision in it, and it's been provided to you and to opposing counsel, that sets forth in subsection 3 quiet hours. In that section, there is a reference to the ordinance that opposing counsel has provided to the special magistrate. Problem is that when section 34-2393 was written, the ordinance or the noise regulations that are referenced in it were updated. The current regulations have been provided to both of you.
Honor, if I may. I see what counsel has handed me. It's section 34-2393. And he is referencing subsection A, which has another subsection, 3. So we'd be speaking about subsection A3. Within subsection 3, quiet hours defined as between the hours of 10 and 7, all guests shall observe quiet hours. This means all outdoor activity, including swimming, shall be kept to a reasonable noise level that is non-intrusive and respectful of neighbors. Town of Fort Myers Ordinance Number 96-24 sets limits on noise levels during quiet hours, and these levels must be obeyed by all guests. So this subsection is referencing 96-24, which I have handed you. 96-24 has subsection 60, which I also handed you. Subsection 60 specifically states that the enforcement of this ordinance is for the Lee County Sheriff's Department. So I was asking Ms. Schumacher, was there a noise level test done by the Lee County?
You're going to have to speak into the microphone.
Was there
The town will stipulate that no such test was performed.
That's all I wanted to get to, Your Honor. There's no level test that was done to really determine the level of noise. I know we've heard testimony here, and I think my client wants to add something into this.
Yeah, I wasn't there, so I don't know what the noise level is, but from hearing the description from Mr. Edson and one of the other neighbors, the day after this party, we believed what they said. I was included on an email, and we asked the gentleman that rented the place, didn't ask him, we told him that he had to leave. So he left early. So he did stay there for 2 days. On the third day, we kicked him out, and you not a satisfied guest. He left us a 1 out of 5 on Airbnb, and I can't say anything to controvert it. I've given Doctor, I've given him my cell phone number. We also have the same gentleman that has done our other repairs. His name is Frederick. He's putting up, at the house yesterday, he's putting up security cameras. And he's also, I've asked him to put a decibel meter and connect it to the wireless internet. And we're going to try to set it up, and it'll keep a history no matter what. It'll say what the decibel level is. And we're going to try to set it up so that we will get an alarm if we are in violation of the 50 decibels or 60 or whatever. So we have planned ahead to try to limit this. We don't want people to be bothering the neighbors, and we'll do what we can to make sure it doesn't happen again, which is why we haven't rented it. I mean, we're foregone all income in anticipation of this hearing today. Figure it out. I've asked Schumacher. I've asked the town several times. How do I don't want to sit here and just wait for $5,000 fines. I'm trying to be proactive. But I don't want the house to sit forever either.
Your Honor, we understand that the wording irreparable and irreversible, because you can't unring the bell. Once it happens, it happens. My client is here, they're ready, willing, and able to address the issue. And we ask for the mercy of the court and your honor in regards to this. They'd rather put those funds towards building their relationship with their neighbors than in a punitive manner.
I think we just refer the special magistrate to the code sections that we provided, including the updated noise ordinance that the town has adopted in 2015.
All right, I hereby find that the violation, as stated in the notice of violation, exists. Continue to go forward despite warning. I'm imposing a one-time fine of $250. I can't go ahead and grant a $5,000 request on the basis of irreparable and irreversible. I don't believe the law and the statutes allow me to make that finding based on the facts presented here. But I will impose a one-time fine of the $250, and next time it's going to be $500. It starts increasing from there. So I encourage you to go ahead and do whatever you can to keep your renters quiet, and lines of communication with your neighbors.
Administrative fine?
I'm at this time, yeah, I'm going to assess the $75 in fees and costs as incurred by the town in bringing this matter before the magistrate.
30 days. We'd ask them.
3 days.
Honor, on the two fines that were my client, are there also the administrative cost of $75?
Just on this one.
Just on this one?
Just on
Okay.
this one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd really like not to see you again.
I'd like to not be here. I've been stressing about this all summer.
Mr. Herron, it was a pleasure. Your Honor, it was a pleasure as well.
Thank you. Good luck.
Madam Magistrate, next we are going to number, I think it is 18 on our agenda. This is going to be a phone. The violator, the homeowner, is going to appear by phone.
Are they calling already?
I'm calling them right now.
Why don't we go ahead and try to get rid of the people that are in the audience first so they can go about their lives?
We kind of set them a time certain
Oh, okay.
for
You
them.
get a time slot? Okay.
Yeah. So, and then after that, we're gonna entertain everybody that's here. I'm not entertaining them, but, okay. No, that's gonna be a call. Idea how it. Hello?
Hello, hang on, I have my Bluetooth on. I apologize.
How do we get this on?
Okay, it's close.
Yes.
Okay, hang on just a second.
There.
Turn off my Bluetooth, okay?
We can hold on to it. Yes. We're gonna see if we can get you on the microphone. All right.
Great.
Okay. If she's on the microphone, then
Yeah, I was going to say, you can probably just do it from your mic.
we're working on this. This is something that was emailed
Okay.
by him. The other email.
This in, and we'll proceed with the presentation. And
John, this was emailed.
is he able to hear us?
Pardon?
Is he able to hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm right here.
Okay, put it, just hold it up there. You hold it.
Put it over by the other one.
Okay, John?
Officer Schumacher, we're here in case 18 on the agenda, case number CE 200093, owner of record Nicholas and Jennifer Gill. Officer Smucker, you've been previously sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Can you please tell the special magistrate again briefly your job title and job responsibilities for the town of Fort Myers Beach?
Short-term rental coordinator, in short-term rentals, and there's the short-term rental code on the beach.
Are you familiar with the property located at 110 Hercules Drive that is the subject of case number CE 20-0093 that we're here for today?
Yes.
Please tell the special magistrate how you are so familiar.
I received a complaint from Marty Campbell, who is here today to testify, that they are renting multiple weekly rentals in a monthly zone. They purchased the property last year. You might be familiar with this address. They before the special magistrate last year. So I sent out, actually the complaint came in February. COVID, we stopped rentals for a while and just been monitoring since. I do have in the packet a form showing the zoning. It's RS zone.
What's the significance of that?
It shows that you are allowed rent to a single family for a minimum of 1 week in a 1 month period.
So, no rentals less than 1 week and only one such rental per week.
Month.
I'm sorry, per month.
Correct.
1 week minimum and that one renter.
And one renter.
One renter per month, yeah.
Based upon your investigation of the complaint that you received, what conclusion did you reach?
I reached that they are in violation of the town code, and
How did you reach that conclusion?
I have pictures of vehicles. So much stuff in here.
Sorry, take your time.
I give Myrnabelle my packets because I had him stuff ready. You like how I done them for myself?
Hello? I cannot hear the speech going on.
Sorry, I was looking for stuff. Okay. Okay, I based these out. That's what I did. I have complaint pictures mixed in with pictures that we took.
Okay, when you mean complaint pictures, you are talking about pictures received from neighbors?
Yes.
Okay, and those
Email.
are all marked sequentially in the packet provided to the special magistrate?
That is correct. It starts on page 16.
And
14 starts with the first complaint I received.
And did you or base officers verify the information that was provided to you by the next door neighbors?
Yes.
What did that show? What did those inspections disclose or confirm?
It showed that there was a changeover of vehicles in the driveway more than once per month. So, for example, I wrote a citation on 7/6 stating that, sorry, I can't see. There was a rental observed June 2nd. 2020 with a set of vehicles in the car. On June 19th, 2020, a new renter with a different set of vehicles was observed. So within that 1 month, there were 2 different rentals. We issued a citation, $5,000.
Are there any other similar observations?
Not for the month of June. And then in July, actually on August 3rd, I issued another citation. In 7/4, we witnessed a set of vehicles. In 7/11, we witnessed another set of vehicles. 7/18, we witnessed another set of vehicles. On 7/26, we witnessed another set of vehicles.
And these are all different vehicles with different license plates?
Yes.
Did you cross-reference those dates with any other third-party information available to you by searching the internet?
Yes, but I don't know why I don't have that in here.
Yeah. I'm right on page 42, 43, 44.
Aha, rental calendars. And I have 2 reviews as well for June. Linda wrote, "A house as seen on site, very comfortable, well-equipped, TVs in every room for streaming, several handy items, garage for the beach and pool. There's a little public dock at the end of the street for fishing." And John stayed in June as well. My family get together for the week and it was great. Super close walk to the beach and in a quiet neighborhood. Outdoor shower was perfect touch for rinsing off after a long day at the beach. Outdoor pool area was also very nice. Loved the TV out to play music, watch something while in the pool or cooking in the grill. Would absolutely stay here again.
These reviews were for rentals that took place in the same month on different weeks.
Yes. And you can even see it as on page 43, 2 rentals. 44 actually. Started May 30th to June 13th. Next one would have been less than a week, the 25th to the 30th.
As a result of all this information, you issued the citations that you previously testified as to?
Yes.
Do you have any contact with the property owner?
No.
Have any request of the special magistrate as to what the fine that the town is seeking to impose if the special magistrate does determine that there's a violation of the code?
$5,000 per citation plus $75 in admin fees.
There are, in this case, we're presenting multiple instances of violation of the code, correct?
Yes.
Anything further?
I think I counted 4. They would have been entitled to 1 in June. He did 2, so that's 1 violation right there. Then in July, they would have been entitled to 1, but they did it 4 times. Violations. I didn't hear anything regarding August.
I didn't August yet. I issued these as irreparable, irreversible.
3 instances.
I don't think I can do it, but I did count 4 violations. I heard earlier that this has been before me.
It's a new property owner.
Okay.
They sold.
Prior owner.
The prior owner sold.
Owner. What was I think
Prior
the
owner
question
had
is, what was the nature of the violation
Exactly.
before?
Same violation. Reason why they sold.
Any warning provided to this
the code enforcement order would have shown up on, and we would record it, would have shown up on the, you do an imposition of lien?
Didn't do an
In the first case?
imposition.
The property was sold prior to the recording. I don't know if your order, the initial notice of, or order of violation was recorded.
Sometimes I do request it, so there's a, even though Slim.
We're trying to get in the habit of just doing that anyway. Anything further at this time?
I did have one more.
And we do have neighbors here that,
Let's go ahead and hear it from the neighbors.
Afternoon. Marty Campbell, for the record, and I live at 100 Hercules Drive. When the property changed hands in November of 2019, it was shortly after that that I was in my driveway, met the new owners. We had a nice conversation, and I said, well, now you know this is a quiet zone, can only rent monthly, and you can only rent once a month. If you rent for a week, that's the only thing you can, and she said, oh, I know all that. I said, so you know that, and she said, yes. And I said, well, the previous owner we had to have a magistrate hearing, and he lost, was told he could not, and that's why he sold. Oh, I know that. And this is the new owner. She knew, they knew, and she said, we're only going to use this for our family and friends. And I said, well, please do, because, the neighborhood is not, it's all annual renters, or owners, excuse me, and it's just not the right neighborhood for people in and out like that. And immediately, they started renting weekly. And there's been issues with so many cars. There's been six cars there at one time. I noticed one day, I work in the yard a lot. I was out in the yard, and one of the Fort Myers Beach traffic or street control, I'm not quite sure what they're called, came by. There was a car parked in the street, and our streets are narrow. And I think he was going to write a ticket, but somebody came out and they moved it. And another time, somebody came in and parked in a neighbor's driveway. My neighbor said, you can't park over there. And she said, well, where are we supposed to park? So, we've had a lot of issues with parking. We've had trash issues where the cans are left out, put out early, left late, and trash not in the cans, trash on the street. And then they get in the pool at night, and when things are quiet, noise travels. And the neighbor next door is in her 80s. And, it's very disturbing in the neighborhood. It's not allowed. I do have an email from the Fort Myers Beach Fire District. And their life safety inspection has expired. And Ron Martin, who is the executive assistant to the fire chief, said that they had heard from the owner and they were no longer going to do short-term rentals. Because what they had said in here is property was retired in our system on August 10th, 2020, and the last inspection conducted was on August 18th, 2016. Well, I called and I said, well, I don't understand this. Can you explain? And he said, well, we heard from the owner and they no longer want to be a short-term rental. So we want clarification that all short-term rentals at 110 are indeed done. I mean, we went through this this is the third owner that we've had issues with. And as I said, this owner knew it ahead of time before they ever rented, because I personally had the conversation, and the neighbor on the other side had the same conversation with him, and she was going to come today, but she was ill. I have a copy of that email if anybody needs it from the fire department.
What was the date of that email?
It's an email just from the fire district saying that they're,
Eight. When was it?
oh, today.
Oh, it's today's, okay.
Yes.
Is there anything further from the town?
No, I don't believe,
Right, do we want to, the respondent?
yes. No.
State his full name and relationship to the case, please.
Name and relationship to the case.
So are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nicholas Gill, and I am the current owner, along with Jennifer Gill and Al Scheifele, for 110 Hercules on Fort Myers Beach.
Proceed with your side of the case.
I'm sorry, I may ask you to repeat things from time to time. The audio is okay, but could you repeat that?
You go ahead and tell us your side of the case.
You hear me properly, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So, I want to be clear, there's three main points that I want to talk about. The first one of note is, I have sent, when we got the citation, we were on firm belief that this was a weekly versus monthly rental. And I think that's very important to note, because it explains our personal actions. There you go. So, 110 Hercules was shown online on an official town website as a weekly rental. And I have submitted that as a map to the, as a response to the claim. We've been operating as if we were a weekly rental because of the finding online for what Fort Myers Beach shows as a weekly rental. That is our sole purpose on why that is the case. Of note, though, we did receive notification, or someone told us, advised, if you will. An advisement is the operative word here. And from our neighbors who aren't agents of Fort Myers Beach, that it's a monthly rental. When I received that advisement, I went online and I checked it, and I found this map is marked as weekly. Now, please note as well, I've been down to see the house several times, and so has Al, along with my wife. I think in total we've been to the house 6 times. Of note, one of the times was on 6/19. I don't think, although community members can advise other community members of things, it's truly what I found online is my guiding action for my actions. And since we've shown this to the town, this map that we have shown to the town has been taken down from the website. Is it do you guys have the map that I am referencing?
I have a copy of the map, but at this point in time, I don't find it persuasive. You can.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said there.
I do have it. I do happen to have a copy of it that was produced in my package, but I'm letting you know that I do not find it persuasive.
Okay. I mean, as my defense, this did exist on your website as allowing me to operate as a weekly rental. And your first statement from the beginning was, hey, this is a weekly rental. Okay, number 2.
Go ahead.
Number 2 is, and the most important part is, of this first statement is the reason why we operated as a weekly rental is we found information representing from the town that it showed as a weekly rental.
Right, so the violation that was served on you on June 6th wasn't enough?
Well, we could still go online and see the map on June 6th. That's where we said, oh no, look at this. It's showing as a, as a comment. Then we found the map, and that's why we sent back exactly what we found and sent to you.
I understand your argument. You said you had 3 arguments. We've heard the map already for the last 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, cool, great, no problem. Number 2 is, in general, and this is of note too, me, Nicholas Gill, Jennifer Gill or Al, or our property manager have never received a warning or phone call from the town on this issue.
Did you receive a notice of violation?
Until we got fined. On June 6th. Of note, you received a comment in February that was never forwarded to me. So you took it under advisement in February, but it was never forwarded to me. So, statements, advisements that this house has been warned in the past, hey, I told them, from neighbors that, that Fort Myers Beach agents, non-Fort Myers Beach agents, that's hearsay in general. And of note, in any neighborhood, there's always neighbors who want to, share things. Fundamentally, I exist as a person who takes direction from the government.
Did you go ahead and check up on the ordinances, which are readily available online?
He could have called Ms. Schumacher. Could have gotten the answer immediately.
As a new homeowner, we purchased in November, and in general, because of this, we'll call it misunderstanding, I really felt this was, you could say, no, you don't believe me. But I'm going to say that I found that this is a weekly rental online, and it's in my neighbor's best interest, clearly. It's not a weekly rental. I felt like I was operating under the guise of the law because I saw a map that said weekly rental. So normally the due process says, and this is why the due process exists, hey, it's not a weekly rental. You sent me something in June. You issue a warning first. We never got the warning part. And in general, by the time we got the warning in our area, we didn't have time to react to it for the July warning. And of note, the warning in June, the 619 renter was Al Scheifele, who was the business partner. So, I feel in general, the size of the fine in relation to the lack of warning is unduly vindictive of a new resident of your town.
I don't think if you maybe didn't hear me before. I'm not so inclined on the $5,000 fine, but we're still addressing the alleged violation.
Okay, and then the last piece of this is note that I want you to know that in general, I did buy the house with my wife and her business partner. I have a family and I have friends, and my goal is to celebrate Fort Myers Beach in general because of the sand being so soft, outdoor pool for this house being so inviting. In Buffalo, where I live,
Sir, we have a room full of people that's still waiting to be heard.
So at the end of the day, what I heard is my neighbor calling the fire marshal on my house. And I would like to
That's not before me right now.
Excuse me. I would just like the harassment of my neighbors to cease and desist.
Yeah, that's not before me right now.
And I would appreciate if non-government agents stop pestering and documenting renters, families and friends, and owners, because 619.
Sir, is that the end of your arguments that you saw it on the map?
Okay. And then so I just want to say one last thing. Whatever happens, because from what I'm finding, we're now considered a monthly renter, and the map that we were using was not the proper map. That I promised to comply with all regulations. That's all I want to say. One, two, and three.
Anything from the city?
Yeah, Special Magistrate, we just point out that to the extent that an agent or Mr. Gill himself filed a short-term rental application with the town, it was marked and as being a monthly rental in an RS zoning district as opposed to a weekly rental when he was issued his registration number. This was January 22nd, 2020. Received. It's the map that Mr. Gill has mentioned before. We just before your honor, and that map no longer exists, and it's never been relied upon by the town for any purpose other than illustrative purposes. Mr. Gill could have very simply picked up the phone when he was advised by his neighbors that there was an issue. So to the extent that he's complaining about his neighbors, he himself, in his email and his testimony, says he never contacted the town anytime afterward, and he would have been immediately told that this was only allowed for one rental per month, 1 week minimum. That's what the evidence and testimony in the file that's been presented to you does in fact demonstrate. So based upon that evidence and testimony, we'd ask that your honor find that the property is in violation and to assess what you believe to be the appropriate fine. We are certainly contending that the rentals that have taken place in the past can't be undone and therefore rise to the level of being an irreversible violation, and that's why staff asked for the $5,000 fine.
Both the notice of violation dated 7/6/2020 and the one for 8/3/2020 under the same case, or
On the same case.
Yeah, they're the same case, and that would be the last as it relates to the issue of fines. This is an ongoing issue. It's not like the property owner wasn't aware of this, but nonetheless continued to violate the code. Presumptively wish to take advantage of this hearing opportunity, which we're here for. But again, the evidence testimony does show that on repeated occasions after being put on notice, he continued to violate the code.
Alrighty, I'm ready to go ahead and issue my ruling. Hereby find that based on the evidence presented, the violations as stated in the two notices of violation exist. As based on the evidence presented, there was 2 rentals in June, meaning that one of them was a violation. In July, there were 4 stays, which means 3 violations. And starting August. So in regards to the violation that took place in June, I'm assessing a $250 fine. And as to the violations that occurred after June 6th, after the notice on July 6th, 3 violations. As to those, I'm assessing $500 each based on the repeat violation. During the property owner, comply with the ordinance stated by the town. Otherwise, you're going to keep getting fined every time it gets brought up and the evidence shows that rental ordinance is being violated.
Administrative fee?
And awarding $75 in fees and costs as incurred by the town and bringing this matter before the magistrate.
Time for payment?
30 days. So we have the $250 for the June violation, the 1 June violation, and then $500 for each of the 3 violations in July.
Especially, on these types of things, we want to, these types of cases, you also do give the opportunity to the property owner to purge themselves.
It out. I'm gonna grant the property owner 30 days to purge out whatever renters you already have in line for the next 30 days. That means that if you have any renters within the 30-day time period, you're gonna go ahead and proceed and comply with those. But after those 30 days, the window's closed.
I'm sorry, can you, I apologize. Thank you for sharing the information. I appreciate that. Can you just repeat what the 30 days statement is?
Basically,
For-
let's say
for
that,
Joe?
without admission of liability in either direction, let's say, for example, for the next 30 days, you have renters that are outside of the ordinance as stated, you can still do good with those reservations, given that they were done beforehand, before my order, but within 30 days, you're no longer allowed, period, no matter if it was in your books since last year. Don't care.
Okay.
We tend to give the
After
30-day
30 days,
opportunity.
I must comply with monthly rental, correct?
So, and it's only 30 days, it's only to purge whatever you have already. Just to go ahead and not inconvenience your guests that have already put deposits in during that 30-day time period. I don't want somebody who paid you or made a reservation and is counting on a place to stay next week or in 2 days and all of a sudden find themselves without a place because of my order. That's the reason for the 30-day.
I do appreciate this 30 days. I do have a couple renters.
You don't need to go ahead and give me
I'm
details
going-
on that. Just 30 days, deal with it. Day 31, don't do it. Okay?
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
I just want the court to know that I want to be compliant.
Understood.
I love this place where I bought this house, and I don't want to get too sappy or anything. I'll do every intention I can, even the renters that I have coming in September, to be compliant. My goal is compliance.
Again,
I apologize.
I don't need to know the details. You have 30 days.
Okay.
All right?
And then, just for...
Sir, we have a full room, we have a room full of people here that we gotta go ahead and they wanna go on with their lives. So you were taken out of turn because of a commitment that was made about the time of the call, but we gotta move on, okay? Thank you.
Am I going to get a bill for the...
Yes. Okay, Madam Magistrate, next is going to be number 28 on the agenda, Schmid, Jesse, and Jody Hannon. This is going to be presented by Environmental Officer Chad Schutz. Then after that, we're going to go to number 33 for the same person.
Apologize for the length of some of these hearings, but.
No problem, Your Honor. If we may, before we begin, I haven't had a chance to speak to City Council. I was just retained by Mr. Schmid regarding the matter. I did look up the rules as far as it relates to requesting continuance, et cetera. We would be outside of that request. But I do believe this was in regards to some vegetation in a dune area on the backside of the property. I did look at the property this morning. It looks like the alleged violation, if there was one, may have been mitigated, but I don't know if it's been mitigated with the appropriate paperwork and permitting. So I would ask that if the court would be so inclined to allow us a short continuance for me to get more informed and familiar with the matter. I do have some photos of the property from this morning. I just would briefly ask that, especially with the length of everything so far this morning. We don't anticipate a long, lengthy matter. I just would like some time to review it and speak with city staff and city council to see if we can't come to a reasonable resolution. Mr. Schmid not only has this matter, but multiple other ones before the county or the city. And we're hoping that we can, now that I'm on board, we can start resolving these in bulk and get these resolved.
Are the rest of them also before me today, or just this one?
Not today.
One other one.
Just the one.
That's 30 days? The concern, I'm gonna be honest with you, the concern I have is what involvement is the Florida Department of Environmental Protection is gonna have in it?
Yeah, we understand that concern, but our concern, and when we would, with the special magistrate, with counsel to the extent that he may not be aware of, is that this is a particularly egregious violation. Staff has documented, is ready to testify that not only was there land clearing, much like what was discussed in the previous case, or we've had in other cases, but there's actually has been an ongoing, for close to half a year, we can document, herbicide being sprayed with the specific intent to kill permanently the dune vegetation in this area. That's our concern. That's our concern, is that we understand the time for compliance and all the
Okay, so it's-
machinations here, but we need to address the fact that this has been ongoing for some time, and it's relatively speaking egregious from the standpoint of the town. We don't have a problem with working through additional time. Absent hearing the case and the special magistrate making a specific finding that is a condition of the continuance, we'd ask the property owner stipulate that they're in violation.
Then that's what I was going to be my exact suggestion is, if your client is willing to admit to the fact that the violation did exist, we can go ahead and just put that aside. That way, the two parties can work together in coming for a compliance and process.
As it relates to the vegetation of this alleged herbicide, which I don't believe there's been any evidence provided to my client, test surveys, test results, or anything else. I mean, if they're going to bring up these allegations, especially as it relates to a simple request to continue, I mean, I'm not, there's no way my client can agree to something that is now being brought up as an ongoing issue, which I don't believe has been properly noticed to my client.
Is it part of our notice, a part of the herbicide? I guess it goes.
a recent event.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
According to the officer, the observation of the spraying, direct evidence of the spraying was observed recently.
Okay, so it's technically not part of the case that's before me right now?
Right.
Okay, so the admission would only be as to the destruction of the vegetation portion of the herbicide.
What's in the file?
What's in the file,
We actually have a picture that we took
It's-
right before
okay.
we come in
So
here.
it sounds like we are not going to be agreeing and doing an expedited, so let's go ahead and
If I
proceed.
could have
And
just 1 second to speak with my client, Your Honor?
we can still hear you a little bit over here because you're close to the mic.
Ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and have the case presented.
Officer Schutz, you've previously been sworn in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record and your position with the town of Fort Myers Beach and your responsibilities in that capacity?
Chad Schutz, Environmental Project Manager and Enforcement Officer of the Code and enforcing environmental regulations of the town.
Are you familiar with the property that is subject of this case, CE 20-0294, located at 4951 Pompano?
Yes, sir.
Are you so familiar?
I received a complaint on approximately April 27th regarding destruction of dune vegetation and use of heavy equipment through and over the frontal dune.
In response to that complaint, what did you do?
I inspected the dune and dune vegetation and documented it, and then also discussed the issues with the property owner, Jesse Schmid.
Mr. Schmid here?
Yes, sir.
Did you indicated that you took photographs of the property?
Yes, sir.
Are they in the file?
Yes, sir.
Are they the ones that are being shown up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
They accurately and correctly reflect the condition of the property and the date that you took them?
Yes, sir.
What do they show?
They show destruction of dune vegetation and regrading and excavation of the dune itself over the frontal dune, as well as a few days later, a ATV drove over the frontal dune. Then there, PowerPoint that also shows that dune vegetation appears to have been sprayed with herbicide in August. It's not in the file.
That's part of the case.
That's right.
Okay. the vegetation removal that took place, did you determine that it was on the property owned by Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, sir.
Is there a requirement to obtain either town or state permits before dunes can be altered?
Yes, if I don't believe that this level of removal would have been permitted, it would require some authorization from local and state authority.
Based upon your inspection of the property, did you determine that a violation of the town code had occurred?
Yes, sir.
What was those violations?
To destroy or harm the dune or remove dune vegetation, as well as maintain a dump or of leaf litter and vegetative clippings.
With respect to in particular, the disturbance of the dune contour, can that be repaired? Without significant man-made intervention.
Without man-made, it would take years or
I'm going to object, Your Honor, with speculation.
I'm going to allow it. He has been certified. He was submitted as an expert earlier.
I can go through that again if for the record.
I heard it before.
Was a notice of violation issued or citation issued to Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, sir.
And what, is that in the packet that's been provided to the special magistrate?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any communications with Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, sir.
What was the substance of those communications?
On the day of, I pointed out he had stakes or survey stakes in on the property, which appeared to delineate the 1978 CCCL Coastal Construction Control Line. Informed them that vegetation seaward of that line was protected by the town, and that but the activity that he had done was not permitted.
Did he make any statements to you or as to whether or not he or someone at his direction did this work?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Thing to the effect that he...
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's either he said something or he didn't say something. If he...
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall what he said? Rephrase.
Something to the effect that he didn't realize and that it was someone else's
I'll
equipment.
allow it with limited, something, go ahead.
Something to the effect that he didn't realize and it was somebody else's equipment used.
Has there been any discussions with Mr. Schmidt about how to remedy this violation?
Yes, I informed him that he should submit a dune restoration plan in accordance with the ordinance.
And his response to that information, do you know?
That he would get Humiston and Moore to draw something up.
Who?
Humiston and Moore engineering firm.
Okay. Has the town received that?
No, sir.
You had any communications from that firm or anyone else regarding this property?
No, sir.
You checked the state database to determine whether or not any state required permits have been obtained for this work?
I did.
What was the result of that inspection?
I did not find any authorization to...
When was that conversation?
Sorry?
Where was the conversation where he mentioned that they were retaining?
So whenever I was discussing with him on property, at a dune restoration plan, he mentioned that he had Humiston and Moore and they would work on it.
When?
When?
Do you recall approximate?
That he would get it to us with
No, when was the conversation?
the day of.
Because the day you issued the citation?
April 27th, the day that I was taking pictures.
Okay.
I believe he may have been on property. I believe it was at the same time that I was taking pictures.
Just so that we're, the benefit of everyone, including the property owners, that has the clearing activity ceased? Anything further?
First off, does anybody have a copy of the actual notice of violation that citation that was issued?
It's on but I'll provide you a copy, and it'll be entered into evidence. Yeah, go ahead. So we can clarify that also in the evidence in the file that's been presented to the special magistrate shows that was also posted on the property.
I'm going to go back to forwards. I'm going to go to today and then go back towards the date of the incident. Been to the property. When's the last time you were on?
I believe it was showing the slide. I took pictures. I believe it's either August 6th or August 8th. I have it on there, and just onto the frontal dune, or seaward of the frontal dune.
And the according to the, just doing the pictures, just I'd rather hear it from you. According to your testimony, the damage to the vegetation and aspects come from what portion of the property towards the water? So beginning where and terminating at what state?
Aerial that shows the area.
Is it your statement and position today that the pictures on August 8th that there has been no restoration, permitted or otherwise, but any restoration to the facility and site since your initial date in April through your picture date of August 8th?
Right, so Mr. Schmid, in our conversations on, back in April, late April, whenever we first met, he said he would go and plant goats, which he has since done. However, I made it clear to him that he needed to submit a restoration plan first.
Wasn't your testimony earlier, though, that he has done nothing to try to restore it? Not necessarily a permit, but there was nothing done to bring the property back to a condition like it was prior to the alleged violation?
I don't recall saying that, but if I did, I misspoke. So he has not submitted a dune restoration plan. It was my intent.
But there has been some form of attempt to restore the property. Not saying whether it's accurate, proper, meets criteria, or permitted, but there has been some form of an attempt to restore the property. Is that accurate?
It's my direction, yes.
You say against your direction because it has been permitted.
Because he did not submit a dune restoration plan yet.
Is it the, back, is any of the work that was done, to the best of your knowledge as a permit expert by this court, something that could be permitted had he filed the proper application?
I do not believe so.
Did my client have at any point torn down or removed that vegetation and put grass there?
Sir.
That's not permitted.
Correct.
And as far as you know, was any outside of the issue that's not before the court today, just the issue regarding the vegetation being removed or damaged, has outside of the April 20, I believe it was 27th date, has my client allegedly removed or damaged any additional, let me rephrase that, removed any additional vegetation from the property?
Not that property I'm aware of.
Has he used any additional, or had at his direction, to the best of your knowledge, had anybody used machinery, do any work on that premises other than potentially restoring it, permit, since the April 27th date?
It's hard for me to say. I don't constantly surveil that property.
May I approach the witness? My phone with a picture. You recognize that property?
Sure.
For what that is? And I'm loud enough for everybody.
It appears to be 4951.
And does the picture show that the unpermitted, undune restoration work permitted done by Mr. I think it's been restored. Not again permitted, but
It has not been
I
fully
would
restored.
object to the phrasing of it as being restored.
has any vegetation been replaced on the property?
And object for the same basis.
I'll allow it because I know where he's going and I know where you're going, but I'll allow it for now.
It appears that sea oats have been replanted.
So you're able to tell by the picture that it is CO.
Just from my, not from the picture, just from my knowledge of what I've seen there in the past.
And CO is one of the vegetation that's permitted.
Sir.
And do you know what vegetation was on site on the day that Mr. Schmid, either him or a person on his behalf, moved or damaged vegetation in the dune area?
Yes, sir, I did not have a previous species list.
Now, you claim that he also maintained, I believe under section 14-3 sub A sub 4, maintain a dump of or discard or leave litter, garbage, trash, or refuse, vegetable clippings, or debris. That was one of the charges, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that based on the picture that showed there would be some pile of vegetation on the property?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I didn't realize as loud as I am that I was. Yes, ma'am. Let me rephrase my question, or restate it for the record. You did cite Mr. Schmid for 14-3 sub A sub 4, maintain of a dump of or discard or leave litter, garbage, trash, or refuge, vegetable clippings, or debris. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that based on the photos that were presented showing a pile of vegetative debris?
It was based on my observation of a pile of debris, both in the dune and in the sandy area of the property.
What type of pile of debris?
It appears there's definitely sea grapes leaves in there and sea oats.
We agree it's vegetative in fashion and not trash?
Sir.
Okay. Do you know when the alleged actual event occurred where the vegetation was damaged or removed?
Based on the state of the vegetation, I would guess on the order of days.
And do you know, or to the best of your knowledge, does the city have a definition of what would constitute maintaining of a dump? Like if I did yard work today, how long before I have to get rid of that before I maintain a vegetative dump on my property?
Objection.
If it helps, I'm not really focusing on that portion of the,
Sure.
of the citation. I think the big elephant in the room is the disturbance of the dune and the vegetation.
And I agree, but if the city wants to go forward on both counts, I think the aspect of my client, especially for any appellate purposes, we have to go through both allegations. If they want to dismiss the charge of 14-3-A or sub A sub 4, that's fine, but if they're going to maintain it, I have the right to make the questions as to what it constitutes maintaining.
If the point of the town's objection as well as the testimony that's been presented, is it's conjunctive. Maintain a dump of or discard or have litter, garbage, and we're not saying that they were necessarily maintaining a dump as the line of question is trying to go, but rather, in fact, the photographs do, in fact, including the one that's present, that's up on the screen, shows that the vegetation material has been discarded. Not necessarily asserting that that's a dump.
All right, let me rephrase. If I have a piece of property, city of Fort Myers Beach, and I place something on my property, have I discarded it? If there's an objection, it's fine, but if he's going to testify, I'd really rather he let his witness testify.
I think that's in fact, my statement is reflective of what the testimony has been. There's been at no point has the town alleged that there's a dump being maintained at the property in question. I would
Now,
challenge.
I've gone on, Your Honor, if I may, I've gone on to the issue of his second portion, which he says is discard. So I'm asking about what constitutes discard. It's not his argument to testify, it's his witness. He can make his legal argument, but I have the right to question the witness.
I'll allow him to go ahead and question him.
What would constitute, in your understanding of the codes, a discard of an item that is contained on your property? When is it allegedly, quote, discarded, in your understanding? So, do you know what day of the week that was?
2020?
Day of the week.
I don't recall, no, sir. Sometime during the week.
You know what day pickup is for my client's property for vegetative debris?
Yes, sir.
Again, objection.
I don't see the relevance.
The relevance, Your Honor, is if I mow my yard and I take my clippings out the road to be collected, and the collection isn't for a week and it sits there, it's not discarded. I'm trying to understand from this gentleman if he understands how long that's been there. He said a few days. I'm trying to understand, did my client miss a pickup date? I'm trying to see how the city determines what constitutes.
Yeah, that's on the beach side.
I mean, I would say
if testimony is what the testimony is, if there's other testimony that it was moved over, the property owner is certainly free to present that evidence. Staff is stating that on April 23rd, 2020, as reflected in the photograph and the testimony, that material has been discarded and left there. Nothing more, nothing less.
I would say at least a few days. I wouldn't know how many days, based on the coloration of the vegetation.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Has the back,
Sorry?
has the front, the people waiting at the front?
They're up next, that's out in the lobby. So
Okay.
they'll be up next, and then we're going to get everybody in this room.
And then everybody's in here, okay.
If I may just. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time for these witnesses. However, I do reserve the right to recall them if I determine necessary.
Does the town have any more witnesses?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't believe my client's been sworn in. If the court swear him in.
Right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please state your name for the record.
Jesse Schmid.
Mr. Schmidt, you heard the testimony from the city today. Do you admit that there was vegetation on your property that was removed on or about April 27th?
Yes.
Did you do so with knowledge that there was a rule against that removal?
Not at all. I looked at the adjoining property. I thought I could do the exact same thing that he did.
Before we get to that, did you hire anybody to do the work or did you do it yourself?
No, we did it ourselves.
When you were contacted by the city, do you remember who you spoke to?
Yes, Chad.
And during that discussion, did you have, what was it that Chad informed you that you had allegedly done improperly?
He said that I had taken vegetation out of a dune and it wasn't permitted. I wasn't aware of that. I mean, I could not do it, I guess.
And that was on the date on or about April 27th?
Yes.
During that time, did you discuss with him what you needed to do to cure this alleged violation?
Correct. I talked to Chad and I said, well, I can't have grass out there, then what do I need to do? And he said, you need to put it back to the way it was, pick it out. I said, okay, so I'll plant a bunch of CO. So I went and spent $20,000. Yeah, I spent $20,000 doing it, Chad. I put it back to the exact same condition, but probably 50 times better than it was before it come out.
What was the condition prior to your removal? What did it look like?
It was an absolute mess.
Was there stuff in there other than vegetation?
Oh yeah, there was one bush that was real thorny, going all through it, that had huge thorns on it.
When you said you spoke to Chad about or Mr. Schutz, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke to Mr. Schutz, did he, and you discussed it, did he say anything to you about when you told him that I'm going to just put some oats back in there, did he say anything to you, tell you not to do that, give you any other advice?
No, he did not say I could not do it. He said he would like to have a dune restoration, but if I'm going to put it all back into sea oats, go ahead. I put it all back into sea oats. I even went as far as to bring irrigation from the house on top of the ground to keep the sea oats alive out there.
And the sea oats, did you plant the sea oats?
No, I had a landscape company do it.
Do you know whether or not the landscape company pulled any permits or did any applications before they put the sea oats back in?
No, I wanted to get it done as quick as possible. As soon as Chad came out, it was about 2.5 weeks. Went by, I had it completely finished.
The picture I showed the court earlier, is that an accurate representation of what your property looks like today?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Did Chad at any point inform you that in order to do the restoration that you would have to file a restoration application and permit?
He said he would like to have a dune restoration plan. And I asked him who I could use, and he said, you'll just have to get with a landscape company or an engineer.
Do you remember, during Mr. Schutz's testimony, he stated you had provided him with the name of a company that you were going to hire to assist you with the plan. Do you remember when that conversation occurred, if it occurred at all?
Yes, that was, I would say, probably 2 or 3 weeks after. That was after I'd already started planting.
Would that have been sometime in May?
Yes.
Have you been able to contact the company that you mentioned as far as providing a plan for a dune restoration?
Yes.
Have they been able to comply with your request to produce that?
Not yet. They said they was very busy. I should have it within probably 15 to 21 days.
And when did you talk to them about that?
Probably 45 days ago.
So it's been longer than that and they still haven't done it?
Right.
Is it your intention to still move forward with providing the city with the documentation that they've requested?
Yeah.
And have you actually retained the company to do the work?
Yes.
What was the name of the company again for the court record?
It's Matt Goddard from Humiston and Moore.
You had mentioned something about grass. Why would you think you could put grass in your yard?
Because my neighbor has a 1/3 acre of grass. It was way farther out than what. I just took just a little bit of sea oats out. His grass yard goes almost all the way out to the beach.
Did you mention that to Mr. Schutz while he was on your property?
Yes, I did. That's the reason I thought I could do what I was doing. I was just following what my neighbors had done. Thought it was okay.
And did Mr. Schutz give you any sort of response when you asked him regarding the grass? No further questions at this time, Your Honor. I would reserve the right to recall or redirect if necessary.
Magistrate, just some questions.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, I'm going to show you a copy of the citation that you received. Did you have getting a copy of a citation from recognize that document? The document, the citation that you were issued by Mr. Schutz on the date that he inspected your property?
He actually didn't issue it to me, he actually taped it on my house.
Right. Fair enough. I mean, but you did receive a copy of it?
Yes, I went to my home and there was one taped with blue tape on my house, yeah.
I direct your attention to second page. I don't have it in front of me. There should be a paragraph about a third of the way down at
Thanks. I got this copy.
that states, and it's in bold letters, it starts pursuant to that paragraph. Read that paragraph.
Probably not without glasses.
Okay, I'll read it then. But you did receive this.
As far as I know, yes. I mean, it's been so long that.
Well, there's been a question that's been raised by your attorney as to what specific remedial action or restorative action you were required to take, and you stated, if I remember correctly, that Mr. Schutz didn't necessarily give you any instructions as to specifically what you needed to do. As a result of that, you took it upon yourself to plant sea oats behind your property. Is that fair?
Put sea oats back where I took the vegetation out the parks.
Fair enough. You having your reading glasses, this section says, pursuant to Chapter 162.09 2A1, the town is requesting a fine of $1,000 to be imposed for this violation. In addition, the town is requesting the dune be restored in accordance with LDC Section 14-10, restoration standards for dune vegetation alteration violations attached in Exhibit 2. Do you see Exhibit 2? Several pages behind that.
Yes.
See Section 14-10A. Yeah, that's the first one. If you can't read it, let me know and I'll read it. States upon agreement of the director and the violator, or if they cannot agree, then upon action by the court or special magistrate, a restoration plan shall be ordered using the standards in this section. Such restoration plan shall set forth a replacement in the same species or any species approved by the consent of the before-mentioned parties, or if appropriate in accordance with the direction of the court or the special magistrate. Now, does that say that you need to submit a restoration plan before you did anything in the back of your property?
So you would rather me just left it the way it was and not restore it back to where it was originally? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, that would have been a determination for you in the town to make jointly pursuant to this.
I guess I'm sorry that I put it back to the way it was.
Okay, well, that's frankly the eyes of the beholder. Would you agree?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to do the right thing.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm not here to fight, but I mean.
Further.
Anything further from council?
Just one issue, but before I ask my client, I'm going to ask counsel if he would stipulate with me. The 14-10 sub A does talk about upon agreement of the director, if they cannot agree, as you had stated. Does it state anywhere in there that he's not permitted to put COs back first?
And,
Is there any specific language that says he can't put it there before an approval is, a plan is submitted and approved?
yes,
Where exactly does it say that he,
subsection B2.
that's not the section you asked him to read. I'm asking you
No,
the section you asked him to read.
well, the entire exhibit was provided to him, and it sets forth the criteria that he's required to follow. I'll stipulate to that.
I mean, just asking, if you're going to read a section, make sure you cite to the sections, please.
Dune vegetation alteration violations due to raking, excavation, and/or clearing shall be restored to natural ground elevation soil conditions prior to commencement of replanting.
But that's not how you presented it to the court.
Fair enough. The document speaks for itself.
All right. I'm ready to go ahead and issue my ruling unless.
Your Honor, I just
Go
have
ahead.
I just want an argument to make.
What?
Your Honor, my client does not deny that he did it. My client does not deny that he has been informed that a dune restoration plan needed to be provided, whether it was in the document presented or by Mr. Schutz. My client has hired an aspect for that. Our biggest argument, and I think one of the biggest issues here, is the amount of the fine being requested. They're claiming it's an irreparable or irreversible violation. By their own law, that's not even remotely possible to be correct, because you can't restore it and make it back to the position it was if you have a procedure for doing so. There's actually a procedure to cure it, which is to go through the plan. So I would ask that the court does not find it to be irreparable or irreversible, as it's clearly able to be repaired and or reversed, and then a fine accordingly, Your Honor. Thank you.
I hereby find that based on the evidence presented, the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist and continues to exist. Given the fact that this was environmental damage to the dunes and the dune vegetation, I am allowing for the $1,000 increased fine on the basis that the damage done to the natural habitat was irreparably harmed. I'm also ordering the property owner to come into compliance within 30 days. Otherwise, face a fine of $250 a day until the violation is corrected. In 30 days, I would like to go ahead and, well, I'm doing 30 days. If you want to go ahead and come back to me and request for additional time, be ready to come with a plan of what's going to be happening.
Well, as long as the city's able to do something in 30 days, then that's fine. Otherwise, we'll be back.
As long as the property owner is working with staff to come up with a solution. Again, we've had similar cases. We'll report back to the special
Typically,
magistrate.
I want cases like this, I like a report back every 30 days or every so often to just make sure that it is moving towards a resolution. Again, my concern is whether the Florida Department of Environmental Protection will have to get involved. I've seen way too many cases where they do want to get involved, and that is going to cause a lot of delays. So I'm sorry to say, but this hearing is probably the least of your worries right now, because once the Florida Department of Environmental Protection gets involved, it's going to complicate things.
I've dealt with them.
Can I have 30 seconds?
I'm already issued my ruling, so we're done.
Please get the pictures back up and look at something real quick.
You know, Mr. Schmidt, staff will work with you, okay? Staff will work with you guys to get it resolved.
Who's next? Jesse?
Jesse. High Street now. High Street.
Where's High Street?
It's number 33. Removal of dune vegetation. Different address.
I
You have it? give him the.
Special Magistrate, obviously subject to opposing counsel agreeing. Obviously, the property is different, and some of the nature of the station removal is different, but the underlying issues are essentially the same. And if council has no objection, and to save ourselves all some time here, is willing to stipulate to a determination identical to the case your honor just heard.
As long as the determination includes the same fine and not the increased fine of $5,000.
We'll agree to that.
All right, so stipulated. The agreement of the parties, the order for case number E20-4910 shall be identical to
$1,000 fine, 30 days, $250 for each day thereafter. Thank you.
exactly the same thing. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, stay in touch with the city.
Honor, at this time, we'd like to call item number 48 on the agenda, Shalice. I don't know how to pronounce that. Joachime. Number 48. Officer Chad Schutz is going to be presenting the matter.
Officer Schutz, please state your name for the record.
Chad Schutz.
Been sworn in?
Yes, sir.
You're employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach?
Yes, sir.
What capacity?
I'm a project manager and code officer.
Are you familiar with the property that is identified as the Bahama Beach Club? That's the subject matter of this hearing here this afternoon. Case number...
Wrong case.
38?
48.
48. Sorry, my hearing's... The right property located at 5400 Estero Boulevard, owner of record, the Wickham Schließ Trust. I pronounce that? No.
The property manager and
Okay.
standing in.
That's fine. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
How are you so familiar?
9 inspections for sea turtle lighting violations, and witnessed or observed interior lights emanating from the subject property at night onto sea turtle nesting habitat.
What is the significance of that?
The interior light in the wavelengths, full spectrum, has been shown to disorient sea turtle hatchlings from their nest, and instead of being guided by moon and starlight reflecting off the ocean, will disorient or misorient towards full spectrum light emanating from artificial sources.
Based upon your investigation, are there any turtle nesting sites in proximity to this particular piece of property?
Yes, nest 29 was on the adjacent property, which is in the, I believe it's in the packet.
So any hatchlings leaving that nest site would potentially be disoriented by this site that you observed at this property? Potentially?
Correct.
What is the significance of sea turtles?
In regards to them being an threatened species by the state of Florida and federally protected.
They're the state of Florida and the federal government require the town of Fort Myers Beach to adopt the regulations that we're discussing here this afternoon as a result of the Endangered Species Act and sea turtles being listed as endangered species.
The town adopted the state model ordinance, slightly amended back in February, March.
And is this property, on the nights that you observed the property, is it in violation of those regulations?
I did not observe it on the night of the disorientation.
But you do have photographs in the file of the property and the lighting in question?
Photographs were provided to me by the FWC Marine Turtle Permit holder.
That is?
Turtle Time, Eve Haverfield.
That's a third party that assists the town with...
They are state permitted to various activities to conserve sea turtles.
They work with town staff to identify and document alleged violations of the town code as it relates to sea turtle lighting standards?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any contact with the property owner?
Via email, yes.
And what was the substance of of those communications?
I informed them that there had been a disorientation, and there had also been, I had talked to, I believe, a neighbor who had called in and reported there were lighting and noise issues from the property, and also the FWC permit holder and their volunteers had also been informed that there had been noise and light pollution onto the beach.
In this particular instance, was there documentation that there was a nesting disorientation?
There was.
Can you explain that to all of us?
The process of creating this report?
No, what is a nesting disorientation?
So the turtle hatchlings, as the sun lowers, the temperature also lowers, and they are stimulated to emerge from the hole, from the nest, and they will orient in a pristine or natural setting, orient based on moon and starlight reflecting off the ocean towards the ocean, and will crawl into the Gulf.
If
Does that answer your question?
If there's a artificial light source.
Artificial light sources can disorient them towards that artificial light source. Will crawl towards it until either turning around in circles until death at the light source, or disorient towards another light source, wherever it may be, whichever direction it may be.
That's what took place here?
Yes, sir. That's what was reported in the FWC Marine Turtle disorientation report provided.
I report the one that has like all the...
That's a photo that was provided. What I did there, provided the photo as it was provided to me by FWC, and then I adjusted the contrast, kind of tuned up the hatchling tracks, and then I traced it with the red marks just to make it crystal clear for everybody. And if you compare that to the aerial, where the nest is, and that photo was taken from approximately right here, showing, and whenever you look at it, this photo that was taken several days after, everything, the evidence just shows that that looks like what was.
So that they were heading towards that artificial light?
Sir, yes, ma'am.
A couple of additional questions. What is the solution to this situation?
Either turn off unnecessary lights, or convert them to long wavelength, downward directed, shielded lights, and or if they're interior lights and they need to be on, then put opaque shades or sufficient window tinting such that light emanating does not disorient the turtles.
So relatively speaking, it's relatively easy to avoid this happening?
Yeah, the community overall has been very, the vast majority of the houses have done so.
In that regard, does town staff and Turtle Time, this third party vendor, but agency that assists with this, do you all engage in a community outreach program at the beginning or prior to turtle nesting season to educate residents of these requirements?
Turtle Time does have an educational program, as well as the town sending out education via social media and the water bill as well.
And further?
I do have one follow-up. Did you see any dead?
No, I believe, so you don't typically find turtles that can be eaten. They'll be, the crabs will drag them into holes. They can be all in the dunes. There were some turtles found in the adjacent property in the pool.
There were found some.
I think 4 or 5 were found in the look on the disorientation report. You can see how the tracks went there and then described as going towards the pool, and that's what I meant by we'll find a light source and then orient towards the next light source or just spin around in circles.
It sounds like then the disorientation happened both at with the 1500 and something over at 80.
Well, in my discussions and with Turtle Time, and she's been doing this for decades, she agreed that the cause of the disorientation was 5400, based on them going straight from the nest towards that light source. So if they had not, if 5400 had been dark, they likely would not have oriented.
As your mother responds, please state your name and relationship to the property.
My name is Amy Lowry. My husband and I, Lowry, we own distinctive for the property manager. Been given authorization.
Okay, so what's going on with the lighting?
Number one is we post these on our sea turtle houses that are on the beach. These are so that our customers know this is our contract that also states it. This is in the guest directory. These are on the windows. These are on the beds. All that information we give to our guests to make sure that they have this information. Validating
Okay, all right.
information.
First off, can you tell me what night the nest hatched?
Uh, 7/23/2020.
That is incorrect according to Turtle. It hatched on the 22nd. I would like to present evidence to you that shows that on the 22nd, the home was actually unoccupied. We had a guest leave the morning at 8 o'clock in the morning. I have our lock system that shows when the guests left, when our cleaner arrived, and when they departed. I also have our lock system shows that it does an automatic at 8 p.m. where it rechecks the lock every time it's unoccupied. I also have a copy of our calendar there showing the next guest does not check in, and copies of the contracts for both the arriving and departing guests showing what day it was. The photo that was taken on the night of the 23rd. According to the Turtle Time volunteer who was present at the time the nest hatched and remained on scene until all turtles she found were cleared that night for over an hour and a half and past 11 p.m., she confirmed that the house was dark. There were no lights on at the home the night the nest actually hatched. I failed to see how the owner of this home can be charged for turtle disorientation. This was not occupied and no lights were on at the property that night. I understand the tracks. I'm not disputing the tracks, but we also know that at Cornerstone there was pool lights.
at Cornerstone?
There were pool lights that were around it that have since been removed that led to the immediate death of those 4 to 5 hatchlings. I have not gotten confirmation because the town has not sent me over the public record on the Cornerstone issue.
Violation of irreparable harm at the Cornerstone property also.
We're here on this property, sir.
Is
Excuse me, sir. If you wish to file a complaint against the adjacent property, you can do so and we will investigate it. Right now, we're here for this
There is
one.
a complaint that is outstanding that I
Well,
gave you also.
I can provide you that there is.
We'll follow up with you.
Okay.
There is, and we'll eventually make it before me.
Okay, there is from July 24th for a date observed on July 14th for lighting that they had issued. It's another case. It's for Cornerstone.
Okay.
But I've been trying to get the case for this same night, but.
I also supplied a picture following that date, Cornerstone and their lights on.
Yeah, oh, you
So
didn't
you
get
have
them
a
this.
picture of that over there also. So.
My concern or my issue, Special Magistrate, with where we're headed, there's an assertion being made by the property owner, representative. I have no way at this point to know if it's true or not. Otherwise, excuse me.
It is true.
Otherwise dispute is completely inconsistent with the documents that we do have and have submitted into the record and testified as to here, which is the turtle disorientation report as to when it took place and who executed the report.
It was on the 23rd. The nest hatched on the 23rd.
This is the disorientation report on which we have initiated our case. There's someone who can come into the town and can testify here that that's not correct.
It might have been a typo, but the respondent is correct in saying, the last sentence says, some hatchlings were seen entering the Gulf on 7/22.
Is there any proof that our lights were on that night?
So it's the night of the 22nd, the morning of the 23rd.
The home was unoccupied.
Right, I'm ready to issue my ruling. I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist. However, it doesn't rise to the level of the irreparable harm on the basis that there is sufficient evidence that that light was on 7/22 when they hatched. However, the light is in violation, and I'm imposing a one-time fine of $250, ordering the property owner to address the issue regarding the lighting 10 days, otherwise face a fine of $250 a day. And that can be by changing the lights or doing whatever you need to do. That's none of my business. There are lights out there
It was just
for
that the
these
shades weren't closed that night,
circumstances. I am finding that the light you had in there, it's in violation. So, okay? And you want fees and costs, I would imagine, right? The $75 in fees and costs?
Thank you.
Madam Magistrate, at this time, we'd like to call number 5. This is on your agenda, Stephen Tarr, Gabrielle. This is going to be presented by one of our other environmental officers, Mr. Stephen Wick. Followed by that will be number 6, with the same name. 5. And I believe we have some witnesses here. Mr. Tar is not appear. However, we didn't receive any request for continuance. We've got everything posted.
What we have here today is just
Yes.
witnesses, not neighbors. Do we have anybody else here who has a respondent so that we can go ahead and?
Well, yes, but these people have been waiting because they assumed that Mr. Tar would be here.
Okay. Okay, how many people do we have on this one?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is John Munger. This is Leslie Munger. Neighbors.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and proceed then. Let's go ahead and have it short and sweet, just because we don't have a respondent.
We'll try and be as brief as possible.
Okay. I know that I know the neighbors want to be heard, but there's no respondent, so it should be.
Going to be.
Yeah, no. Officer Wick needs to be sworn in.
From the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, you do.
Can you please state your name for the record? Steve Wick. Are you employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach?
I am.
In what capacity?
I'm a floodplain manager.
As the floodplain manager, is your responsibility to enforce the various sections of the code dealing with riparian and water issues? In that capacity, are you familiar with the property located at 21521 Madeira Road? And that is the subject of Code Enforcement Case 2019-0604 and 2019-0815. Please tell the Special Magistrate how you are familiar with the property as it relates to case number 2019-0604.
The case was brought to my attention upon my arrival here with the town. I followed up on this case by making a number of visits to the site, verified that indeed there were unpermitted boat canopies on the dock at that locality.
Is it, because we've had this issue, if you put in a new dock, you are no longer allowed to have a canopy, am I correct?
No, you are allowed to have a canopy, but it conforms to the rules for.
Gotcha. Okay, and this particular piece of property and this particular canopy, does it comply with those regulations?
No, it was not permitted, and there are multiple canopies when they're only allowed to have one.
You have occasion to take any photographs of the property at the time?
I did, and they're included in the file.
Do they accurately, correctly reflect the condition of the property and the date that you took the photographs?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you have any contact with the property owner, Mr. Tar?
I've had a couple of brief emails, and Mr. Tar is aware. I was led to believe that he was aware that there was a violation.
And did he respond or in any other way communicate his intent to bring the property into compliance?
He did not say anything specific about that to me.
Have there been any permits or any other official documents submitted to the town either for the construction of these alleged illegal canopies or since then to remove them or modify them?
As of 33 minutes ago, there have not been.
Mr. Tar not responded in any form or fashion as to, or any indication to whether or not he intends on complying this particular code violation.
To me, anyway.
And what is the, what remedy is the town looking for?
I was looking for, in this particular case, to get properly permitted boathouses and to remove one of them so that they're compliant with current ordinance. That includes square footage.
If the property doesn't, what is the fine that the town is seeking to have imposed?
$150 a day.
Plus an administrative fee?
That's right.
Anything further?
quick questions. I see the pictures with the boat, with two canopies. Neither of them was permitted.
No, ma'am. The original, included in that file, the original application for a dock does not indicate a boat canopy being included in that application, so it was not my predecessor's fault that they accidentally or otherwise made a mistake in authorizing a boat canopy when there should not have been one. It was done without any permitting.
My understanding is that the violation today is just for the canopy, not for the rest of the structure?
The structure is a different case, ma'am.
Okay. Right now, this case is regarding the canopies.
Yes, ma'am, this is just the canopy.
Anything further from the town?
Nothing.
Oh, that's right. We don't have anybody here on behalf of the respondent. I know we have some property owners here.
I don't know if they wish to speak, but
Is this the one that they wanted to address? Want to come and up, state your name and relationship to the property. This is your time to have your say.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is John Munger, and I'm here with my wife Leslie Munger. We are the next door neighbors, and we are the house that is affected by our neighbor's dock. I think that Mr. Wick very nicely described the situation. I don't have anything really to add to what Mr. Wick, other than to say that about this, and it's important.
Have you heard anything from the property owners next door at all?
Not in the past.
Do you know when these canopies went up?
Yes, they went up in, I believe, March 2018.
Okay.
We've been trying to work things out with our neighbors, all of our unhappiness about the situation.
Those have been there for a while. That's what I was trying to get to, that it wasn't a matter of, it was just a couple of months ago. Or...
Well, they've been there since March of 2018.
Anything else you wanted to add? Any other witnesses? That's it?
then obviously the file into the record.
All right, and then there's another case.
Yes.
Oh,
there is.
that's the one that follows.
Right.
Okay, so I'm ready to issue my ruling. I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist and continues to exist. I'm imposing a one-time fine of $250, ordering the property owner to come into compliance. Then, how backed up are we on permitting?
Oh, I can take care of this as fast as you need me to, ma'am.
So let's go ahead, and I'm gonna be generous. I'm gonna give him 30 days to come into compliance. Otherwise, face a fine of $250 a day until the violation corrected. I'm also assessing $75 in fees and costs incurred by the town and bringing this matter before the magistrate.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to have on your agenda item number 33. It's the same property owner, Stephen Tarr. This is for the dock and boat ramp setback encroachment. Our environmental officer, Steve Wick, is also going to be presenting this matter.
And Special Magistrate Mr. Wick has already been sworn in and stated that his qualifications, job position, can proceed to testifying directly to the circumstances matters before you. Mr. Wick, can you please tell the Special Magistrate how you are familiar with the property at 2151 Madeira Road in case number 2019-0815 for a violation of the setback encroachments, not the permits with canopy permit?
I became aware of the problem at the same time of the case. Again, I visited the property on a half a dozen occasions and studied that property from aerial imagery and can verify that the dock is as it was planned to be built, except that the walkway was not done correctly and not built in the position that the plan called for. It's off by 5 or 6 feet to be into setback.
So the testimony and the evidence is that there was in fact a permit obtained for this dock. However, unfortunately, it was not built where it was indicated and where it needs to be.
That is correct, and that is in the file.
And any communications with the property owner with regard to this issue?
No, sir, nothing more to add than I already added from the previous case. Both are related.
And there are both files photographs of the work in progress, the before and after, where there's a previous LDOC that's been replaced by the current one, and the canopies, correct?
That is correct. There's also a side-by-side comparison of the dock versus what was planned, which show the offset that was erroneous, as well as a single survey and another plan submitted by the contractor that shows that the dock indeed is clearly beyond the setback.
Did you have communications with the property owner, or to the extent you had communications with Mr. Tarr, did you indicate to him or advise him of what needed to be done to bring the property into compliance?
In my brief communication with Mr. Tarr, it was clear that he knew that there was a violation and that the dock was probably going to be moved because it was placed erroneously within the setback.
However, to the best of your knowledge, as of this afternoon, is there any evidence or any indication in the town's records that a permit has been applied to correct the violation?
There has been no permit applied for, to my knowledge, today being the last time I checked, and I have not visited that property. The last time I was out there was by boat, and that was approximately 10 days ago.
So we're clear, either Mr. Tarr can apply for a new permit to relocate the deck to where it needs to be, or he can reactivate his old permit and make the existing structure compliant with what was previously permitted, or is it brand new permit?
It would be a brand new permit. A reactivation isn't possible once the first permit has been expired or there's been a CO or otherwise. Okay. He'll need a new permit, and I would like to add, if I may, that in order to make sure that the terms of the permit are complied with, he'll need a survey to make sure that dock is placed within the position regarding the setback.
Right, and doesn't encroach into the setback area?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Was
Nothing further.
the other permit expired, or was it closed out?
Both, the dock permit was a 2018 permit, and presumably the dock was built at that time. The boathouses, boat canopies were added also at that time, unpermitted. So the structure has been in place for years or a little bit longer.
My question is, was it built pursuant to permits, and hence the
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, ma'am.
My question is, I heard you say both, that either permit expired or it was closed out. So which of the two was it in this case?
I think I'll have to research that. As far as the permit goes, it would only be active for 6 months anyway, and they'll have to complete the job within that period of time.
But that's what I'm pointing to, because I can already hear the comeback, and it's like, well, we took the permit out, it was inspected and was accepted.
They'll need a new permit in order to get any changes to be made. We'll have to verify that all things are done according to not only our ordinance, but any other ordinance that is out there, like FDEP and so on and so forth.
All right, so right now, the evidence I have before me is that it's out of compliance, I don't have anything contrary.
And even if the permit was issued properly, the work was not done consistent with the drawings that were submitted. So even if there was some subsequent action, it's inconsistent with the plans that the property owner themselves submitted. Nothing further. We'd ask for the same remedy as in the previous case.
Right, did the homeowners, the witnesses wanted to add anything else?
Again, I think Mr. Wick nicely described the situation. And we want to make sure problems with our title because of a neighbor.
Based on the evidence presented, I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist and continues to exist. I'm imposing a one-time fine of $250 and ordering the property owners to come into compliance within 30 days. Otherwise, there is a fine of $250 a day until this violation is corrected.
Madam Magistrate, can we...
Admin fee?
Oh, $75 in fees and costs as incurred by the town in bringing this matter before the magistrate.
Can we ask that you also order that a survey be gotten in this?
That would be part of the permitting process. When they require the permit, permitting will tell them, hey, listen, you need a survey. That's a little outside of my, in the permit process, it's going to be a requirement, or it should be. And 30 days paid. Yes. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting there.
All right.
Next case. We at least cleared out the
Okay.
front room?
The next case is going to be, number 20, or I'm sorry, number 22 on your agenda, and number 24, which is both Oceanic Blue Retreats.
But I have one. Oh, yeah, I don't have any hands.
Schumacher's previously been sworn and testified that she's employed as the
Short-term rental coordinator, handle short-term rentals and enforce the code of short-term rentals.
that capacity. Are you familiar with the property located at 215 Flamingo Street that is the subject of case number CE 20-0315 and citation 0546 that we're here? I'm sorry, CE 20-0239.
Yes.
Please. Hold on. Is the
It's the
is
same.
the status, well, no, because is the status of number of the cases in 200239 dependent upon a finding of a violation in 200085 for purposes of them being considered a repeat violation?
It's one property, two units. We just, one strap, we're going by one strap number.
Right now, the 215 Flamingo.
Okay.
I received a complaint in February. Stating that they are renting multiple times in 1 week, or in 1 month. So I originally did issue notice of violation and notice of code enforcement hearing on 3/27/2020. This is a repeat violation. There is a lien for citations on this property. As you can see, I combined, we did have 2 cases open, but one strap number, I kind of combined it, so each unit has the evidence of multiple rentals. In the ads, they state that the minimum day stay is 2-day stays. Also, I do have a review, 2 reviews for March for one unit and 1 review for the other unit. March.
Do those reviews reflect multiple rentals in the same month? In other words, they're not reviews of the same rental?
Correct.
And the significance of the one monthly rental for no less than 1 week? That's the requirement in this property?
Correct.
And the property owner is presumptively aware of this because they've been previously cited?
Correct.
Were any photographs taken of the property?
There were photographs from the complaint. When we did go out there, there has not been a rental in there since. Coronavirus happened, and they haven't rented it out since then.
Prior to that point in time, there were instances of multiple rentals of less than one week and 1 month.
The complaint triggered, the photo complaint triggered the investigation again, so
Result of that investigation.
there was multiple rentals in 1 month period. Due to the reviews that I found online, that there were 2 reviews for the 1 unit. I can't find
So what month was that?
March.
In the month of March, there was at least 1 rental that is in violation of the code.
That is correct.
Are there any other?
No, that is all.
But because there's been previous violations, you have treated this as a repeat violation?
Yes.
Check and cross-reference any of the online data calendars to that reflect the rentals for more than one time in 1 month?
Because it was happening, I was late on the rental calendars.
There's a rental calendar in the packet. The significance of any of that?
What page?
Jag deleting the what? Deleting.
I'll allow it.
And the rental.
Page 11.
May I have a copy of documents that
Can you be provided with a copy, please?
Page 11.
Stephanie. If it's the same package I have, there's a copy of
I
the
have this
lien and the
rental
order.
Okay. It shows no rentals in July and August.
Have any calendars that show this rental or the rentals that are at issue here right now?
It shows that they're vacant right now. You have to inquire to see online.
That's my question.
Okay.
You are alleging that during the month in question, there were more than 1 rental in that month.
Yes.
Do you have a calendar doing that, or is it just the rental reviews?
Just the rental reviews.
Okay. We're clear.
And that was just 1 rental review, and it was for the month of March?
But
There's 3.
There's 3 rental reviews
Oh.
for the month of March.
53 through 55.
What other information, evidence did you look into other than the reviews?
I have like further property website, or their company website, the M&M Properties. Their minimum stay is 2 nights.
That's in violation of the town regulations that specify in this zoning district rentals of no less than 1 week.
Correct.
There's a mischaracterization. Advertisement is not a violation.
I'll give it the weight it deserves. I'll allow it.
Nothing further.
For the record, Yasser Lakhlifi on behalf of the respondent. Schumacher alleged a violation of section 34-2391. What does that ordinance require?
Allows you to rent to a single family for a minimum of 1 week during a 1-month period.
You've alleged, excuse me, how many units are located at? You've alleged a violation of this ordinance. You saw 3 reviews for March, is that correct?
Yes, and I received the complaint.
Assuming one of the reviews is for 1 unit, I would leave 2 reviews for the other unit, is that
correct?
How is that a violation?
Action. There's facts not in evidence.
I'm gonna allow it because there wasn't evidence to the contrary either. I know where he's heading, so I'm gonna allow it.
When you book through HomeAway, VRBO, and any of those companies, after your stay for that specific month, company or the person sends out a review for you, and it has to be during that month.
Right.
In the month you stayed. So you have to have been a paid customer. You can't make anything up. And then you make the review and leave it at that. They do it so falsify the reviews.
Right, but my question is, assuming that it's true that they're both in March, they both did in fact stay in March, assuming it's true, how do you determine it's a violation of the date?
For me, when I see 2 reviews, it means 2 people stayed for that month.
Okay, so
Separate people. There were 2 separate payments made to stay at a property.
when you're reading 1 month period, is it fair to say you're referring to the month of January, the month of February, the month of March, not referring to a 30-day period? Is that correct?
Correct.
So another hypothetical, let's say we have somebody that comes in and rents this unit on January 27th through February 4th. Is that a violation? Huh? How many days is it in January?
1 rental.
Right, but you said you have to look at it within the month. It has to be a minimum of 7 days within January.
In any given month.
Right, but it's the way you analyze a 1 month period. So I'm asking, do you analyze 1 month period as 30 days or January, February, March?
I usually analyze every month. There's multiple rentals all the time, so it goes by that.
Well, focusing on here, 2 in March for 1, is that a violation?
Not the testimony.
It's
There's
30
3
days.
reviews for March.
Assuming there's 2 units.
One's for the beginning of March, and there has to be 30 days till the next one. So, and say March 15th, so you wait 30 days for the next lease.
Exactly, so it's a 30-day period. So you're looking at 2 reviews in March, you don't know when one person came and one person left, right? Even though they're both in March, they'll be in compliance, correct?
The testimony is no. And asked and answered.
But she hasn't answered the question.
She has. She
hasn't.
said
She
if
hasn't,
there's
sir.
more
She
than
hasn't.
one rental in 1 month for more than 1 week. Well, if you'll explain your hypothetical.
What
Okay.
I'm trying to get at is how do we determine a January, March, or
Asked
is
and
it a
answered.
30-day period?
Already asked and answered. She said it's by month.
By month, okay. Is it a violation if you went from January 27th?
Again, she's testified, asked and answered, not necessarily.
We're
She did.
and we're going outside of what the complaint is about here. We're here on alleged 3 stays, and even going with the respondent's argument, they would be allowed 2, one for one unit and one for the other one. So you still out 1.
Your Honor, if, I don't have any further questions for
Okay.
Ms. Schumacher, but I do have Natalia Piscina here, an agent of the respondent and also the manager, property management company. I can either proffer the evidence or we can go through it with her.
Problem, has she been, did she take an oath? Sure. Okay.
I think my point will be much clearer. Have the actual reservations before. Ms. Piscina, the citation that we've referred to with respect to the property 215 alleges weekly rentals were observed on March 27th. Did you rent out the property in that time period? How many units were at the property? Can you explain how the 2 units were rented during that time period? Feel free to refer to the rental records if you need to.
2 units and unit number rental, February 1st, March 31st.
What's the name on that reservation?
Steve Lancaster.
The town has presented some reviews. From the witness, the reviews presented by the town, the packet 3, is one of the reviews for a Steve. Here's Steve, what's the date identified there?
March.
Okay.
Okay, the bottom unit is, which is number 1, from March 4th. We had to March 20th.
So with respect to the time period referenced in the citation, that's March 27th, each rental unit was for at least a 7-day period and only once in a 1-month period. Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, we go by the 30-day increments. It does not necessarily should start from first day of the month to the first of the month. Same way like works in a regular tenancy, move in, and then move out on 15th. If the person rented guest, rented on March 4th, therefore there was nobody before that. And when they checked out on March 15, we had another person checking in March 15 to March 23. Then after that, there was absolutely nobody.
For up to a 30-day period, at least?
Yes.
Okay. So let me be clear that I understand this. When you look at this ordinance, the one-time period, the way you analyze it, is a 30-day period. You only rent it minimum of 7 days within a 30-day period. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Further questions, Your
Do you, May, Special Magistrate, what date do you pick for the 30 days?
Doesn't matter what day, as long as a 30-day increment
You provide that information to anyone?
for guests, of course.
You provide it to the town?
Oh, no, I don't.
Why
I was
not?
not advised that I
Objection,
have
Your
to.
I'm simply asking, why not?
It says 30-day period.
I'm
One
not, that's
month
not,
can be a
ma'am.
30-day
I
period.
understand.
So
I'm
that's how I
asking
go.
I'm asking you, simple question. Do you provide that information to the town?
I answered you that I didn't.
You
I was
don't.
not advised.
You've had prior issues with the town with regard to this property, is that correct?
Well,
Objection,
there
Your
was
Honor.
allegedly, yes, but actually it was withdrawn because it was not a violation. You should answer that question.
The special magistrate's orders would suggest otherwise. Do you want me to show them to you?
You can reference the page. You can.
First page is in the packet.
Page 1?
Yep.
This is a 60.
Code enforcement order imposing lien, case number CE 190081.
I've got the wrong, apologies, I've got the wrong folder. I've got 61 Flamingo.
I'll provide these to you.
Is the unit in these documents showing the rental information? Is, you mentioned unit 1, oh, where's your turn? You mentioned unit 1 was downstairs, unit 2 is upstairs? Are they identified as such in the, okay. Is it where it says Blue Dolphin number 1 and Blue Dolphin number 2?
Ma'am, I provided through your counsel 16 pages of orders entered by the special magistrate with regards to prior code violations on these properties, including the one we're here for today. Recognize those?
I don't.
You know, I'm going to object on relevance to having established a violation, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to allow it because it goes to the whole reason we're here.
Have you been contacted or have you had issues with the town with regard to this particular piece of property and alleged violations of the town's regulations in the past?
I recall that, and I believe my previous attorney has provided the proof, and we did not go to the hearing, and I believe it was wrong. That's what my
And so you had no contacts with staff
not even
regarding
in person.
this issue?
In person?
Well, again, have you provided the town staff at any point any of the calendars or any other indication as to when you calculate your 30-day rentals?
Objection, Your Honor.
You opened the door on that one, I'm going to allow it.
No,
There
I
was
did
no opening
not.
door to the town of, you know.
You're
No violation.
contesting their method of calculation with your method of calculation.
Certainly. I think
No,
that
I
ours
didn't.
is the only way that makes sense.
Have you provided that information to the town? Don't you think it makes sense to do so?
With all due respect, it's 30 days increments. As far as I can see that.
I'm not asking that
I'm
30
gonna-
days is 30 days. I can count. My question is, based upon the past history and issues related to these properties, don't you believe it would be prudent to have a dialogue with town staff regarding your rental period calculation?
Perhaps.
Have you tried to do that?
Again, objection, Your Honor. I don't know where this is going.
Okay, at this point in time, I'm going to allow it. I understood the frequency in the calculations, but
Is calculating it by month incorrect?
It's not incorrect. I cannot tell people we are not in Italy, because in Italy there's a completely different way of calculating precisely that you should on Saturday till Saturday. That's how they go there. We are not in Italy. So therefore, I cannot tell the guests, oh, you have to check in on the first and check out on the last day of the particular month. When they rent for a month, they have a right to check in 15th, for example, and check out the next month of 15th. So what's the problem with that?
When you receive the notice of violation, you reach out and communicate with staff and provide this information.
Notice you right now referring to, because it looks like you're talking about two.
This unit we're here for today at 215 Flamingo Street, you have any communications with staff regarding the information that you're now providing here today?
I reach out to them, I reach out to my counselor.
Okay. Did you provide that information to your counsel?
Was necessary, was provided.
You know if your counsel provided that information to staff?
Good.
You believe that he did?
Because he's my counsel.
Schumacher, do you receive any communications regarding the manner in which the property owner calculates their 30-day time period prior to today's hearing?
No.
Do you deny that there are multiple rentals during the month of March for this property?
Go by your calculations, correct, by your calculations. Go to, as the law says, 40 days, months period, which is actually, I go by 30 or 31 days, because February has 29 and sometimes it has 26. So, I answer to that. I cannot accept what you're saying.
okay, I think I'm about ready to issue my ruling, because we've digressed a good amount.
If I may just ask one question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Schumacher, you did receive some emails from me, correct?
Yes.
And in response to the latest one, what did you tell me?
Directed you to the town attorney.
The questions.
Okay. Alrighty. Based on the evidence presented, I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation exists and that the property was rented at least twice in regards to that is going to be one. Based on the documents provided by respondent, that there were two rentals during the month of March, and even those within the 30-day time period, one renting from March 4th, running all the way to March 14th, and then somebody else coming immediately thereafter the next day from 3/15 through 3/22, and those were both for unit number 1. Hence, at least one violation did occur, because you're obviously allowed one. I'm already issuing my ruling. On the basis that there was a prior order and it's a repeat violation, I am ordering a one-time fine of $500. Property owner has already been given the benefit of the 30-day time period for the purge. So we're not giving another 30 days. We're hereby on notice that every time you go ahead and violate that 30-day time period with more than one rental, more than one weekly rental, it'll be $500 each time.
Your Honor, can we clarify what this time period is? Is it once in the month of January, once in the month of February, et cetera, or once in a 30-day period?
Well, I certainly don't want to see the argument of when calculated in some other 30-day period when you're having one person move out and immediately another one in a single month.
Your Honor, prior to the first person, there were no rentals. Subsequent to the second, again, no rentals. So we're fine
Right.
if you're looking at 30 days.
I think the city has already provided how it's interpreting its ordinance. I don't expect that to change. If you have something else to address regarding that, or some special circumstances that would entitle you to some different calculation of the 30-day time period, please feel free to the town. Based on what I have before me, I have to apply the facts as presented to me, the evidence, and the ordinance as it is written. I'm also assessing the $75 in fees and costs as incurred by the town in bringing this matter before the magistrate. It's 30 days.
All right, we're going to move on to number 24, the same property owner, different address now.
Okay.
One Flamingo, also presented by our short-term rental coordinator, Kristen Schumacher.
Oh, and also in the same package?
It's in 24, so it'll be on your file number 24.
I have a file 24. Oh, yeah, it is. No.
CE 20-0085.
Bear with me.
Okay.
Schumacher, you've previously been sworn in, correct?
Correct.
What is your job title and responsibilities to the city of town of Fort Myers Beach?
Short-term rental coordinator. Short-term rentals and enforce the short-term rental code.
Are you familiar with this particular piece of property?
Yes.
How are you so familiar? We're talking about case CE 20-0085.
I received a complaint in February of properties renting for less than 1 week.
And what is the significance of that?
They are, page 28, they are zoned RC, which allows 7-day minimum rentals.
One per month or multiple times?
Multiple times per month.
Minimum of 7 days.
7 days.
Further investigation did you do?
So, while I was doing investigations, just to be sure, I send out warning notices saying there's a possible violation of the town code. We received a complaint. This came as like a complaint from Airbnb because you can book for less than 7 days on Airbnb. So again, coronavirus happened. Couldn't really figure out the rentals since we weren't supposed to have any for. And the complaint started up again starting June 18th. So I got the company website. Minimum length of stay is 2 nights. However, there's an option we can accommodate you for 1 night. Daily rate will be calculated as such.
That's in the packet.
That's page 2 of the packet. And there's 3 units in this building. Yeah. 1, 2, and 3.
Units, you said, right?
Yes. And 25, 26, and 20, they are a registered short-term rental. Looking for the rental calendar. These I do have now for June, July, and August, citing every weekend that it was rented for less than 1 week.
Sorry, what page was that?
I'm looking for it.
Page 12.
Page 12. Better one.
Okay, well, the better one.
use page 12 because that's a pretty good assessment of it.
What does that show?
It shows rentals for less than 1 week, basically starting July 3rd. Lighted out dates are the days it was rented. Dark days are where it's available.
What website is this?
M&M website.
So, for example, on July 2020, the rental was for the 16th, 17th, and 18th, and 19th. And again, before 11.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we understand the colors. The light blue is days that it was rented, and dark bold dates are dates that's available. Is that correct?
Yes.
Same in August. Multiple entry dates that show less than 1 week rentals.
Yes.
Draw your attention to page of the packet. See that? Will you briefly describe what that is? Do you understand?
The pricing where minimum stay is
Does it show nightly rate?
nightly rate, $312 on the first line.
Is there anywhere on that sheet through, I think it starts on April 23rd, 2020 through Christmas and New Year's of 2021, 2022, is there any weekly rate reflected on that sheet?
No.
Your conclusion?
They're offering for nightly rentals.
Not
Daily
weekly.
rentals. Yes.
What else?
We have pictures of property, daily pictures. Every time the rentals came in, every weekend, you can see there were cars in the driveway. And then there's always a white car that comes after the weekend. Oh, page 48 is where I came with the rental calendar that I based all my research on.
Let's address what is sure to be an issue that the property owner, I'm sure, is going to raise. There's multiple units. How do you know that there weren't that some of these rentals were for some of the other units?
I just based it on one house right now, one strap. Cars were there essentially the same time, less than a week. Every single car was there for less than a week. On page 63, I had cars there only for 3 days, every weekend. So if it came to the point, I'd sit there and have to pinpoint every single car if there were different cars there, different times of the week. These cars were there, same times. And you can, like, did I say page 63? You can see my note posted. Okay.
Those are your handwritten notes?
Yes.
Else?
That's what I have, and then therefore I issued citations. Yeah.
Had any contact from the property owner?
No.
We've had communications with the property owner's counsel, is that correct?
Correct.
In any of those communications, was there anything other than requests for information made to you? Is there any explanation as to how they calculate their 30 days?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is there any
Run it in
inquiry?
last one, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Any inquiry regarding whether or not they have any information indicating that these were more than, or at the minimum requirement of being weekly rentals?
No.
There's been no communication whatsoever, either from the property owner directly or through their counsel regarding the substance of the complaint for which they were cited? Nothing further.
May proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess I'll start from the end. We'll work our way back. Aaron asked you about communications with me. Again, last time I emailed you inquiring about this case, what was your response?
Directed all your questions, the rest of your questions to their town attorney.
Schumacher, when I emailed you about this case and I said, hey, what documents do you have to support your allegations? What was your response?
I stated that you needed to request public records request due to the fact the size of my documents, I can't support them in my email file to you.
Couldn't send them separately? Dropbox or?
I don't have, our town clerk has the Dropbox. That's why I did it, and I submitted it straight to her once I talked to you.
Let me see here. The calendar, we referenced two calendars. We've got one on page 12, one on page 48. Identical?
No,
Identical.
we're taken at different times.
Okay. Depending on when you look, that's when you'll see indicate a rental or when you look, and it depends on which calendar you look at. Is that fair to say? You also referred to page 6, I believe is the nightly rates. Know which property these nightly rates refer to?
Mingo Estate number 1.
I believe Mr. Heron asked you whether or not there's weekly rate.
There isn't.
Right. Does the town ordinance require that renters provide a weekly rate as opposed to a nightly?
No.
So, citation with respect to this property alleges that there's a violation of 2391, which requires a minimum of a 7-day stay. Is that correct?
Correct.
Alleges that there was a violation of that, in that a rental was observed during certain periods of time. For example, July 3rd to the 5th, 7th to the 12th, etc. What manner was a rental observed?
Pictures of cars in the driveway and looked at the rental calendar.
Observe the property throughout the day or just one time a day? How did that work?
It depends who was working that day.
Were there times where you checked the property throughout the day? Is it generally once a day?
Generally once a day, but sometimes throughout the day.
Do you have any pictures where it shows more than one was taken in one day?
Not in my packets.
Fair to say that, well, some of the pictures show no car, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that only shows that there was no car at that time, and the car later?
Correct.
Does the citation allege a violation of any parking ordinance? Do you even know whether any of the cars you observed belonged to renters of those properties at that time and not to friends of the owner or people just parking, going to the beach, things like that?
Determine the cleaning lady.
Okay, so there was at least one instance where a car was not a renter's, correct?
Correct.
Does Section 34-2391 require that cars be parked at the property in order for them to be rented? The property can be rented without cars in the driveway.
Correct.
Does the ordinance, and that's 34-2391, I'll just say the ordinance, require that a renter be physically present at the property for any amount of time, if at all? Physically present. Does the ordinance require that someone who rents the property be physically present at the property at all times, or every day, or anything like that? Someone, if you rented a place and somebody said, hey, you can rent this place, but you gotta be here every day, you can't, that'd be crazy, right?
Yeah.
Heard of, yeah, sure. Now, backtracking a little bit, you made mention of calendars and minimum stay advertisements. Did you confirm that you can actually rent for less than 7 days?
I tried booking.
Did you book for 7 days?
I went all the way to the credit card.
Then? Does the citation allege a violation of rental advertising or you can really say is whether cars were in the driveway at various times and dates, perhaps something about the respondent's advertising technique. Correct?
No.
Correct?
No.
With respect to renters during these time periods, do you know when they checked in?
Generally, they check in 4 p.m. on the day of
Not generally.
calendar.
Specific as to each allegation of violation, when that particular person that you're alleging was a renter checked in.
What's the relevance?
I was waiting for that one.
You have to know when they check in, when they check out. She's saying there's a
It doesn't,
renter.
but I don't think that
No, we
the
don't
town
have
is
it.
going by the check-in date, they're going by the rental period.
Right, but
You can go ahead and have it blocked for X amount of time and show up for lunch in the middle of the week, of the stay and never show back. It's still booking.
Right, it's rented for the 7 days, and that's what I'm getting at, right?
I know, but do you have a calendar that says otherwise?
Well, the calendar is one thing, what actually happened is another. Calendar, and I'll get to this, Ms. Pacina's testimony, property management company and the respondent owns many properties. Calendar and minimum stays, advertising lead technique. People inquire about rentals. If they inquire about a rental with a restriction, they're advised, hey, 7-day minimum here. If you want 2, I can set you up here, I can set you up there. It's 7. So it's an advertising lead. There's nothing in the ordinance against that. And that's what I'm getting at.
I hope you have some additional evidence to present rebutting whether there was people in the property or not.
Well, I do. I have, when I
Like I
call
said
my
before, it's like,
witness,
look at all these people are still waiting.
when I call my witness, I've got the reservations for those periods. They're all minimum 7 days with no overlap.
Let's go ahead and move it along, because look at all these people.
They've got a lot of documents with a lot of allegations, got to respond to them. Nothing further for the witness, Your Honor. Go ahead and call. Tina, what's your relation to the respondent? About how many properties is the respondent? Let's say Southwest Florida.
You need to speak louder.
Well, I believe 7 or maybe more.
Okay. Do you manage other properties for other people in addition to the respondent?
Yes.
Okay. In total, for your company, let's say, how many rental properties do you manage?
Action.
You got to
Relevancy.
state on this property.
Let's go into the advertising. Now, these citations allege that rentals were observed through various periods in July and early August. Did you rent the property located at 61 Flamingo during those periods?
Yes.
How many units are in 61 Flamingo? Now, as we did in the prior case, can you explain how these 3 units were rented during those time periods?
Well,
I've got the reservations.
Yeah, this particular property is the minimum.
Go on, if you would describe how they were rented during this period, and you can refer to the documents.
By Unit 1 was rented for a week. From arrival was 30 and departure July. And this particular unit rented next July 22nd, July 29, and this, no, it's unit 1. 2 was rented from June 28, 5. The same unit was rented from July 20, July 24 to July 1st. And the unit 3 was rented 29 to July 6, and then forward to weekend was July 16, July 27, and the whole property was rented, all 3 units. Yeah, July 31st and August 7th.
Alrighty. So, with respect to the time periods alleged in the citations, each rental unit was rented for at least a 7-day period, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you tell your renters that they have to physically be present at the property at all times?
I can't say to people.
Renters ever have guests over? And the town presented some calendars and things, minimum stay statements on internet. You rent these properties for less than 7 days, and if you do not, then how does that coincide with the calendar and minimum stay advertisements?
We do not rent for less than 7 to mention those public calendars, like I mentioned, basically like you want to be on Google, you have to be on Google. You have to attract people. Since we have multiple properties, therefore we are able to advertise it more widely and reroute them according to whatever property has its particular rule. Especially after COVID, we all suffered a great deal of money, therefore definitely right now it's more aggressive that we a lot of discounts to people and definitely, but we, but
All right, so
Yeah.
basically what you're saying is calendar and the minimum stay, that's advertising, that's lead generation.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we have our own internal and you cannot book, you have to request it and then we will get back to you, talk to you and will suggest you and send you options.
No further questions.
I have one quick question that either the witness or also can about. These documents that you provided to me, the ones that are marked A1 and A2, what unit are these for? They say 7-bedroom. Is that for the whole property?
Yes, it says there reservation type, 7
Okay.
bedrooms, that means all 3 units.
Are we talking about 1A or A1?
A1 and A2.
A1 and A2 is for all, yes, all
For
three
the
units.
entire
All three
property.
units,
Correct.
Yes.
Tom, want to go ahead and cross-examine that witness?
I'm sorry, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. I have 2 questions, 2 or 3 questions of Officer Schumacher, and then I will, Officer Schumacher, you were asked on cross-examination regarding the calendar and the photographs of the vehicles. Do you recall?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, on the dates that there are photographs or inspections that show no cars, they coincide with the dates that are not listed as rentals on the calendar.
Correct.
Which calendar are we referring to, 12 or 48?
Page 48 of the.
So not 12.
Page 48. Schumacher. Here's here's the nearest airport to Fort Myers Beach.
An hour away off of 75.
How many miles?
20? I don't know.
45.
We need to rent a car.
Where's the nearest interstate?
We'll
25.
stipulate the I-75 in the airport.
Is it your experience as the person who supervises vacation rentals for the town of Fort Myers Beach that vacation renters walk from the airport or from 75 to Fort Myers Beach?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for pure speculation.
Also staying. Also not sure about relevance, but.
Would agree with me that the distance between 75 and the airport to Fort Myers Beach to this particular property is in excess of 20 some odd miles?
Yes?
Ma'am, I'm going to refer to the documents that are up there right behind you, if you can look at them. Are those from your webpage?
Not very clear on this. Which page is that of the?
Page 48.
Yeah.
Mingle one at the top.
That isn't very clear either.
Yeah.
That isn't very clear either. Not sure what the questions are going to be.
Is it from M&M's website?
I cannot say because it doesn't have a link up on top.
Does it look like your website? As best you can tell.
Maybe so, but it's actually, there is thousands of websites that have the same preset.
Let me refer you to the subsequent pages in the packet. Yeah. Arms away. You would agree with me with what your counsel is showing you do reflect that those are from Airbnb calendars?
That seems like Airbnb
Okay.
to me, yes.
So you don't know whether or not this is or isn't your calendar?
I'm not 100% sure. I cannot
Okay.
tell you 100%.
Let's assume for the moment it is, for purposes of today's hearing. Are there dates in the month of July that are for rentals of less than 7 days? Testimony that's been presented here this afternoon is what's in blue or light shaded are the rentals, and what's black is what's not been rented.
Once this, again, I said our calendar, which is public as well, is not updated. We run our internal calendar.
This is what people have available to them
They
on
inquire.
the internet.
Yes, they inquire, and then we deal with them.
Is it possible, since you control this website,
I don't control personally this website. I'm sorry.
okay, well, your company controls the website, correct?
But multiple people do.
Your company, listen to my question. Your company controls this website, yes or no? Is it possible that your company posts on this website rentals of less than 7 days prohibited for this location?
I don't
Objection,
think
Your
so.
Honor. That's a
Never
vague
given
question.
this
I'll
direction.
allow it.
Would you post it?
I wouldn't.
I'm not asking you if you would. I'm asking,
Basically, if you're
could
asking
your
me if you-
company post it to conform, to reflect that in this location, rentals of less than 7 days are prohibited?
We could. I would
Further.
never allow it.
That's fine. Appreciate it. There's further evidence. Thank you. Nothing further.
Just one question from Ms.
You can go ahead and let's go ahead and wrap it up because we've been at this one for more than half an hour.
Schumacher. You were asked about the distance between the airport and this property, whether or not people can walk there. You've heard of Uber.
So I went ahead and I completely sustained the objection.
Okay, that's fine. Christina, come back to the calendar. If the calendar shows that it's booked for 3 days or 4 days, what's the purpose of that?
Maybe a work order. Or
Anytime?
it may be somebody inquired at that moment of time, which if in particular this property, when they inquire, it gets blocked off until they book whatever the property they wish.
You mentioned an internal calendar? Okay, so when somebody book for 7 days, you put that on your internal calendar, correct?
Exactly. that remains just on an inquiry basis.
Your
Once the
Honor.
inquiry goes in, it's blocks off.
I have no further questions, and I have just a brief closing statement I'd like to get on the record if we're all done.
Did you want to do closing statement? Let him do it,
It's a
okay.
very brief legal argument, just to
All right, go ahead.
preserve the record. Your Honor, this citation, the town purports to impose a $5,000 fine before we had the hearing on it, and that's not authorized by the statute that it references, 162.092A1, which requires a hearing, notice, and the determination of the imposition of the fine by the magistrate or the code enforcement board, not the code enforcement officer. I would argue that this citation is void at its inception.
Your motion, to the extent of that, you're moving for a motion to dismiss. It's, if it makes you feel better, I'm not persuaded for the $5,000 citation. So that might make your argument a little bit quicker.
Your Honor, we've advised opposing counsel and the property owner that that's within your discretion as the finder of fact.
Anything further?
Yes, just to clarify, I was stating that the officer can impose it, not that Your Honor couldn't.
Did you have a chance to go ahead and review these records, the ones for the stays on 1, 2?
No, Your Honor, I saw them, but there's only one copy that was provided.
Yeah.
So, to the extent that those reflect what they purport to state, I mean, Your Honor's reviewed them. If it shows rentals that took place that were less than 7 days, that would be consistent with the evidence testimony presented here this afternoon. If they're not, then it's evidence that, and the only person here to testify to that is the owner.
I just want to make sure that you went ahead and looked at the documents. I did review the documents very closely while testimony was being presented. Because of the way those records are kept and the whole notion of there's 3 units, but they rent one unit, and then the whole property, seems that they did get into the 7-day rental. There are some overlaps within, if you go by the calendar week, from Sunday to Saturday, where there's 2 renters on that same week. But both of those renters, they did stay there for the period, at least based on the documents presented.
As long as they're within the 30-day, the month period.
Yeah, it looks like that they would have been within the. It's within the 1 month period. So I'm finding on this one in favor of the respondent. I can't, based on the documents presented, I can't find that the preponderance of the evidence that there was a violation.
Okay, Your Honor, we're going to move to, on your agenda, number 13.
Counsel, if you want to go ahead and pick up the documents.
This is ours? This.
Thought that, continuing that. We're continuing that.
I think it's this one.
On your agenda, we're going to number 13, item number 13 on your agenda, Bayview Life Incorporated, short-term rental coordinator. Mr. Schumacher is going to be presenting the case.
Okay.
You've been previously sworn, correct?
Yes,
You are employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach, correct?
yes,
What
short-term rental,
capacity?
short-term rental coordinator,
That capacity, what are your responsibilities?
short-term rentals and enforcement of short-term rentals.
Okay. Are you familiar with the property that is subject to KCE 20-0393?
Yes,
Where's the property located at?
252 Interview Court,
And who's the property owner?
Bayview Life.
Are you familiar with this property?
I received a complaint, and
Investigate that complaint.
I investigated the complaint. It came to a conclusion there was a violation.
What section of the code?
Section 34-2391. They are zoned, I say RC,
And what's the
and that
significance of that?
is minimum weekly rental, minimum stay of 7 days.
In 7 days, is there a limitation on how many rentals can take place in a month?
You get basically
So
52
just
leases
minimum
a year.
7-day stay. What did the evidence and testimony, oh, I'm sorry, evidence that you investigated, what did it disclose with regard to the rental?
It disclosed that they are renting for less than a week. Starting page 25, I have rental calendars showing that. There's 4 units to this property.
What page again?
Page 25.
Is there a calendar for each unit?
Yes, I have them labeled. Unit 1, Unit 2.
And where did you obtain this information from?
These ones I got from VRBO.
Okay. Are you aware if the property owner has their own website like the previous property owner?
I have not found a previous website. Found a website.
What did you find in the VRBO website? Sorry, you meant the calendar.
Calendar. I found, for example, in June 9th, Unit 1, they rented it, check in the 9th, check out the 13th, and the 15th through the 18th, 26th through the 29th, by 2nd through the 5th.
For Unit 1 or
Unit 1,
rental of Unit 1, did it comply with the based upon the calendar, did it comply with the 7-day minimum?
no.
You discover similar evidence with regards to Unit 2?
Yes.
Is that calendar shown on page 27 and 28? About with respect to unit number 3.
3 shows a violation as well.
Is that reflected in the calendars on page 29 and 30?
Yes.
With regards to unit 4, determine or observe a calendar.
Yes.
Does it also show the violations of the minimum stay requirement?
Yes.
So all units during the months of reflected in the calendar had violations?
Yes.
I'm sorry, unit 4 is at page 3132, is that correct?
It's 3132.
Okay, yes. What else?
I have page 41. There's an email to the mayor because this is not only this property, it's the whole streetwise. 43 to 44, problems of having vehicles in for such a short period of time, parties and out of there the next day.
Saw that picture, yes.
So these are the pictures that were sent to you by the
By
neighbors
a neighbor.
who complained?
Yeah,
Okay. Is that the same?
then now starts, oh, is this the
The
neighbor
shade,
still?
well, sorry, the shaded area is the part that was rented.
Yeah, the shaded
Okay.
is the
I was
rented
reading
part.
backwards, okay, sorry.
There are the complaints from the neighbors still going on.
You or staff make any independent verification of some of the information provided or following up on the information provided by the neighbors?
Yes.
Tell the special magistrate what that information was.
I speak to the neighbors, they let me know what's going on. I actually did speak to the property manager. I sent her the picture of this. She was mortified. So, she, yeah.
I saw her.
Yeah.
I saw
I
her.
know. It's hard to see you across the pole.
I know. Other than, in addition to the incident shown in the photographs of the nightly party, were there other incidents where there have been rentals without complying with the 7-day requirement?
Just throughout the pictures, I have my code officers take and base officers.
And
So it starts on page 52. You can see all the changeover of cars, kind of that spelled it out, all the different cars going on.
And there's dates of when these stays allegedly took place?
Yes.
They are consistent with the
Rental calendar.
rental calendar?
Yes.
Thank you. This time, what is the staff asking the magistrate to do?
Time fine of 30 days to come into compliance.
Admin fee?
If they're
Staff is asking for the same that you've entered, so, in the previous cases. I'm a special magistrate. I have nothing further.
Please state your name and relationship to the case.
Michelle Kennedy, I'm the property manager. I saw on the calendars, we never got a warning that we were in violation. We just got a straight notice to hearing, which is fine. And then in our emails between you and I, between Ms. Schumacher and myself, we agreed that as of June 9th, when that violation was posted on my building, and you're giving dates of violations in June and July, we fixed our calendar to where they're all over the 7 days. You advised that we had 30 days that we could keep the current bookings that we had. We just couldn't take any more.
30 days.
There's no violations after the 9th.
I think that the property owner's representative is saying is that they're amenable to the relief that staff has
Yeah.
requested.
And then I also have an email from Ms. Schumacher that they would not be looking for fines here. They just wanted the violation recorded.
Is that the town's agreement?
I'm fine with that.
That's,
As long as we have an
you know,
order.
I-
and
Yeah, we didn't violate from June 9th on, which is what you're saying.
The calendar has different breakout.
But she
just
told
going
me
off
I
that,
had
but
30
yeah.
days from June 9th to not take any more bookings or fix that, and we did.
I'm going to go based off that representation, and the town doesn't have any problem with that. All right, so I guess I'm ready to go ahead and do my ruling. I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist. However, I'm imposing no fines and granting the property owner the 30-day grace/purge period
Purge period.
that we have been giving everybody else. I'm not going to assess fees and cost. So just keep yourself in compliance.
We have been since June. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next case.
Your Honor, next we're going to hear number 31, Estero Silver Sands LLC.
Did you say that if they didn't purge that there would be a fine? $250, special magistrate?
I told her that she had the purge of the 30 days. Yeah, I didn't include the $250 a day.
50 a day.
50 a day if there's a.
If they don't come into compliance.
Don't come into compliance. I'm sorry, we're doing, what is it?
This is number 31.
My lord, no vacation rental?
We're not finished.
Well, no, I mean.
Yeah. We're not finished.
Be careful what you wish for, right?
Show up at the last minute, whatever.
31 is a building permit, not a.
No, I have not.
Oh, joy. Newbie.
All right,
Newbie.
hi, all right. Affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr. Stout, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Bill Stout.
And what is are you employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach?
Yes, I am as code enforcement officer.
And in your, as a code enforcement officer, is it your responsibility to generally enforce the town's regulations and to initiate code enforcement procedures? There's a determination on your behalf that the property is in violation of the code.
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the piece of property at 1207 Estero Boulevard, case number CE 20-0300?
Yes, I am.
Please tell the special magistrate how you are so familiar.
We received a phone call complaint regarding a parking lot that had been sealed and / striped. I went to investigate. I took pictures of it. They're in the file. I returned to town hall and issued a work without permit.
Has the property owner subsequently applied for a permit?
No, sir.
I did.
Hold on a minute. So we're
Brought it down to town hall.
today.
No, it was. Yeah, 2 weeks.
I apologize.
I'm tired already, so.
Well, can we go on while she's looking? Because I know I did. but-
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just for the sake.
Give us
No,
a
I
little
don't,
bit.
but just
Okay.
for the sake of everybody else that's been sitting here for a while.
Yeah, so, subject to the determination whether or not a permit has been applied for, Officer Stout, what did you do after that?
I opened up the violation. I talked to, are you Andrea?
Andrea, yes.
I talked to her and told her the process, which was permits at fmbgov.com, and she was to follow through with permitting. To my knowledge, she had not done this the last time I checked.
And the significance of requiring a permit to do this work, what?
It's required so that the town, which regulates all parking, make sure that the parking lots are in compliance with the town's code.
With respect to number of parking spaces, sizes of parking spaces, and number of ADA accessible.
Exactly.
So subject to applying for a permit and obtaining that permit, which would be an after-the-fact permit, that.
That one would be-
Has anyone, I mean, to the extent that you've visited the site, has anyone already determined kind of the stalls meet the, I think it's 11 and a half feet wide that they have to be?
Yes, when they file for the permit, they have to have their site plan.
Okay, and the site plan will show that.
Sounds, did you apply for the permit or did you already obtain your permit?
No, I did apply for the permit. I haven't heard on that.
Okay.
But for the record, I painted exactly, and it is a half of a roller length. It's the striping of the particular spots, and I can't lose a spot because I have exactly the amount of spots per units. I'm very, very aware of that. And so I just went over, we even put blue tape on where the line is supposed to be, painted it black, and then painted it with the green striping with just regular paint.
I'm not.
You're still gonna have to go through permitting, so
I
I'm
did
just
file a
almost like
permit.
doing one step. I put the carriage before the horse on that one.
Well, I didn't know until the baby was born. A lot of babies born in this town.
At this point, Special Magistrate, what we're asking for is that the applicant apply for and obtain a permit and have it inspected, and within 30 days, if 30 days, it's done within 30 days and it's determined that the site is in compliance with the code, then the case obviously goes.
Are you going to be requesting fees and costs and fine?
No.
I mean, I think we will ask for a minimum fine of $100, and if there's non-compliance after that.
The reason, yeah, that's the reason I'm saying, like, we can.
My concern is non-compliance after.
Correct, so
the
that's,
date.
my suggestion was gonna be to make a finding, no fees, no fine. And since she's already applied it, it looks like at least she's moving it forward, and it seems that she does wanna come into compliance.
That's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and enter my, you do admit to the fact that it was paved over?
It wasn't
without permit.
paved, it was painted.
It was just painted. Okay, so it was restriped. Okay, so I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist. However, I'm imposing no fines and no fees, but ordering the property owner to come into compliance within 30 days, otherwise face a fine of $100 per day until the violation is corrected. Need additional time, obviously.
When you're saying the 30 days, that's just for them to find the application?
No. Right now, they're looking for the application.
But we show no application.
Okay, so you have 30 days.
Okay, I gave it to Donna.
You have 30 days to go ahead and submit the application and get the permit.
They're showing no application has been submitted.
You still have 30 days. You have 30 days, so make sure that within that 30-day time period, that permit gets applied for, and stay on top of it so that you can go ahead and get it within that 30-day time period.
Ma'am, as long as you're communicating with staff.
Yeah.
We'll work with you. Okay, that's, all we're trying to do is get compliance.
I'll be in touch with you Tuesday.
Been in town,
No,
been in
it's-
town a long time, I know this game.
And it sounded like you were trying to, and there was a hiccup along the way, but again, 30 days, you should be able to accomplish it. Yeah. And if you have any issues, like he said, stay in touch with your code enforcement officer, and he'll assist you if you need more time or anything like that, okay?
All right, next up, Your Honor, is going to be 29 W.B. Williamson Brothers. Going to be presented by Code Officer Chad Schutz.
Letters.
Besides her, we have still 2 more. 3 more.
You've been previously sworn in, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been stated that you work for the town of Fort Myers Beach as a environmental specialist, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the property located at 92 Delmar Avenue, subject case number CE 20-0296?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the special magistrate how you're so familiar.
On April 22nd, we received a call from a citizen complaining about hundreds or thousands of plastic shavings in the water coming from a dock on Delmar where they're doing construction. I also received a complaint from FDP emergency response in the form of email and I believe a phone call, or maybe I called them back, the same property. I don't recall if another code officer accompanied me, but we responded, and photos of the subject property and photo documented to the best of our ability the plastic shavings in the water and the constructed dock.
Did you look into the town's records to determine whether or not any town or state permits that were required have been obtained?
Yes, they were permitted by the state and by the town.
I just want to, for the record, so we're clear, I see that on the notice of violation that's before for the special magistrate, it says Williamson Brothers, and I also note that on the application it says Williams Brothers. So I would just want to make sure that we've correctly identified the alleged violator? Is it Williamson or Williams?
The legal company name is WB Williamson Bros Incorporated.
Okay.
FDEP, I don't know why it says Williams.
Brothers, Inc. We'll go with
Same
WB
people.
Williamson Brothers, Inc. On your arrival at the property, what did you observe, Officer Schutz?
I observed thousands of plastic shavings drifting from the subject property with the tide, from there and then off into the water. I wasn't able to delineate the extent, but it seemed large.
And is in fact a plastic being built at 292 Delmar Avenue?
Was the planking was plastic, and I also collected plastic shavings from the water, which are here.
And are they substantially similar, or is it able to identify that the shavings in the water came from this dock at this location?
I assume so, yes. It's white plastic, and it was a white planked dock.
Other dock activity taking place in the vicinity?
No, sir.
Have an opportunity to talk to WB Williamson Brothers, Inc.?
Did.
What did they say about the shavings?
They basically said they're very sorry, and it would not happen again.
What is the remedy that the town is seeking?
My understanding is a irreparable and irreversible fine of $5,000 imposed for this violation.
Nothing further.
Right, and the basis for the irreparable harm?
I will ask Officer Schutz to confirm this, but my understanding is that the materials were dispersed widely by the tide and winds and can't.
I just want to make sure that we have it on the record, the testimony regarding.
Yeah, I don't see any way of practically collecting. You can see that they were in these mangroves here in the shallows. They were out towards the dock in the deep, and the photos that I took, I tried to capture those little white specks or the plastic. That was several properties downstream.
Do those endanger the wildlife as well as the water?
Yes, ma'am.
Patricia Talava, permitting manager for WB Williamson Bros Incorporated. Upon receiving the notice of violation, immediately called Chad. I was unaware. Actually took about a week or so because we had moved locations. So when I got it, it was definitely a little bit later, because of the certified mail and whatnot. So I gave him a call immediately. And our position is we're not denying that it was ours. However, what we are saying is that, first and foremost, we've never had a violation before, ever, because the protection of environmental resources is of utmost importance to us. As fourth-generation marine contractors in the area, I do my absolute very best on every case to obtain all state, federal, and local permit requirements. We meet all codes and ordinances that are required, and for the most part, by and large, don't have violations because we do our best to make sure that kind of things don't happen. With that being said, there is a chance for human error, and when a situation like this arises, it does give rise to us to be able to navigate and make construction method changes. So with that being said, we've had to make some appropriate changes to ensure that things like this don't happen again. I'm very well aware that when, the plastic shavings, that it can be a detrimental harm, not just to, the resources in the area, but the wildlife as well. We're not denying that it happened, but what we are saying is that we're asking for leniency and that we have already put in changes to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Madam Special Magistrate, I'm not disagreeing. We would like to point out that one of the permit conditions was to have a turbidity barrier, which would have captured these shavings as they went into the water. Unfortunately, the applicant or the contractor didn't install the required turbidity structure.
What was the reason why the protection wasn't installed in this time?
I was unaware, and maybe this might be a fault on my part, based off of the FDEP permit and the ACO permit that was obtained, that a turbidity curtain was required, especially on the dock of that size. If I'm not mistaken, that dock stretched out 90 feet to the Estero Bay. Putting a turbidity curtain around that entire 90 feet, while if it was required, we would have done it, but I was not aware that that was required. Generally speaking, what we do is we cut our deck boards, and this specific dock was actually a gray composite decking, not a white composite decking. However, we usually cut our deck boards upland and then install them appropriately. Being as this dock was 90 feet long, it wasn't efficient for us to cut them upland. So we tried our best to mitigate the appropriate, conditions. We had a sifter screen out there to try to catch the shavings. We also had, I believe there was a shop vac out there as well to try to, as they're cutting the deck boards, suck the shavings in. So whether or not some of them got in the water, A, I was unaware, and B, when I did find out, we have done our very best since then to make sure that this doesn't happen again. We do a lot of work on Fort Myers Beach, and I do my best to work closely with Chad and Steve to comply with all of the rules and regulations.
They're cooperative overall? Yeah. Was the contractor cooperative?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple phone calls, and she's apologized and assured me it would not happen again.
What is the town requesting?
The request is to assess the maximum fine of $5,000 because of the irreversible nature of the violation, and impose the $25 administrative fee, certainly within the discretion of the special magistrate. What
Can I make one more comment, if you will? So I'm going to go back to receiving the violation. When I received the violation, probably in the beginning of May, like I said, I immediately called Chad and had a conversation with him. I was advised at that time, because I was looking more for, at that time, what's the solution? I'm not trying to skate out on ordinances and codes in your system. That's not my point. My point is, tell me what the solution is so I can fix it. I was advised at that time to reach out to Daphne to see if there was a possibility of a compliance order being put in place in lieu of the $5,000 fine, as we have never had violations in the town hall or in the town of Fort Myers Beach before. This is our very first
Were the
violation.
shavings cleaned up? Huh? The shavings cleaned up?
Well, much to Chad's point, it was
impossible
virtually
to do,
impossible
right?
to do. And again, I'm not disputing the fact that it happened, but what I can tell you is we've, again, made all the appropriate changes to make sure it doesn't happen again. With that being said, when I did reach out to Daphne on the 5th of May, which was the very next day, at that time, with COVID going on, she had some family issues. We were unable to connect, and she said that she would get back to me and we would revisit it after her family situation calmed down. On the 22nd of June, I still hadn't heard anything about it, and I was getting nervous because in the back of my head, I know that this is out there and I want to get this taken care of. So I emailed her again, inquiring about the possibility of a compliance order. And then it was at that point that I received the hearing notice. I say all that to say, I've done my very best to try to resolve this without taking the magistrate's time.
I'm ready to go ahead and issue my order. I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist, and that irreparable harm was done to the environment, the water, and the wildlife by virtue of the plastic shavings, which obviously do not there. And there's pictures of it hitting the mangroves. What I'm going to do is, instead of doing the 5,000, I'm going to do 4,500, just because you had to wait all day for your hearing. So I'm reducing it. Instead of 5,000, I'm going down to 4,500, with a reminder that my job here is to take the ordinance and the facts as presented, and I have to proceed based on that, okay?
Thank you.
The $75.
Oh, and so, yeah, the $75 in fees and cost as incurred by the town in bringing this matter before the magistrate. Maybe the $500 discount because you waited for a long time.
Madam Magistrate, this time we'd like to call number 32, Pullman Herbert. The code officer presenting this case is going to be Eli Lee.
Officer Lee, I don't believe you've been sworn in. Oh, did you?
I came earlier.
Oh, okay.
That was like 4 days ago.
Oh,
That was like 4 days ago.
Yeah.
Saw you.
Just
You
waiting.
heard you too snoring a little.
This is like
Just waiting patiently.
the stealth code enforcement officer. Officer Lee, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Eli Lee.
And are you employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach as a code enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
And in that capacity, is it your responsibility generally to enforce the town's rules and regulations, ordinance, and codes?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the property at 16 Pepita Street, case number CE 20-0436?
Yes.
How are you so familiar?
I have received a complaint on June 18th in regards to a property that's doing a remodel without a permit. Prior to me going to the property, I have checked in our system. Potential remodel. There was no permit in our system. I went by the property myself to make sure the complaint. I see some woodwork that was ripped out of the walls, that was, on the ground, and I see some work out there. I went upstairs to the property, knocked on the door, and there was 2 workers that was working the property. I asked permission to come to the home, to talk to them about what kind of work they was doing. Upon my entry of the home, I seen that there was some sliding doors being replaced, some drywall being ripped out. I further asked them what kind of work they were doing. They said they was doing, essentially a remodel. They would do some plumbing work and the whole kitchen remodel, and then I informed them more that the permit was needed. So they called their police officer that I talked to over the phone, and I notified him as well that there's no permit for what you guys are doing. You need a permit for it, which he insisted. I forgot his name, but which he said that he's going to get a permit for it, to come into compliance. So I issued a stop work order, checked on the property periodically. To this date, there's no permit at all.
But even the application?
No, there's nothing.
Did you take photographs while you were there?
Yes.
And do the photographs that are in the file accurately reflect the condition on the property that you took the photographs, and are they photographs of the property in question?
Yes.
What was the outcome of your communications with the supervisor?
It was just like I said, I talked to the supervisor over the phone while I was at the property. I told him to also notify the workers that they need to exit the property. I'll make sure stop work order. You guys can't do anything for what you guys were doing. Get the permit. That I was doing this work for a homeowner that was in the United States. I was doing the work for him, but I would get the permit I was doing. And as I said,
Did you, in fact, post a stop work order?
yes.
Have they been complying with that?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, the issue is that they need to apply for a permit to do the work.
Yes.
You have an occasion to ultimately issue a notice of violation and notice of hearing for today's hearing.
Yes.
Those in the file as well.
Yes.
At this time, nothing further.
Okay. Your name and relationship to the case? You were sworn in, right? Okay.
Your Honor.
Wait, do you need to be sworn in? Do you need
that's
to be
me.
sworn in, or did you get sworn in when we started? Okay, raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
Your Honor, my name is Ilso Rodriguez, and I'm working for Mr. Pullman. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today because he down in Key West. He was not feeling good. So I work for him in his property here on Wyndham Garden, Fort Myers Beach. I'm chief engineer for him. I get this call this morning and said he can't come, and I can present him. So that's why I'm here. So yeah, according to Mr. Pullman, we're working on the permitting process. And I have here in my hand some emails from VHI Construction has been sent work on that. Yesterday, I think I got an email from him. All the blueprints has been ready, so I'm ready to start the permit process. So it takes a little while till they do because they have to redo new plans and surveying and all kinds of stuff like that. Until Mr. Pullman sent to me, and I think Mr. Mike from the VHI Construction can apply for permit between tomorrow or pretty soon, because I have an email here and the plans here, everything, and they start the permit process.
Their application has not been submitted, correct? Application for the permit has not been submitted as of this date.
Not yet, because we just received all the engineering project on 18, so I have the email to prove that.
What is the town requesting?
The town is requesting finding a violation, requesting that the applicant submit a complete permit application within 1 week, and for that,
A day.
$50 a day if they're not in compliance. We do believe that there has been a say significant, but a passage of time here, and we're always, as always, we are concerned when there's work being done without the benefit of permit. We don't know if it's actually sound, et cetera. So we do have a health, safety, welfare concern here.
Yeah, I always get concerned with these without a permit, especially when it's as expensive as. All right, I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist and continues to exist. Imposing a one-time fine of $250 for work without a permit. Ordering the property owner to come into compliance within 30 days. That's just not the application, that's obtaining the permit. If you need additional time, stay in touch with your code officer. Right now, for purposes of the order, I'm putting in 30 days to come into compliance, otherwise face a fine of $250 a day until the violation is corrected. Because it appears that there was work done to the plumbing and the electrical, I am going to include in my order that the work needs to be completed within past inspections within 6 months. Typically, when they're work without a permit, I just require the obtaining of a permit, but I have some concerns regarding the electrical, especially, and the plumbing. So I'd like to see in 6 months for this thing to be closed out with all inspections. And again, if you need additional time, stay in touch with your code officer. He'll work with you. All we want is compliance.
Right, okay.
And I'm also assessing the $75 in fees and costs as incurred by the town and bringing this matter before the matter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to call on the agenda numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10, Wilfredo Rodriguez. This is going to be presented by our short-term rental coordinator, Kristen
I
Schumacher.
have one person back there. Is he here for that case?
That's him.
Okay. So we're doing
Kristen.
7.
7, 8, 9, and 10.
Got it.
Special Magistrate, as we proceed into these 4 cases, you will see that there are repeat violations. I just wanted to refresh your memory if you don't recall. This is the home that that's being used for vacation rentals that was burnt down.
No,
No, that's another one?
Nope.
Oh, they're not here, I'm sorry. I apologize, sir. My
am
error.
seeing-
No, thank you, because I'm like, they showed up last
That's
time.
next.
So okay, that's next. Well, stand corrected and properly corrected. I apologize. So, Ms. Schumacher, you've been previously sworn in, correct?
Yes.
And you are employed by the town of Fort Myers Beach.
Yes.
How are you so employed?
Short-term rental coordinator, short-term rentals for the town and enforce the code.
And in that capacity, are you familiar with the property that's located at 215 Nature View Court that is subject of Case number CE 19-0520, 20-0330, CE 19-01001, and case number CE 20-0332, citation 0547.
The tour for Louder Street.
Okay, let's deal first with case number CE 19052, case number 7. Are you so familiar with the property?
I received a complaint stating that they are doing daily rentals. They are in our C zone, which allows for a minimum of 7-day stay. This is a repeat violation, as you see in the packet. It would be page 108, or code enforcement order from November 21st, 2019.
And can you please tell the special magistrate briefly what you did after having received the complaint?
I pulled up parental calendar again, like I always do, and start by getting my base officers and code officers to take daily pictures.
Do that.
They did that. I have on page 22 dates of people there. See my notes of possible cleaning people, a possible that's not a rental.
I'm concerned about the rentals.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. So, like, that's where I'd take them out.
Okay. All right.
I want to establish that. So, I try to make even though the calendars don't always just say the same, they get new bookings. Sometimes they hide it. I use everything and just compare my data. So, to all the dates that I found violations on.
Did either the neighbors forward you photographs of alleged illegal activity, or did base take any photographs, or code enforcement officers when they visited the site?
Base and code enforcement took photos. Neighbors did not do too much because they saw the base officers doing it this time.
Okay. And what do those photographs disclose?
They show cars in the driveway for various amounts of days, less than a week. Then Rodriguez vehicle parked in the driveway, or a cleaning person's car parked in the driveway, and then no cars for several days, and then the weekend comes again and you see several cars parked in the driveway.
The days of the photographs coincide with the dates on the calendar?
Yes.
Also, that calendar reflects rentals for less than 1 week?
Yes.
And based on the previous testimony that with regard to the rentals, the light blue shaded areas versus dark black areas are the dates that it was rented for, and the black is the dates, or the dark ones are the dates that's still available?
Yes.
Anything further? I'm sorry, did you have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Rodriguez about this issue?
No. The picture.
Just one of those with multiple units in the other property, or just the
There's
one?
one unit.
Actually, there's 2 units.
Oh. I only see one rental unit.
I have an upstairs and a downstairs unit. I have 2 kitchens.
Not sure that you, just a side note, I think that the town only has a record of one rental, so there's an issue with the second rental. And with regard to the second rental, Mr. Rodriguez really needs to check. I don't know the date of this structure or when that area was built out, but there may be a floodplain issue of habitable space below BFE.
That's not before us today, well.
Yeah, it's not, I'm just saying.
It is, but it's not.
Yeah. And we're talking about
Like there's
which unit?
another,
The
Just a heads up.
upstairs unit?
The upstairs unit.
Okay, so right now we're upstairs unit, okay.
Own rental.
That sounds like the downstairs unit is gonna have its own set of issues.
Oh, there's no issue. It's been grandfathered in.
All right, I mean, but it may need to be
Not be-
registered.
Yeah, not before us right now.
Not registered.
It's not before, hopefully it won't ever. The issue is, Magistrate, the rental of less than complete week. And I don't mean to, I should have brought this up, but the town interprets the less than 7 days as that it has to be for 7 days.
Yeah, I understand the rationale in it. You don't want the house people
Turn it into a
returning.
hotel.
Yeah, a revolving door, it's disturbing to the neighbors.
And I didn't mention the email to the mayor from.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, Your Honor. This block, as you can see, is mainly inhabited by renters. You have my house, which is 215, you have 250, 252. The house was caught on fire. The previous one, 237, 235, which pictures shows my house and my driveway, is my next door neighbor. That block is mainly renters. There's 3 people that live in that block that are taking a vendetta against the people that are renting. They're harassing us. I see them through my ring. I program my cameras to go onto the street because they even walk on my property. One of the neighbors, 2 houses down, I've seen them through my cameras going through my trash to see if my blue container has plastic or if it has food in it.
Remember that we're here on, and it's been a very long day, and I know you've waited for a long time.
Harassed to a certain point, and I've been super patient. And the last time I was here, I accepted a plea basically because I was also the last person. But I understand what the rules are and everything, but I'm being targeted. Not only me, a lot of people in this block are being targeted by 3 people that live, that they're residents. But I too am a resident. I have multiple properties here in Fort Myers Beach. I'm a resident here. I vote here. I do everything here. So it's not fair that I'm being targeted all the time.
Let's go ahead and address the allegations as to this property we're here.
Okay. Calendar is not always accurate, and we've seen that today already. You can't always say that it's being rented because a lot of times it's my car or the cleaning lady's car. I have multiple vehicles, so a lot of times you cannot say that it's being rented. Yes, it could be rented, but not always. That's not a fair fact either. You don't know if it's always a renter. You don't know if it's my other car. You don't know if it's friends that I let stay in the house and not charge them for it. Especially for the past 2-3 months, with the COVID going on, my uncle has stayed there, my cousins have stayed there. I don't know what days these are, but not every day. And it's not like I'm breaking the rule every single time. The neighbors next door use my parking lot. This house is the one that was here.
I'm not going so much by, well, yes, there is a car count, which is what Ms. Schumacher goes by.
And these are 2 houses rented together. They don't rent them separately. These houses fit a lot of people. They take up all of their parking spots and my parking spots. The house is empty. So, I mean, I can account for some things, but not for.
Is there a dispute regarding her calculation with the calendar?
I couldn't say, but I could say that now it's corrected. I can't account for the past. I can't say that. My house is also, I do everything by the book. My house has been inspected by the fire marshal. Sometimes you do see cars against driveways. My house sleeps 14, old fire marshal person that came. I only rent to people 25 years and older. I do not allow parties, not even when. Minimum like 7 days.
I noticed that was just changed.
And if you look at my calendar, this is August. I have a booking coming in tomorrow, which you can check. It's for the next 2 weeks. October is fully booked. 1 week, 1 week. November, the last 3 weeks. For these two kind of months rented. January, the first. So I fixed it.
Sounds like it has been corrected as of recent.
It's corrected. I'm doing it, weekly. It's been blocked off. I don't know what to say about the cars. Sometimes bigger groups will park on the grass, and the neighbors have issue when they see multiple cars. But my house sleeps 14. They park on my property. They don't use the neighbors. They park on my grass. They park on my driveway. There's nosy neighbors that pass by. There's one in particular that he drives his bike every day. He's at home with his dad, and he has nothing better to do. I don't know if he's the one who emailed the mayor or not. I have the guy across the street, who lives in a dungeon. He doesn't get cited for painting his house or cutting his grass or cutting his tree. So I think we should be paying attention to those things. The house that looks like a dungeon and other things in the neighborhood, besides paint.
Seems like the calendar on page 21, that was the last calendar, correct?
If I may a little bit here, Rodriguez and prior people. If Mr. Rodriguez were to ask the individual who is one of the individuals that is repeatedly complainant is in fact a gentleman who also operates vacation rentals. So his point is that if the rules are going to be applied to me, they are applied to everyone. Not necessarily a neighbor of yours, it is a competitor of yours. So in fact, in all of the cases we've heard today, the individuals who filed a complaint with staff, not just him, but that's perfectly fine. So we investigate all cases equally, and evidence, in our opinion, demonstrates that though it may now be taken care of, in the past there were more than one instance where property was out and rented for less than 7 days.
When was this citation, what's the date of the violation, the notice of violation? I'm seeing my old order, my previous order, I'm seeing the notice of hearing.
It was the 6/2. I did a notice of hearing for the violation of the order.
What I'm confused about is what I'm seeing is the notice of hearing. I'm not seeing the,
Look at the top. That notice of hearing is also the notice of violation.
okay.
It's just, we've
Look at it
changed the
again.
forms since then, so.
Notice
Oh,
of court enforcement.
oh, I thought it was for one of the old forms we were using.
As a repeat violation, we're not, town's not required to give a notice, a time for compliance.
And I understand that, but I still need the notice of violation. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, wait a second, this is coming for certification.
No, this is new cases
No,
to
this
be
is a
heard.
repeat.
This is a new case to be heard. It's item number
Where's,
7. on
I
the
understand that,
agenda.
but where is my notice of
I'm
violation?
looking for it.
I just did it.
Page 112.
Looking at page 112, that is a notice of code enforcement hearing for violation of an order. Reference, I guess it references my old order.
Because it is a repeat violation, we can go straight to requesting an order. I'm sorry, straight to hearing.
Normally, we go ahead and do a new notice of violation and then bring it with hearing. That's the way that it's been in the past. That's why I'm questioning. I understand that he's already violated the order before, but it seems like it's going to be a new case, not the same case as before. Oh, yeah, it was done under the same case.
It was done under the same case.
It was done under the same case.
Yeah.
So you're reopening that case.
It was never closed. I don't feel like
There's
he
an
ever
order.
came out of, the case was closed because when I re-inspecting, we started looking in actually you had 30 days, or till December 31st to comply.
So it would have been a new case.
We'll temporarily withdraw this.
Let's go, yeah, I think it has to be,
Ma'am, we'll
Your Honor, with regards to this, we have repeated violations
I
for
understand
him.
that, but remember that I have to comply with due process, and right now he has a
Okay.
notice of hearing, no notice that he had a new violation. And I understand it, trust me,
Okay, so
Into
we
the
can issue
flyer.
a new notice of violation and issue a new hearing, get
With a
this
new
starting all
case,
over with the same.
No, not really.
No, it needs to be a separate case.
Separate
That's what I'm
case.
saying, a brand new case,
New
brand new case, brand new with this information, because this has to stop.
No,
Okay.
I don't have a
Then
problem
We're
with
gonna,
that.
okay.
We're not saying
We're gonna
that-
issue this for September. We'll get it out tomorrow.
It's not a matter that we're ignoring
Okay.
the alleged violation.
Okay, that's fine, that's
I
fine.
just want to make sure that it's a new case. Yes, he is going to be deemed.
We'll
a
take care of it
repeat, right.
procedurally, we
Okay.
will.
All right, so that's that one.
Okay, next is going to be on your agenda, number 8. This would be CE 20-0330. Also, Kristen Marker presenting the case.
Schumacher's previously been sworn. She's a code enforcement officer for Fort Myers Beach, responsible for short-term rentals. This is a little bit different. That the allegations, Special Magistrate, are that the property owner was in violation of the governor's and the town's emergency order prohibiting vacation rentals as a result of the COVID-19 matter. The town did, in fact, in accordance with the emergency statute, which is cited in the declaration of emergency, did, in fact, adopt this declaration of emergency, incorporating or cancel the prohibition of vacation rentals throughout the state of Florida, and certainly in the town of Fort Myers Beach for the time period that this order was in effect, as set forth in the declaration. It was executed and filed with the clerk on April 30th, 2020, and went into effect effective that date as a result under state law. And Officer Schumacher will testify that there were rentals irrespective of the time period that they took place for this. Officer Schumacher, are you familiar with this particular piece of property in case E20-0330?
Yes. I received a complaint that during the rental, during how the declaration of emergency was active, that property was had a rental.
How did you verify that?
I verified it by, I sent Police Officer Kevin Sevashevsky over, I don't know. And he went and talked to, actually Todd Sears talked to the property owner. He stated that it was family staying in there. Give him 2.5 hours, he'll be there. He's not there at the moment. And we'd go talk to the property owner, make sure he's there, and check ID. So he came, checked ID, he's good to go. A couple days later, someone else was renting the property. Had another complaint. So I sent over 7P. We spoke with the renters. They stated they didn't know who Mr. Rodriguez was. He rented him from Airbnb. And I proceeded then to issue a citation.
So that I understand, saying 2 emergency orders. The first one basically bans rentals from April 1st till 14th.
It was extended.
It was extended by the order. I'm still trying to figure out what that new date is.
It was actually to the 15th. And it was under the governor's
Yeah, the
order.
governor's order, it coincided with the governor's order, and when the governor's order lifted the prohibition, by operation of law, the second emergency number 4 expired.
Okay, so what date was that?
Governor's order?
When it terminated the ban, for lack of a better word. I'm the order number 2. It looks like that order was entered on March 30th. Why do I have the first one being signed in April and then the second one March? That doesn't.
I have May. Oh, the orders, the one.
The emergency orders.
Number 4 was April, the declaration. Number 2 was the original.
Okay, so number 2 is the original.
Exhibit A is March.
Got that one.
Correct.
And then the number 6 amending.
Got number 4.
Was the latest one. This was one whole packet that was together for the number 6.
The last one was November 4th. It still puts us between April 1st, May 14th. They can accept reservations starting on May 15th, so technically they could stay May 15th. I'm putting it May 14th. The time period that is relevant here is from April 1st to May 14th.
This order.
Correct? Okay. And let's go
For the
ahead
date that the county
or the expiration.
appears May 22nd.
That's when the governor's.
Yes.
Okay. This emergency declaration is effective immediately and shall stay in effect until May 14th of 2020 at 9 p.m. or the expiration of the governor's executive order, whichever occurs first. The driving date, the actual date would be at May 14th because it's the earlier date. We're still on May 14th. And what are the dates where you saw the rentals?
First one where we went there was May 6th, and then on May 11th was when the citation was issued.
We have at least one violation, the one on May 6th.
May 11th.
We have May 6th and May 11th.
No, not May 6th.
Okay, just May 11th, okay.
Yeah, May 11th. That's when we first went there and spoke to him when he was there.
A long day. Okay, so we have one violation, May 11th, okay. All right, it's going to be based off your, the cars and the calendar?
And the
Can you go ahead and
conversations,
get-
and the conversations directly between the base officer and staff and the renter, who said, yes, they were renting.
That's right, that's the one that, okay, go ahead. Remember, papers.
11th through May 11th, that's I have pictures of my car in the driveway. Those days, they spoke to renter. I also have receipts. The island for all those days. The licky ticky, buying stuff at Publix, putting gas, buying cinnamon buns from mom's cinnamon place, pancake house having breakfast. I was here. I met Todd.
You have 2 units, right?
One was get there. I can't stay in 2 places at once. Violation for the other house. I did see Todd, and I told him the week before, as I said, with COVID, people are not working. My uncle was here, and I was here those days. I'm going to show my license to the picture.
I have that here.
I'm not sure who he met with at the house. Okay? But
He met with, okay, who
he
is?
spoke to Gina.
Who is Gina?
Cousin's friend. I let my cousin stay with me. I was there the whole time. As you can see by my truck and my receipts. I was there with her. She invited her friend from Laguna Beach.
We
I don't know Gina. Gina doesn't really know me, but she came with her.
the statements on page 28, Magistrate, is that Miss Moran, you know Miss Moran?
First name is, last name is, I don't know.
Mr. Rodriguez was not there and has not been there since her arrival. And advised the code enforcement officer that she and her girlfriends rented the house off of Mr. Rodriguez for Mother's Day and on Friday, May 8th. So we have contradictory information, as is usual, but we have the statements of the renter as reflected by the contact directly by staff with that individual, and that matches up with the dates on the calendar.
But I have the receipts for purchases, and it shows my truck on the driveway. I stayed.
We're not, clearly, one of the units was being rented.
The whole house was being rented. It would be kind of freaky for me to stay at a house that doesn't pay me rent. I wouldn't allow that. Who would?
Didn't you say there was more than one unit in that house?
It has 2 kitchens.
Alrighty, what is the city with the town requesting?
Here the pictures and here. That's my credit.
What is the town requesting?
$5,000 went to the
order.
emergency declaration.
Yeah, the emergency declaration.
The This is $75.
Where's the, wait, hold on. Where's that $5,000 in the
Emergency order.
part of it?
And the state statute that is again referenced in the emergency order does provide or does state very specifically that these orders have the force of law.
I understand that. Oh, there it is. It's in paragraph number 3.
6.
And we'd point out that the testimony of the town is not necessarily inconsistent with that of Mr. Rodriguez. Just clearly there was also a rental taking place. He may have been there, but there also was a rental.
All right. And the order does say in paragraph 3, in accordance with the code of law, blah, 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 violation of any rule or regulation issued on the 4th herein may be punishable by a fine of up to
The
$5,000.
person that they spoke to, unknown to me, my cousin.
Right, so
And that's not inconsistent, but she did say she's renting.
I'm ready to go ahead and issue the order. I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist. I'm imposing the one-time fine of the $5,000 based on the emergency order, which specifically states regarding the rental during the time period from April 1st to May 14th, based on the evidence presented, and specifically finding persuasive the incident report that was done on May 12th, which is within that time frame, that the violation did take place. And as such, I'm imposing the one-time fine of the $5,000. I'm not going to work fees and costs. I think the $5,000 should be
Can be reduced, Your Honor?
No, I cut your break on the fees and costs. I'm just leaving it at $5,000. All right, that's that case.
Number 9 is next. Number 9, we're going to continue?
Yeah, because I gotta read.
Oh, okay. All right, then the next one's going to be number 10 on your agenda.
Okay, so 9 has the same.
9 is going to be
Okay,
continued.
same sickness as the other one, okay. All right,
All right, we're going on to number 10 on your agenda.
Ms. Schumacher, you've previously been sworn,
Yes,
worked for the town of Fort Myers Beach.
yes, short-term rental coordinator, do short-term rentals and enforce short-term rental codes.
Are you familiar with the property that is subject of this code case CE 20-0332 citation 0547? The property is located at 5765 Lauder Street.
Yes,
Familiar.
I received a complaint, actually, on 15 Nature View Court. And in order to stop him from saying that it's him there, I realized he had another rental across the street and said he can't be two places at once. And looked at the rental calendar, found a rental there. I personally went with Police Officer Kevin Pajewski, whatever his name is.
a nice try, though.
I know, right?
P.
Officer P, and knocked on the door and spoke with the tenant. She rented from Mr. Rodriguez for a week. She was returning back from New York, and she's a nurse up there and wanted to quarantine from COVID because she was working in the COVID unit. And she told us she paid extra for cleaning. So,
That
put him
was-
in violation of the emergency order.
That was May 12th, correct?
May 11th,
11th?
same date as
Oh,
the
okay.
other citation.
I'm looking at the incident report, and it says May 12th.
Oh, he wrote it May 12th.
I do not contest the other one. This one, communications. message to me was, "Hi, William, I'm from Myers. Myers received COVID crisis. I wanted to be upfront, make sure you're okay with it. So I looked at the governor's order. The governor's order says that order does apply, but it's exact for military or healthcare. Of her CA certificate, her marriage license.
To the microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Speak into the
Appreciate it.
microphone.
Repeat
Yeah,
everything again?
thanks.
No, we heard you, just there.
Okay, so coincidentally, the same day that Ms. Schumacher and the other person visited her house, obviously it freaked her out. But she says, look, I'm a nurse, I should be okay with it. So I told her, look, send me everything you have just in case, you should be fine. But she told me, you know what, I already passed. She said that she had already passed her Florida COVID test, and she was clear. And the next day, she received her New York COVID test, and she was clear. So she went home. She had rented the property. If you look at her reservation was for 2 weeks. And it ended up staying a week. So she left early because all her results came back clear.
Where was she providing services at?
She is a Fort Myers resident.
Okay.
She volunteered in New York for the COVID thing. When she came back, she needed a place to quarantine. She wouldn't get her family sick if she was sick. So I'm looking at the Florida State executive thing, and it says that it's exempt for military and healthcare workers. So,
But that one, it says providing services to the town.
Mr. Magistrate, the town was aware of the governor's order regarding the exemptions, and the concern that was voiced by the council and therefore incorporated into this order was that the community didn't want to be overrun by someone just simply saying, oh, we're here for COVID-19, and so we carefully drafted this order to require that created an exemption, but they had to be provide evidence that they were providing COVID-19 related services in the town or in the area, because that is what was consistent with what the intent of the governor's order. Not that people just come down and say, oh, I'm a healthcare professional and I want to get away.
Okay, so where is she from? Was she a resident of the town or a resident of Myers?
Exact verbiage. I have a license. And her
She can't be in Fort Myers and getting back to Fort Myers. I think what she meant to say, if I may, that she was in New York, as Mr. Rodriguez testified, that she needed a place to come when she got back from New York.
That is possible. No, but
The closest thing that she would fit into was be a displaced town employee or a resident. But if she's from Fort Myers and not from the town of Fort Myers Beach, that's a different thing. The exceptions are very limited to the town. I'm trying to bend over backwards to fit her in here, and I'm not being able to. That's the closest I got.
in this case, I'm not.
And I understand it's like from like I always say, it's like song and dance. I have to take the evidence and the facts and apply them to
The only reason I booked this one was because of that.
We leave it to the special magistrates to find her fact if she falls within if this incident falls within the exemptions in the emergency order.
Yes.
Again, all I can say is that there was a concern regarding that provision, and therefore we very carefully tailored the order to the needs of the town of Fort Myers Beach.
Also show you cameras.
How much you said she was there for a week? How much is the nightly rental?
She booked it for for 2 weeks.
Okay.
But she left as soon as the results came back.
So she was there for a week. How much was the weekly rate?
It was 7 days, right here. Minus the fee.
Right, so while I commend you for trying to assist a healthcare worker providing her services, I do have to abide by the language of the order, because I don't have discretion to go ahead and recreate ruling. I can look at the circumstances and have some level of discretion when it comes to applying the evidence to law or the ordinance. My hands are tied. After having said that, I am going to issue my ruling. I hereby find that the violation as stated in the notice of violation did exist, and that it was in violation of the emergency order regarding COVID, the emergency situation. I am going to impose a one-time fine of $500. The $5,000 on the basis that it was related to a healthcare service provider. Already issued my ruling. I'm going to spare you from the fees and costs.
Okay, but just, may I ask a question? Did the governor's order supersede them? No?
Not when it comes to the ordinance.
No, in fact, the governor was widely quoted on a number of occasions saying that local governments were free to adopt more restrictive regulations if they so desired. The governor was very specific where he said, in entering his numerous orders in these issues, which ones preempted and which ones didn't. And when it came to vacation rentals, he very specifically stated that local governments were empowered to adopt more restrictive regulations.
Right. Case.
Your Honor, at this point, we have no one here.
Okay.
We have 15 cases left with no shows.
Okay.
I'm inclined to continue them until September 17th.
An attorney is in agreement.
I'm inclined to power through them so we don't have those 23
Here.
potentially next time around.
Here is, here's what I was another suggestion was, by Zoom at some point. Assuming if they didn't show up today, they're not going to show up at all.
I know that our agenda next time is not going to be 58 matters long.
It's not as big?
No, it's not as big.
I'm
No,
All right, then that's.
but,
okay with
I mean,
that,
you guys
because-
are here, but you're coming back on September 17th.
I'm okay with that.
And we're going to do a lot of imposition of liens on that. So we got 15 more cases. It's still going to be an hour and a half. You know?
Do we want to go ahead and do the imposition of lien cases so we don't have to? There are cases where
How many do you have?
5.
I would. I understand, but that just means that we don't have a lien imposed on 5 cases that are going to go another month or 3 weeks.
Rule of the fines.
I mean,
They'll accrue, but
they're going to continue to accrue, and the people that we're leaning right now, they're not doing one thing at all to come into compliance. I mean, John, what do you want to do?
It's 6:17. I think we want to just call it a day.
I mean, even 5 more, we'll be here till 7.
Yeah.
And you guys, well, I got an hour to drive home.
I have 2.5.
I know.
Right.
Right, so we are going to adjourn today's hearing. The remainder of the cases will be
Hold over.
added onto the next agenda, next hearing.
All right.
All right. Thank you all.
All right, thank you.